As twilight descends upon the hills, the steady sound of horse hooves echoes. A soldier gallops on his war horse, a brilliant red flag whipping in the wind beside him. Black crows circle in the sky, following the guard towards a great fortress. A messenger has arrived. At Anhak Palace, the grand complex stands majestically amidst the tranquility, exuding an air of solemn ancient royalty. The sound of slow deliberation fills the air. The Tang army marching on Pyongyang from La Prefecture has captured Bisa Fortress. They are currently clashing with our navy at Gwangnok Province and with General Sandao. According to the latest news from the messenger, a portion of Zhang Liang's naval forces has attempted to land along the coastline. At Ansi Fortress in the year 645 AD, the war between the Great Tang and Goguryeo began. Just then, a military intelligence officer spoke up to report. The 60,000-strong army, led by Li Shiji, commander-in-chief of the Liaodong campaign, has taken Hyeondo Fortress, and while Shin Fortress is holding them back, they have also captured Guyemo Fortress. The second army, led by Prince Li Daozong, is attacking Liaodong Fortress, and we've received reports from our outposts that we are holding back Zhang Jian's third army at Ansi Fortress. Liaodong Fortress is in danger. We must send reinforcements. Seated on the commander's throne was Generalissimo Yon Gaesumun, the most powerful man in Goguryeo. Goguryeo is fighting against the invading Tang army, which has already crossed the Liao River, resulting in the loss of its western banks. Faced with this situation, Yon Gaesumun ordered them to reinforce the defenses at Shin Fortress, send more troops to Ansi Fortress, dispatch 40,000 cavalry to Liaodong Fortress to block the enemy, and send half the troops stationed at the Ari River and Chiljung Cliff to Pyongyang. From below, Commander Ngan Samuel immediately reported, "Generalissimo, the Silla traitors might make a move." Yon Gaesumun rested his chin on his hand and replied, "Strategist Samun, while we entrust the task of restraining Silla to the king of Beike, we will also summon the private armies of the southern clans and the scattered troops in Usi and Malgal." The old intelligence officer spoke slowly. "Generalissimo, are you considering a decisive battle?" Yon Gaesumun glanced down at a military flag on the map. He pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "We must capture the Tang Emperor Taizong at Liaodong Fortress." The men below immediately erupted in an uproar. Liaodong Fortress is where the second army commanded by Prince Li Daozong is located. They also have the emperor's 200,000 elite troops with them. Yon Gaesumun lowered his voice grimly. "I know." Samun analyzed, unlike Li Shiji's first army and Zhang Jian's third army, which are attacking fortresses south of the Liao River and north of the Taizi River, the Tang will focus solely on besieging Liaodong Fortress. He then frowned and continued, "Liaodong Fortress is over 9 zhang high, with a circumference of more than 10 li. With its inner walls, rectangular arrow slits, and corner watchtowers, it is the great fortress of Goguryeo. It will not fall easily to the Tang army." Someone spoke up and asked, "Then Generalissimo, are you planning to combine the garrison inside the fortress with the main army outside to wage a great battle against the emperor?" Yon Namseng sat silently to the side. He was the eldest son of Yon Gaesumun. Namseng thought to himself, "A major battle at Liaodong. It's truly the only viable tactic right now." Goguryeo's strategy for defeating invaders relied on cooperation with the nomadic empires of the steppes. However, both the Turkic Khaganate and the Shuyantuo have already been subjugated by the Tang. Goguryeo is now isolated and must fight alone. A prolonged war under these circumstances is doomed to fail. Once Liaodong Fortress is taken, following the Taizi River will lead them to the Zhangguan Pass. That place is the gateway to the Cheonsan Mountains to the east. If they break through Ogul Fortress, which protects this area, they will cross the Yalu River and reach Pyongyang. We must stop them at all costs. Seeing that we've pulled troops from the rear, and even from the capital, to counter the Tang offensive, it's clear they're planning for a major battle. But I feel like I'm missing something. Namsang narrowed his eyes in thought, and then it hit him. Baekam Fortress. Namsang immediately turned to announce, "If Liaodong Fortress falls, son Daeyum, the lord of Baekam Fortress, will surrender to the Tang. If Baekam Fortress falls, our defensive line will collapse, leading to a defeat at the Battle of Gubiri Mountain. The losses would be catastrophic. Therefore, we need to deal with son Daeyum, the lord of Baekam, quickly to prevent the coming disaster. But of course, I can't say that out loud." He thought to himself because Namsang knew they wouldn't believe him. Then Namsang opened his eyes slightly, gazing into the distance. He wondered, what do I do now? Because right now, I'm in a dream. At that moment, the warmth of the morning sun crept silently through the window, filling the small room. Namsang slowly woke up, escaping from that illusory world. Dawn broke the sun, painting the clouds pink as early morning rays gilded the silent space. In bed, Namsang suddenly jolted. Am I awake? My name is Yeon Namsang, and I'm 30 years old. I just woke up, and my body aches like I've been up all night. Namsang had worked for 5 years at a major domestic game company with big dreams. All the money he saved for 5 years in his severance pay. He poured it all into starting his own game company, but it went bankrupt after just 2 years. Namsang had to file for bankruptcy. Now he's paying off national taxes and overdue debts with manual labor. Currently, Namsang calls himself a failed game developer. He sat in front of his computer, slowly rubbing his chin and muttering to himself, I should write down what I heard today too. Unexpectedly, at some point, Yeon Namsang started having strange dreams when he slept. In those dreams, he returned to the ancient era of Goguryeo, and you became the 11-year-old son of Yeon Gaisamun. The dream was so realistic, it was hard to believe it was just a dream. The young man felt as if he had truly lived through it. Now he was incredibly excited, a sly grin slowly spreading across his face. How am I going to beat this challenge? The young man thought to himself that perhaps this dream had stimulated his love for strategy games. As someone who had tasted victory in strategy game tournaments, he felt he couldn't just stand by and watch Goguryeo's situation unfold. The young man slowly leaned back in his chair and thought, all right, is this everything I remember? There's still time before Liaodong Fortress falls and the attack on Baekam Fortress begins. It would be reckless to intervene now. At Liaodong Fortress, where a large army is stationed, they'd obviously dismiss it as child's play. It's a shame, but I'll have to pass on Liaodong Fortress. In that case, let's check out the nomadic region. I remember putting the relevant documents somewhere. Here they are. In the year 644 AD, the Turkic Khaganate collapsed under the schemes of Emperor Taizong, and the Shuyan Tuo became the new rulers of the nomadic empire. Suddenly, the young man realized something. What's this? That's right, Yeon Gaisamun had a reason to be so reckless. While the Tang dynasty was busy attacking Goguryeo, the defenses in Gwanzhong, the heart of the empire, were weakened. Allied with Goguryeo, the Shuyan Tuo mobilized their forces to attack the Tang. The war between Goguryeo and the Tang was a war of attrition. If we can hold out for another 4 months, the Tang army will have to retreat because of the harsh cold in Liaodong and the fear of rebellions back home. Reaching this conclusion, the young man couldn't help but frown. What can I do now? Let's think of it like a strategy game. First of all, I need to find some clues on how to deal with the Tang army, which is superior in both numbers and quality. In that case, the person who can help with this is definitely her. A few hours later at the National Security Science Research Institute, the young man was on the phone with someone. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. He whipped his head around in surprise and saw an angry face that looked strangely familiar. She yelled Yeon Namsang. He now recognized her. It was Kim Haeyeon. She was clutching her phone tightly, her face filled with absolute fury. Haeyeon then stormed up to the young man. Seeing this, he began to panic and quickly tried to change the subject. Long time no see, huh? But she paid no attention to his words, simply shouting, Why haven't you been answering my calls? The moment she finished speaking, Haeyeon executed a perfect takedown, slamming the young man's head straight into the ground. He only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream. Immediately after, she grabbed him by the collar and pulled him up. If your company went bankrupt, why couldn't you just tell me? Did you think I couldn't support you? He gasped. What is that? Why you didn't contact me? The girl in front of Yeon Namsang was Kim Haeyeon, his ex-girlfriend. She was now interrogating him. Who were you talking to? Have you been eating properly lately? It had been less than 2 years since they broke up, and Haeyeon hadn't changed a bit. The young man could only groan. If you'll let go of me, would you like to get some coffee? The moment he said it, she called him an idiot. She yelled, Is that all you have to say after all this time, just asking about coffee? He stammered in pain. I'll buy you food too. Haeyeon immediately turned and ran off. Sounds good. Wait a minute, I'll be right back. You're dead meat if you try to run. I'll show you what hot really is. Namsang waved goodbye with a trembling hand, blood streaming down his face. Even if he wanted to run, his legs felt too weak to move. Soon the sun began to set, and the two of them sat in silence inside a red car. Haeyeon was the first to speak. After you disappeared, I only heard bits and pieces from other people. Your company went bankrupt back then, and the losses were enormous. I heard you had a really tough time. Namseng slowly replied, "That's all in the past now." She frowned and turned to him asking, "I heard Pomerol kept delaying the publishing contract. Is that right, those bastards? They used your game as a bargaining chip to set the price for a European game." Why would Pomerol do something like that? The red car quickly merged into the bustling traffic. He couldn't help but ask, "Gabiom told you everything, didn't he?" Don't take what he says too seriously. Pomerol only did that because the game I made wasn't good enough. Hei-yon exclaimed, "Oh my god, you idiot. You've been blaming yourself for everything since you were a kid. And now you're all grown up and still muttering lies like that." Namseng, who was driving, turned pale when he heard that. Please watch what you say. But deep down, he had already admitted it to himself. Hei-yon was right. Pomerol had used us. Using the contract as an excuse, they demanded for months that we add one new system after another. When we reluctantly added them, they criticized us because the graphic quality had dropped. But we endured it because we needed the publishing money to pay our employees. To meet those unreasonable demands, I even sold the house my parents left me back in my hometown. There's no point in talking about it now, but still. His train of thought was interrupted when Hei-yon suddenly spoke up. "What have you been up to lately? I was so worried because you didn't contact me at all." Namseng sighed. "I did manual labor for a year to pay off my debts. As for calling or anything, the place I worked was really deep in the mountains." She asked without thinking, what kind of job? He couldn't help but reminisce about his time as an electrician hanging in the high, gusty winds. Well, it was a job that paid 250,000 won a day, with a 50,000 won raise after the probationary period. Hei-yon was taken aback. "So you were making more than me." Namseng was speechless, his face turning pale. "You should try it sometime and see for yourself. Anyway, after a year of hard work, I've paid off most of my tax debts and other loans. With the money I have left, I rented a small room, paid the rent, and am now thinking about starting over." Hearing this good news, she cheered up. "That's great. Is there anything you need my help with? I'll do whatever I can." He hummed, thinking to himself, "Right now, I really do need Hei-yon more than anyone, because she knows the most about all sorts of weapons from medieval Europe, ancient China, and even Korea. She is a huge history and weapons enthusiast." Just then, Hei-yon, sitting beside him, giggled. "So you're finally grateful for my kindness. What do you need a house? How about I give you a room in my apartment you can move in right away?" The young man shyly refused. "You don't have to do that." His answer once again made the girl flare up. "And why not?" He lowered his voice and answered, "Right now, I need information on ancient Chinese siege weapons from the Tang Dynasty, and Goguryeo weapons too. It would be even better if you could find how to counter them." Hei-yon instinctively raised an eyebrow. "What?" Only then did the young man realize how strange it was to suddenly ask for this. But how could he explain it? He obviously couldn't tell her about the dream. The girl suddenly blushed and stammered, "Don't tell me." "You should have just said so sooner. You're planning to reboot that strategy game you were developing, right?" Seizing the opportunity, he went along with it. Yeah, that's right." She supported him wholeheartedly. Okay. If you need money, just tell me. I have some savings set aside for our marriage." "But you'll be the collateral." Startled, the young man asked back, "How am I the collateral?" Hei-yon replied without a hint of hesitation, "Because you're handsome, of course." He turned pale, but terrified or not, he had to accept. "All right then, thank you. At least I got through that for now." The young man looked ahead, continuing to drive into the sunset, while telling himself, "At least I got through that." Before long, night fell. The air was cool and peaceful in the pitch-dark room, where not a single light was on. The sound of steady breathing filled the air as the young man fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, his eyes fluttered open, showing no signs of consciousness. The very next second, he was wide awake, having once again become Yeon Namsang of the ancient era. He glanced around, thinking to himself, "Is this a council meeting held by Yeon Gaesomun in Anhak Palace? Just as I thought, the dream picks up right where it left off when I sleep. So, what's the current situation?" The sounds of war planning continued unabated. "We must defend based on intel from the Cheoli Jangseong. The enemy's naval activities are highly suspicious. We need to reinforce our barricades and troops at Baeksu." Meanwhile, Yeon Gaesomun seemed completely unshaken, no matter how boisterous the others became. Looking at him, the young man realized that not just anyone could be a leader. He had to admit that he couldn't even manage a company of less than 10 people. Gaesomun was on a completely different level. Just then, he finally spoke, his voice incredibly powerful. "Has everyone offered their opinion? All of your opinions are correct. If we engage in a large-scale battle in our current state, it will certainly be to our disadvantage." However, if we don't, we will have no other choice but to lose, Geisamun stated bluntly. The lords and military advisors were taken aback. No choice but to lose. What do you mean by that? He explained in detail. In our decades-long war with the Sui, we consistently held control outside Imgu Pass. Though we've temporarily abandoned our fortresses, never before have the neighboring tribes been so utterly subjugated by the Tang as they are now. With the fall of the Turkic Khaganate and the scattering of the steppe tribes, Goguryeo is now the only nation left to keep the Tang in check. If we continue to just hold our breath like this, who will stand up against the tyrant Taizong? The lords couldn't help but gape. Are you saying? Geisamun continued in a low voice. Tudun Chuo has arrived from the Black Desert. They were visibly shaken, asking in disbelief, Tudun Chuo. At this, the young man just glanced over quietly. The visit from Tudun Chuo meant that the Shuiyan Tuo had accepted Yeon Geisamun's proposal. Before him, Yeon Geisamun speculated, if we cannot demonstrate overwhelming military power in this battle, they will certainly not keep their word. We will be unable to decide the fate of the world. The lords were immediately stirred. This fool was mistaken. I, too, apologize for not speaking the truth. To deceive the enemy, one must first deceive their own. Suddenly, a commander dropped to his knees. Great Marshal, please entrust the vanguard to this humble one. And that man was Ansamun. Spurred on by his initiative, the other vassals also bowed their heads. Southern Governor Go Hye-jin humbly makes his request. Beside him, Jeongwi also spoke up. Igo Jeongwi also asked to be sent to the battlefield. Geisamun watched this scene and fell into deep thought, yet his expression remained completely unchanged. Suddenly, something caught Geisamun's attention. A person with a small but proud stature strode right past Hye-jin. After a few more steps, he came to a dead stop. In that moment, the young man looked steadfastly into Geisamun's eyes. He thought, to execute my strategy against the Tang army, I must go to the front no matter what. Then he made a formal request. Ayon Namseng asked the Great Marshal to send me to the battlefield. The moment the words left his lips, he knelt. Namsang could be sent anywhere but Liaodong Fortress, but he absolutely had to go, so he pressed his case. Born as the eldest son of the Yon clan, it is my natural duty to set an example for others. Please send this son to the front lines to raise the morale of the Goguryeo people. He placed a fist over his chest. With his own strategy, the young man was confident he could lead this war to victory. In the majestic palace, Geisamun was gradually losing his patience. The young officer, Namsang, quickly interjected, I wish to make a request of the Great Marshal. He stood high above, glancing at the young man kneeling on the ground. This is no place for a petty official to make demands. The young man quickly replied, I understand. But in his heart, the young man thought, from the emperor above to the people below, we are all united in fighting the foreign invaders. Thinking this, he slammed a fist against his left chest and declared, I am the head of my family. I have a duty to set an example. Please send me to the front lines to boost the morale of the people of Goguryeo. This determination and persuasive plea slightly shook Geisamun. The commanders and other officials below also gaped in astonishment. Pausing for a moment to let the air settle, Geisamun finally spoke slowly. Young official. He suddenly fell silent, seemingly deep in troubled thought. Then Geisamun slammed the table and roared, Do you have any idea what you're doing? How dare a child interfere in the affairs of the state? Today I will pretend I heard nothing. He quickly turned and ordered the guard beside him, You take this young man away immediately. The young man immediately resisted in his heart, but before he could do anything, the guard placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Young master, please come with us. Of course, he wouldn't submit so easily. He lunged forward using his physical strength to throw the man off. The guard caught off guard, and not expecting such a reaction, was easily overpowered. In an instant, he drew his sword. The guard, having just regained his balance, saw this and shouted in alarm, Young master, what are you doing? Namseng turned his head and declared, Great General, if you don't trust me because I am still young. As he finished speaking, he brought the sword to his long hair, vowing, Then I will prove my determination. Witnessing this scene, Geisamun couldn't help but frown deeply, his face contorting, as he softly called out Namseng's name. With one decisive swing, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. His long hair fell to the ground. Namseng threw the sword down and yelled, Born into a noble family, if I don't set an example, who will stand up against the foreign invaders? I only want to make my father proud. Please let me go to the front lines. I beg you. The young man seemed to have bet everything on this one act, and as he finished, he was panting heavily. He thought to himself, if I act this dramatically surely, father will have to agree right. At that moment, Geisaman tilted his head slightly in thought. He assessed the situation and weighed his options carefully. Then he nodded. Very well, my son. Though still a child, Namseng has shown his patriotism. As both a father and the one who holds the power of the state, I, the great general, declared that the young Namseng will be sent to Baigam Fortress. Soon the day of departure arrived. The army and their war horses charged forth in a long procession. While the battle at Liaodong Fortress was at a stalemate, Xinxiang Fortress was under siege, and Gaimu Fortress had fallen, Namseng set out for Baigam Fortress with 3,000 Hoiksu Malgal cavalrymen. They were dispatched by Commander Xiong Ogol to defend the northern line of Liaodong Fortress. These are the most elite cavalry in all of Goguryeo, the Hoiksu cavalry. Now the troops were galloping forward, kicking up clouds of dust. Go-Dubat suddenly turned and asked, "Young master, what do you think of my cavalry?" Namseng immediately praised them. They ride as fast as the wind, and their discipline is impeccable. They are truly an elite force. Dubat was the leader of the Hoiksu cavalry. Hearing this, he smirked and replied, "I'm glad to hear that." "Did you hear that the young master called our unit elite?" The men waved their war banners and cheered. Dubat laughed happily. "We've been waiting for orders at the border for a long time. Now that the great general has finally called upon us, everyone is eager to fight." They seemed thrilled by the praise from the son of such a powerful man. Hearing this, Namseng realized, that's right. His gaze grew thoughtful. It seems using my father's reputation to boost morale isn't a bad idea after all. After riding for a while longer, Dubat pointed ahead and shouted excitedly, "Look!" It was a fortress built of white limestone, and it was very close. Namseng's jaw dropped in amazement, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. So this is it. It must be. That is Baigam Fortress, where towering curved roof buildings stand one after another, exuding the solemn majesty of a place of power. The fortress gates were soon opened. The Hoiksu cavalry unit slowly advanced inside. A towering old man appeared and spoke. "Were you dispatched by the commander-in-chief? Under whose authority are you?" Namseng replied, "We are the elite troops led by Commander Dubat, carrying out the orders of military commander Seong Ogol." The old man narrowed his eyes and introduced himself. "I am the High Lord of Baigam Fortress, Sun Daeyum." Hearing this, Namseng was involuntarily startled. "He's Sun Daeyum." Before he could say anything else, the alarm clock blared loudly. It was 12:15 p.m. in the real world. The sun had been up for a long time. The sky was blue with white clouds, and the sunlight was refreshing. In reality, the boy slowly smacked his lips and woke up. The student instinctively asked, What time is it?" After looking at the clock, he was speechless. The student shot up like a spring, yelling, "It's already 12 p.m. What's going on? I've never woken up this late before. My head feels so dizzy too. Could it be?" He couldn't help but rub his head in discomfort. Then the student remembered his dream when Sun Dain was constantly pouring him wine. "Come on, young master, have another cup. Don't be like that, just have a taste." And the student next to him didn't know how to refuse. Now he tugged at his shirt and began to wonder. Could what happened in the dream actually affect reality? That's so strange. "I need to wash my face to wake up." The shower in the student's house was running at full blast. A little later, 2 slices of crispy toast were ready, and the student sat at his desk, slowly checking his messages. He chewed his toast and thought to himself, Ha Yen still hasn't sent the email. Well, for now, I'll research Sun Dain. Sun Dain holds the title of a high-ranking fortress lord, an official of the 7th rank or higher. He is a typical sycophant, skilled at accumulating wealth and clinging to power. He once betrayed Goguryeo to the Tang dynasty and surrendered Bacon Fortress. Reading this information, the student couldn't help but feel an itch of anger and cursed. This guy is a real scoundrel, but I can't underestimate him. The fortresses of Goguryeo are divided into 3 levels, great, medium, and small. A great fortress is governed by a commander-in-chief or a high-ranking fortress lord. A medium fortress is defended by a high-ranking fortress lord, and finally a small fortress is managed by lower-ranking officials. For medium-sized fortresses, high-ranking lords are appointed to govern, and Sun Dain is a high official sent by the court. How am I supposed to deal with someone like this, especially since Emperor Taizong of Tang despises Yan Geisamun the most? If Sun Dain betrays us and I get captured, I don't even dare to think about my fate as his supposed son. Suddenly, a notification popped up. It was an email from Ha Yen. He clicked on it, and his eyes widened. What 84 gigabytes? How did she send a file this huge? The student quickly moved the mouse, navigating on his computer. He looked at the files Ha Yen had sent and marveled to himself. No way. This is the research archive I've always craved. The student let out a very wicked smile. Suddenly, someone called and his phone began to vibrate non-stop. He answered the phone and Ha Yen's voice came from the other end. Did you get the files I sent? The student slowly replied, Yeah, I'm looking through them now. Hearing this, she instructed, I stayed up all night gathering all of that, so make sure you make a good game, okay? And for payment, how about a celebratory dinner together? The student stammered, Sure, of course. Getting the answer she wanted, Ha Yen happily whined, My eyes are all swollen because of you. I'm going to sleep now. See you later, love ya. As soon as she finished speaking, she even sent a kiss to go with it. The student ended the call and put his phone down on the desk. He looked at the pile of documents and wondered, What should I do? According to these documents, the type of siege weapon that caused Liaodong Fortress to fall was a siege tower. Before that, there were gate-breaking tools, wooden battering rams, and scaling ladders. But even with those things, Liaodong Fortress stood firm until the year 645, when the Tang army brought enormous siege towers. That's when Liaodong finally fell. After Liaodong fell, the Tang army's next targets were Ansi Fortress and Bacon Fortress, since the main Tang force will concentrate on Ansi Fortress, which is larger than Beacon. If we can find a way to counter the siege towers, we still have a chance. Suddenly, the student scrolled past something that immediately made his eyes widen. Wait, that's right, this method could work. Returning to the ancient era, the sound of commands echoed endlessly. Evacuate all the surrounding villages. Bring all the food into the fortress. Whatever you can't carry, destroy it. Burn everything, a guard ordered the villagers. An old man could only weep helplessly. Suddenly, a shout stopped them. Wait! The student had arrived. He asked sternly, The wooden rafters and beams, why not use them to make weapons instead of burning them? The guard was confused, but we're short on time. What can we possibly do with this pile of stuff? He replied, The archives in Anhak Palace record how to build anti-siege weapons. Just give me some soldiers, carpenters, and laborers, and I can make use of these discarded materials. The guard could only sigh helplessly. All right, fine. He immediately ordered the people to stop burning the houses. At this moment, the student turned to Dubal and said, Commander, can we mobilize the Hoiksu Malgal cavalry to participate? He flashed a friendly smile. Of course, not just 100, I can give you even more. Hearing this, the student quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. However, Dubal was extremely curious. What are you planning to build? He winked playfully and replied, A secret weapon to deal with the Tang army. Just a few hours later, everyone was hard at work. Voices called out, Bring all the wooden beams over here. That one's rotten, it's no use. As the commander, the young man observed the situation and managed the work. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He thought to himself, Good, the work is progressing faster than I expected. At this rate, we'll finish right on time. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, Young official! A messenger had returned with a worrying report about the situation at Liaodong Fortress. What are your thoughts? Looking at the person who had just appeared before him, the young man couldn't help but frown. Sundayan. Then he smiled slightly. Bacon Fortress is an impenetrable stronghold. The old man was so flustered he trembled. That's not what I'm asking. If this continues, we'll end up just like Liaodong Fortress. The young man watched him with a serious expression. He was in a complete panic. He then spoke calmly. Liaodong Fortress lacks strength, so its fall was inevitable. But Bacon Fortress has evacuated its people inside, so we've avoided the worst-case scenario. Yin nervously wrung his hands. That's not what I meant. Before he could finish, a horseman galloped up to report, A messenger has just arrived. Liaodong Fortress has fallen. The news struck them both like a bolt of lightning. The young man broke out in a cold sweat. Liaodong Fortress has fallen. But just as quickly, he regained his calm composure, because this entire event was something he had already anticipated. The great Tang army would soon descend upon Bacon Fortress. The fortress was set amidst lush green mountains, but the surrounding atmosphere had turned strangely grim. A series of thundering hoofbeats echoed. At that moment, they remembered back to when they were guarding Bacon Fortress. A guard high on the wall yawned and complained, I've been up all night. The man next to him chuckled, You did a good job. Go get some rest. Suddenly, a chaotic noise drew their attention. What's that? Who are you and where are you from? A group of riders stopped before the gate and shouted up, We are messengers from Liaodong Fortress. We must see the Lord immediately. It's urgent. Liaodong Fortress has fallen, the messenger cried out in despair. Not long after, a crashing sound came from within the fortress. The young man and Sun Dain rushed out. The messengers and their cavalry were deeply distressed. Hearing the noise, they glanced over. The young man called out, "General." Go-Dubal turned and said quietly, "Young master, and my lord." He approached the messengers and said, "I have a general grasp of the situation." Beside him, Dain grabbed the young man's arm, shouting in panic, "What happened?" A messenger, trembling and holding back tears, explained, "Well, a sudden south wind blew onto the battlefield. When the Tang army set fires, the flames spread rapidly. Before we could get it under control, a part of the fortress was taken. The Tang forces must have withdrawn and are now heading for Ansi, Gyeonam, and this place Bacon Fortress." Hearing this, the messengers and cavalry grew incredibly tense, each lost in somber thought. Only Sun Dain's eyes went wide. Utterly losing his composure, he trembled and muttered, "This can't be. How could this happen?" The young man remained mature and calm, continuing his questioning. "Has the news of Liao Dong's fall reached the other fortresses?" The messenger replied sadly, "Yes, sir. The commander ordered us to report urgently to Ansi Bacon and Ogol Fortress. He said he would fight with the fortress to the very end." He drew his sword. The lord of Liao Dong Fortress was no ordinary man. Go Guryeo has lost a brave and loyal general. If the war continues like this, I'm afraid only incompetents like Sun Dain will be left. The young man still lowered his voice to ask for his opinion. "My lord, what should we do now?" That question was the spark that lit the fuse, and the one to explode was Sun Dain. He screamed, "What are we supposed to do? Send men to Ogol Fortress, Gungnai Fortress, and the capital to report this immediately. The enemy is too numerous. We're in danger too." "What are you still standing there for? Go and prepare now." The men were stunned by this reaction from someone in the position of a lord. When Sun Dain realized something, he whipped around, muttering, "No, no. Instead, we should find a place to hide." The next moment, Dain had bolted, leaving the men and the young man to call out after him, "My lord." Go-Dubal stood beside him, arms crossed, sighing. "Young master, it seems this will be a difficult battle." The young man was speechless. It certainly seemed so. 2 days after the fall of Liao Dong Fortress, everyone in the city had heard the bad news, and the atmosphere was heavier than ever. Everyone wore expressions of tension and fear. As for the lord, he had locked himself in the main hall and refused to come out. At this moment, Mun-so was outside the fortress by himself, letting out a heavy sigh. The young man approached and asked, "Who will be responsible for the fortress's defense?" He looked troubled. "Our lord is terrified. For now, he has handed command over to me, so we will have to fight with our lives on the line." Hearing this, the young man's expression grew even more serious. "I will also do my utmost to assist you, General. We must try to hold off the Tang army for as long as possible." Wen-shou fell into deep thought, his mind filled with countless concerns. He spoke up, asking, "Young master, are you not afraid?" Nam-shin turned and answered decisively, without a hint of hesitation. "Of course I'm afraid, but with only one life to give, I must fight to the end. I will die with no regrets." Wen-shou closed his eyes slightly in admiration. "Truly admirable. If only I could have served a lord like you." Hearing this, the young man turned and looked him straight in the eye, saying, "Commander Wen-shou, are you willing to follow me?" The question sent a slight shock through the commander. Suddenly, the resounding blast of a horn tore through the gloomy sky. It was the signal for a change on the tense battlefield. An army advanced thunderously toward Baekje Fortress, their battle flags fluttering in the wind. They were numerous, fully outfitted with iron armor shields and spears at the ready. The knights guarding Baekje Fortress saw them and stammered in panic, "The Tang army! The Tang army is here!" The Tang soldiers began to form up, arranging themselves in a line and using their shields to create a small fortress wall. Inside Baekje Fortress, urgent shouts rang out, "Defense team, prepare for battle, hurry! Go inform Commander Wen-shou." Soldiers and citizens, listen carefully. Commander Wen-shou will lead the military while the humble official, Nam-shin, will be in charge of strategy. A powerful roar of "understood" erupted. Atop the fortress, Nam-shin saw that the enemy had arrived. Duba reported, "We have completed our war preparations as you ordered, young master." He lowered his voice and instructed, "Don't fall for their provocations. Our fortress's strength is its defense. But we're too outnumbered to fight them on the open plains." He looked at Nam-shin, deep in thought. Then Duba spoke up, "Young master, the Hoksu cavalry is our strongest force, formed from the 7 Mohe tribes and Goguryeo." The young man replied, "I know, but Commander Wen-shou and I will hold Baekje Fortress. General Duba, I need you to lead the interception of their assault troops and raid their supply lines, just as we planned." Duba accepted the order, but still hesitated. "Young master, a siege battle will be incredibly dangerous." Nam Shin explained, "Cavalry is ineffective within the city walls. Baekje Fortress is only a few miles in circumference and has many restrictions. Please set up an ambush in the surrounding area and wait for an opportunity." He tilted his head, questioning, "Will there even be an opportunity?" A faint smile touched the young man's lips, his gaze firm and resolute. "There absolutely will be. In this battle for Baekje, both Commander Wenshou and General Dubai will achieve great merit. Ambush the main road connecting Baekje to Wugu Fortress and the surrounding areas to restrict the Tang army's movement. That's the only way to avoid needlessly sacrificing our elite cavalry." He steeled his resolve. "Today I'm going to give that arrogant Li Shimin a crushing blow." One of the strategists noticed the enemy's movements. Their giant siege towers were beginning to arrange into a dense formation. Nam Shin was slightly startled to hear this. The strategist's voice gradually began to tremble. "The number of enemy siege towers is 40. By now, the Tang soldiers had finished assembling their machinery, ready for battle. He thought, 40. Their main force must have advanced to Ansei and Jianan, so this must be just a small contingent. So, how many did they bring to Liaodong? The strategist began to tremble even more. "That's exactly what happened in Liaodong. From outside our catapult's range, they continuously hurled giant stones that brought down the walls of Liaodong, turning the inside into a pool of blood." At this moment, even Wen Shou struggled to remain calm. "How is that possible? How can we possibly defend against that?" Nam Shin immediately rushed over, calling out, "Commander Wen Shou, we will proceed according to the plan. We will strike first before the enemy has a chance to move." Pausing for a moment, his resolve hardened. "That's right. We have been preparing for this day." A powerful cry echoed. The order from official Nam Shin was given, "Prepare the large catapults." It was the medieval European catapult, the Couillard. Flashing back to when Nam Shin first received the documents from Ha Yan, he knew that if he could stop the Tang army's siege towers, they would still have a chance to win. But how? Suddenly, in an ancient Japanese record, he found a mention of a mechanical catapult from Goguryeo called an Ishihajiki, a mechanical catapult that used a large tree to launch stones. So, Goguryeo had once built mechanical catapults, not just relying on manpower. There were even records of it being used against the catapults of Emperor Wen of Sui. Goguryeo hadn't fallen behind the Sui and Tang in terms of technology. They were only lacking in range and the number of siege towers. Then Nam Shin found a precious document detailing a weapon that appeared 1,000 years after the siege tower, the medieval European trebuchet. Back in the present, Wen Shou couldn't help but be a little skeptical. "Can that strange machine really reach the enemy camp?" He replied with conviction, "Commander Wen Shou, please trust me." According to the documents, the maximum range of the Tang army's catapults is 120 meters. Meanwhile, from our position on the hill, we can shoot up to 200 meters, far surpassing their range on the plains. Suddenly, a strange sound cut through the air. Nam Shin asked, "What is that sound?" Wen Shou answered, "That's the signal from the watchtower. It seems the Tang army's siege tower unit has finished deploying." The time had come. He furrowed his brow, his tension palpable. "If my strategy is discovered, the enemy will change their formation and methods of attack. I have to inflict critical damage before that can happen." Shaking off the thought, Nam Shin immediately gave the order, "Prepare to fire aim for the enemy's siege tower deployment area at the foot of the hill. All artillery, we only have one chance." Fire Nam Shin had resolved to fight until the very end. Witnessing Nam Shin's commanding presence, Commander Wen Shou couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At his command, the stones were immediately launched into the air. They fell, smashing all the Tang army's siege towers to pieces. Seeing this, he became even more intrigued, his fighting spirit surging. "Keep going, don't stop." The half-spoken sentence was cut short. Another giant rock was now hurtling toward the Tang forces. It burned like a meteor, and in a flash, the stone obliterated a siege tower. Terrified screams erupted. The Tang commander yelled orders while fleeing for his life. "Put out the fire first, hurry, it's spreading." On this side, the young man felt a quiet satisfaction. Very good, they've taken the bait. Water will only make those flames burn hotter. An inextinguishable fire, an improved version of ancient Greek fire. That evening in the Tang army camp, hushed conversations filled the air. The Tang Emperor Li Shimin spoke curtly. "Was this strategy devised by the Lord of Baekje Fortress?" "The Lord of Baekje Fortress holds a position equivalent to our military governors." An aide reported, "I've heard his name is Sun Dae-yum." Hearing this, he yelled, "Sun Dae-yum is a coward who only looks after himself. He could never come up with such a brilliant plan. So, who is behind him?" "Grand General Li Shiji speak," Li Shimin commanded, his face twisted in a deep scowl. Li Shiji, kneeling on the ground, spoke calmly. "Your Majesty, it seems I have made a grave error. Due to my incompetence, I will devise a solution at once." He was asked, what kind of solution? He then slowly laid out his plan. After listening, Li Shimin fell into deep thought, weighing the advantages and disadvantages. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Tang army continued their relentless attack. Wielding spears, pikes, and ladders, they charged forward, shouting. Seeing this, Mun So couldn't help but worry. He turned to the young man, calling out twice, "Young master," but he received no response. Mun So surveyed the situation again. 10,000 Tang soldiers had already reached the mountainside. The young man simply replied softly, "Please wait a little longer." The Tang army drew ever closer to Beacom Fortress. Mun So was growing truly frantic. "Young master, the enemy is right before our eyes. They're about to reach us. Please hurry. We need your command." But the young man remained calm, waiting for the opportune moment. "Not yet." After another moment passed, he waved his hand and ordered, "Now fire the signal." An arrow carrying the signal was immediately drawn back. It shot straight into the sky, glowing a brilliant gold as if it were on fire. The Tang soldiers immediately erupted into argument. "Stop, it's an ambush. Ignore it, push forward." On this side, the soldiers of Beacom Fortress received the command and acted instantly. "The signal is here, attack." Immediately after the traps were sprung and the Tang soldiers fell into the pits, they panicked. "Stop, it's a trap, be careful." A wave of pained screams followed. In accordance with their strategy, the soldiers of Beacom Fortress raised their weapons. "Now, fire the crossbows." No sooner were the words spoken than a volley of crossbow bolts shot forth like rockets, tearing through their opponents. In the command post, a guard ran up to report, "The crossbow unit has begun its attack. The enemy formation is collapsing." Mun So reported to the young man, "Young master, the enemy's ranks are breaking. If we launch an all-out assault now..." Before he could finish his sentence, he was immediately cut off. "No. If their cavalry charges our crossbow unit, we will lose the advantage we fought so hard to gain." Just as the young man predicted, the Tang cavalry arrived. He simply raised his hand decisively. Then he pointed straight ahead. "Look over there." Billowing clouds of dust rose as the Tang army deployed their cavalry from the right flank. "Trust me and relay the next signal." The soldiers immediately complied. "Yes, sir." The young man thought to himself, General Go's ambush unit on the right flank will surely score a great victory. At that same moment, at the ambush location, Go Dubal was laughing heartily. "I can't believe they fell for this tactic." Even Yu Rin beside him was in awe. The young master's strategy is truly remarkable. The man sitting behind them sighed with boredom. "If they kill all the enemies over there, what will be left for us to do?" Yu Rin was taken aback and immediately pleaded, "Commander Dobal, please let us charge out and earn some merit. Damn it, we should be the ones taking that bastard's head. What are we doing just sitting here?" He roared, "Silence, all of you, shut your mouths." Yu Rin and the other man stared blankly, not understanding Go Dubal's reaction. He explained, "The young master ordered us to wait in silence for the second signal. His plan has already succeeded twice, so stop complaining and hold your positions." Suddenly, Duba heard the resounding blast of a warning horn. A cavalryman galloped over to report that the enemy's mounted archers had appeared. When asked how many, he quickly replied, "About 800 cavalrymen, sir." "Look over there. A massive cloud of dust is rising in the distance." Duba realized, could it be that the young master anticipated all of this and placed us here for an ambush? This is getting more and more interesting. A smirk crossed his lips as he immediately ordered the Blackwater cavalry, "Send a message back saying we will annihilate the enemy. Let's move." A signal arrow was fired into the sky, and the distant Tang soldiers saw it. They wondered among themselves, "Is that a signal? Is it from our side?" "I don't think so, sir." Before they could even react, a cavalry unit charged toward them. An ambush. Duba suddenly appeared on horseback, taunting them. What a surprise. The Tang soldiers panicked, looking as if they'd seen a ghost. "It's an ambush, cavalry, run." A murderous glint appeared in Duba's eyes. "Kill them all, don't let a single one escape." The Blackwater cavalry immediately obeyed, charging forward with their spears. They thrust their spears straight into their opponents' chests, screaming as they advanced. The Tang cavalrymen were sent to meet their makers before they could even fight back. They could only let out a single cry before falling. The savage Blackwater cavalry laughed with glee. "Too easy. That one's mine, don't touch him. Charge." Wherever the sound of hooves echoed, men fell. In the end, all that remained was a chaotic battlefield. Dead bodies were piled everywhere, and even the war horses had collapsed. Now Duba and Yu Lin stood facing each other. Yu Lin was the first to speak. Leading a few horses, he asked, "Commander, it seems we've wiped them out. Can we take some of their horses?" He changed the subject. "We've completed the young master's orders. Let's withdraw." Yu Lin said regretfully, "What we're not taking the horses, what a waste." Duba, getting a headache, immediately cursed at him. "Damn it, if you can take them, then take them." Yu Lin chuckled, "Now that's more like it." Just as he finished speaking, another signal arrow suddenly shot into the sky. He wondered, "What now?" Duba replied, "It's a signal from the young master. More enemies must be coming." And as it turned out, he was right. Another army was advancing toward them. Yu Lin immediately grew serious. "Everything is going according to plan." Duba added majestically, "Indeed. The enemy is coming. Prepare yourselves." He was now incredibly eager for a fight. And on the other side, in Baikan City, Nansheng was also ready to face the enemy. The next battle began. A volley of flaming boulders rained down from the sky, followed by hundreds of terrified screams. The Tang soldiers immediately scattered and fled. "Retreat, retreat now!" They cried for help and begged for mercy as they ran for their lives. At this moment, inside the city, Wen-Su's eyes widened in amazement. The Tang army had fled at the mere sight of Commander-in-Chief Yu Nansheng's banner. He said with immense pride, "I told you so." The guard beside him suddenly announced, "We've just received a signal that General Gao's ambush unit has repelled the Imperial cavalry." The soldiers below heard this and erupted in cheers. "We've pushed back the Tang army. I can't believe we defeated the Commander-in-Chief's opponents. You damn Tang dogs, just try coming back now." The guard from before couldn't help but praise. "Young Master Nansheng has truly cornered the Tang army." Wait a minute. In the middle of his praise, he was startled by something unusual. He turned and stammered to Wen-Su, "The cavalry. They seem to be charging out." Hearing this, Wen-Su turned and called out to Nansheng. But before he could reply, the guard exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Wen-Su was also startled. "What is it?" Before them were more Tang soldiers, but this time they were led by Xue Rengui. The soldiers of Baikan City were shocked to hear this. "Did you just say Xue Rengui impossible?" While everyone was panicking, Nansheng just looked blankly. "Who is Xue Rengui?" Wen-Su was stunned. "Young master, you don't know that general. He's the man who defeated the Tu Yuhun and then conquered Gao Chang and Chuchi in the distant western regions." Yet Nansheng showed no fear. On the contrary, he smiled with delight. "So that's Xue Rengui." "Don't worry, I have a plan." Nansheng's face lit up, and he looked into the distance with confidence. Wen-Su and the guard were both frozen in their tracks. All he could say was, "Young master." Back in the vast desert, a group of people was riding at full speed. "That's the Hoiksu cavalry, led by Dobal." Just then, Yurin looked back and reported, "Commander, they're riding horses from the western regions and have already caught up." He urged, "Ride faster, they're almost here." The man suddenly spoke up, adding fuel to the fire. "They're right on our tail." Out of options, Dubal had to order Yurin, "At this rate, we'll be captured. Get rid of the spare horses we brought." Hearing this, he cried out, "Do you have any idea how much they're worth? I'm not leaving them." Yurin's stubbornness infuriated him. "How can we ride faster if we're pulling extra horses? Leave them." He refused to back down. "No way, you've never done anything for me." Dubal yelled, "Are you insane? Our lives are more important than horses right now. Ditch them and retreat immediately." Although he was reluctant, Yurin had to obey Dobal. He could only cry out in regret, "My money." "Oh, farewell." He had no choice but to let go of the reins. The war horses were immediately left behind. They stopped running, standing their ground, and neighing powerfully. This action blocked the path of the pursuing Tang soldiers. The soldiers fell into disarray. "They've released the horses. The herd is running wild. We can't advance, damn it." Just then, the man behind Dobal spoke up. "They're getting away." Dubal was very pleased. "The horses are blocking their path." "Excellent, let's move." Dubal laughed triumphantly. After breaking free from the herd of horses, the Tang army raised their flags and gave chase again. "Don't let them escape." The man updated the situation. "They're right behind us again." Yurin couldn't help but feel enraged. "Damn it, they're closing in." But Dubal wasn't shaken at all. "This is our chance." He immediately spun around and signaled to the cavalry. The cavalry immediately split into two groups, veering around a large rock formation. A Tang soldier exclaimed in surprise, "The enemy has split into two flanks." "General, look up." Just then, Rengui realized in horror that it was the Goguryeo army charging down towards them. And of course, they didn't come to battle empty-handed. They brought with them countless spears and weapons. With fierce momentum, a force of hundreds of soldiers charged forward to attack. Because the Tang soldiers had hastily pursued the Hoiksu cavalry without even bringing proper weapons, Dobal was confident of victory. He smirked. "Let's see how you defend yourselves." Just as predicted, She Rengui broke out in a cold sweat and quickly gave the order, "Retreat, fall back now." The Hoiksu cavalry turned around to attack. They were determined not to let them go. "Don't let them escape." Immediately after, he charged forward and sent an enemy to his grave. The unlucky soldier fell to the ground, unable to say a final word. Realizing the situation was extremely unfavorable for his side, Rengui cursed as he fled. "We've fallen into a trap, damn it!" But Dobal wasn't about to let him get away so easily. He raised a spear. Then he hurled it forward decisively. The spear flew through the air, heading straight for Rengui. In an instant, he was pierced through and fresh blood gushed out. Rengui gritted his teeth in anger, his face turning grim as he cursed softly. "Damn it!" In contrast to him, the Hoiksu cavalry and the soldiers of Baekam Fortress were filled with joy and excitement. "She Rengui is fleeing, we've won." Yu Rin breathed a sigh of relief. The young master was right. In this battle, the Tang army's commander-in-chief, Li Shiji, lost his life, and She Rengui was severely wounded. That night in Baekam Fortress, soldiers were silently patrolling with bright torches. They looked completely serious about their duties. Meanwhile, Namsang was sitting in a corner chewing on some meat. He suddenly looked up and sighed. This meat is so tough it's hard to eat. But he still persisted in filling his hungry stomach. From a distance, Munso approached slowly. He seemed troubled, calling out in a low voice, "Young master." Namsang turned and asked, "Munso, what is it?" He didn't answer right away, instead glancing around. Then Munso spoke, "I have something urgent to report." Seeing his expression, Namsang was taken aback. "What is it that has you looking so uneasy?" Before long, they arrived in front of a room. Munso explained, "There is something I must tell you, young master." Namsang turned to him curious, "What is it?" He suddenly became flustered about a person who had just arrived from the Lord's residence. As he spoke, Wen-Su's eyes darted around constantly, and the information he revealed next was so shocking that Yeon and Namsang had to listen intently. At Li Shimin's camp, the dragon banners fluttered in the wind. A messenger quickly ran over to deliver a report. He placed a map on the table and said, "They say he has arrived." Hearing this, Shimin was slightly startled. The messenger finally confirmed, "That's right, it's the secret envoy from Baekam Fortress." The messenger announced, "Your Majesty, a secret envoy from Baekam Fortress requests an audience." Shimin replied in a low voice, "Let him in." The man who entered bowed his head slowly and introduced himself. "I am Yon Tai. Under the orders of Fortress Lord Sun Dae-yum, I have come to see your Majesty." Li Shimin asked sternly, "Are you the promised secret envoy from Baekam Fortress?" The guard beside him replied formally, "Yes, your Majesty." Hearing this, he lowered his hand to the table and continued. Shimin's brow furrowed, his face twisting with anger. Someone had broken their promise to him and was even aiding Sun Dae-yum's treacherous plot. Furthermore, Grand Marshal She Rengui was gravely injured. At this thought, he slammed his hand on the arm of his chair and yelled, "How audacious of you! And yet you still dare to send a secret envoy here." Yan Te, filled with fear, bowed his head and spoke, "Your Majesty." "Please, your Majesty, hear me out." He trembled on the ground. The fortress lord originally intended to surrender after the first battle, but then young master Yeon Namsang, the eldest son of Grand Prime Minister Yeon Gaisamun, appeared. Hearing this, Shimin gritted his teeth. The eldest son of Yeon Gaisamun. The man confirmed, "Yes, young master Yeon Namsang himself led the troops in that battle." He deciphered the mechanics of the catapults and then created an advanced modified version. Upon hearing this, Shimin demanded loudly, How old is that brat?" Yan Te stammered, "He's just 11 years old." The news struck him like a bolt of lightning. Could the great Tang cavalry really have been defeated by a mere 11-year-old boy? Just then, a cavalryman cupped his fists and reported, "Your Majesty's son Dae-yum must be exaggerating the accomplishments of some boy to cover up his own failure. How can a small fortress possibly compare to our grand army?" Yan Tai was still prostrated on the ground. "My master says he already has a plan to deal with this." Several cavalrymen immediately objected. "Your Majesty, please don't listen to his lies. I volunteer to lead the vanguard myself." Shimin remained highly skeptical. Could an 11-year-old boy really do all that? Or what if Sun Dae-yum is making it all up? No, he's not that kind of person. He was now deeply troubled. Li Shiji, who was sitting beside him, finally spoke. Your Majesty, I implore you not to be swayed by this traitor's words. The best course of action is to withdraw our troops immediately. Shimin refused to back down. Nonsense. How can we retreat first? We will conquer them and advance straight to Ansi Fortress. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, he jumped to his feet anxiously. Your Majesty, we should consider our own army's weaknesses first. Shimin commanded, Ashina Simo, Prince of the 8 Banners. You will lead the vanguard to attack Baekam Fortress. The man immediately accepted the order, as you command. Shimin thought to himself, for now, I'll just have to tentatively trust Sun Dae-yum's words. At that moment, night had fallen over Baekam Fortress. A figure in a black cloak appeared before the city gates. The person was quickly escorted into the main hall. It turned out the man in the black cloak was Dobal. He was led into the room by Wen-su, who announced, Young Master, the general has arrived. Dobal couldn't help but wonder, what is so important that we need to have a secret meeting? Yeon Nam-sang then spoke, Last night a secret envoy left the fortress and entered the Great Tang camp. Hearing this, Dobal was instantly alarmed. His blood boiling, he drew his knife and demanded, which traitor was it? Wen-su stood beside him, trying helplessly to calm him down. General, please calm down. Dobal snapped back at him. How can I calm down? I must behead that traitor with my own hands. Tell me now, who is the traitor? Yeon Nam-sang slowly replied, It was a secret envoy sent by the Lord of Baekam Fortress. Wen-su was surprised. The Lord of Baekam Fortress, Dobal, was both stunned and furious. An envoy from Sun Dae-yum. He immediately turned to the boy and said, Young master, please dispatch the troops at once. I am willing to lead the vanguard to eliminate that traitor. Wen-su once again fell into deep thought. But it won't be easy to eliminate Sun Dae-yum. Each of his 3 trusted confidants commands hundreds of soldiers. If we declare war, our losses will surely be heavy. Dobal pointed directly at his face. Then what should we do? At this, Yeon Nam-sang slowly took off his hood. His face darkened as he spoke. We will show them exactly who they're dealing with. Hearing this, Wen-su pressed his lips together and said nothing, while Dobal, standing beside them, just softly said, Young master. He realized that the look in the boy's eyes was now no different from that of the Grand Prime Minister. Without further hesitation, Yeon Nam-sang declared, I will absolutely not run away. I will fight to the very end. Let's fight together. Wen-su and Duba firmly struck their right fists against their left chests, declaring with certainty, We pledge our loyalty to you, young master. Nam-sin revealed his plan. Tonight the secret envoy will surely return to the city, and before he gets back, he select 100 elite swordsmen. Just as he finished speaking, Nam-sin's alarm clock went off. He was lying in his colorful bed. Slowly waking up, Nam-sin lazily rolled over and over. Then he shot up feeling incredibly frustrated. Everything's a mess because of those damn traitors. It's infuriating. I have to remember every single one of their names and crush them all. Without hesitating, Nam-sin grabbed a reference book and started searching for information. But after flipping through endless pages, he decisively slammed the book shut. Then Nam-sin let out a soft sigh, feeling completely overwhelmed. Are there really that many? Am I also listed as a traitor? Before he could finish his thought, a notification popped up on his phone. What's this? Nam-sin opened it and saw a message from the Yakom Car Center. Hello, Mr. Nam-sin. Your car repairs are complete. The total cost is 580,000 won. Interest-free installment plans are available. He immediately collapsed. He wanted to get his car back, but he didn't have a single penny to his name. Why does the gaming industry make you do the work first and then delay payment like this? Nam-sin furrowed his brow in annoyance, unable to hold back his frustration. In a fit of rage, he thrashed about and ground his teeth. Then Nam-sin calmed down. First, he needed to wipe out the traitors to quell the anger in his heart. Just a few minutes later, he was back in the ancient era, a gleaming sword appearing in his hand. At that moment, a cavalry unit had surrounded a group of secret envoys with their weapons drawn. One of the envoys stepped forward, trembling, and asked, What's happening here, Wen-su? Why are you brothers turning on each other? He and the Blackwater cavalry immediately raised their swords. All of you be silent. From now on, I will judge you myself. Yan Tai panicked and yelled at Nam-sin, young master, in these chaotic times of war. What are you doing? Do you think this is some kind of child's game? Wen-su immediately pointed straight at the man's face, a clear threat. The man staggered back in shock. Why would you do this? Yan Tai, the one who had just spoken, was conspiring with Fortress Lord Sun Dai to hand Baikon Fortress over to the Tang dynasty. At this thought, Nam Sin became enraged, pointing directly at the man and shouting traitor. Seeing that the truth was exposed, Yan Tai trembled in fear. How did you know? Without flinching or backing down, he declared, "Now I will decide for myself whether you are a loyal subject or a traitor." The other secret envoys were caught up in it, pleading earnestly, "Young master, it wasn't us. We only heard rumors." Nam Sin let out a cold laugh. "So you've been eavesdropping on everything." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a sword over to them. Then he pointed directly at the group. "Then take this sword and cut off that traitor's head with your own hands." Yan Tai felt no remorse when he was plotting his rebellion, but now that he was exposed, he panicked and begged, "Wait, don't do this." The envoys took the sword and slowly stood up straight. Yan Tai cursed in despair. "What you all knew, what was happening, and didn't stop it. Why are you pinning all the blame on me?" But they didn't listen to a single word. They continued to step forward resolutely, then slowly raised the sword. It seemed they had made their decision. Yan Tai screamed, "Wait, no!" And those were his very last words. A terrified scream rang out, followed by a spray of fresh blood. Nam Sin witnessed it all, his expression unchanging, completely unfazed. Meanwhile, at the camp of Prince Ashina Simo of the 8th District, he gave an order, "Main force, await my signal. Attack immediately. Scatter the enemy forces toward the northeast and south gates." Precisely at the hour of the monkey, the Emperor's dragon banner will be raised at the west gate. When that happens, the west gate will open. Use that opportunity to advance. By the Emperor's sacred decree, you absolutely must succeed. Capture the eldest son of Yan Kai Su Wen and Nan Sheng alive. The henchman immediately replied, "As you command." Before long, the sound of war drums echoed urgently. The cavalry blew their horns, signaling the start of another battle. The Tang soldiers armed with weapons and battle flags swarmed towards Baikan Fortress. They quickly placed wooden ladders against the fortress walls and began to climb. The Heishui cavalrymen on the ramparts fought back while cursing. "How did so many of them get here? Damn it, we've won so many decisive battles. How can there still be so many of them?" From an observation post in Baikan Fortress, Su Wen reported to Nan Sheng, "Young master, if this continues, I'm afraid our entire army will be wiped out." General Gao did Li Shimin really order an attack on the west gate. In this desperate situation, the north gate is about to fall. At that moment, the spy finally spoke up. "I heard it myself when I was tailing Yan Tai. If I'm wrong, I will offer my head to atone." Su Wen became hesitant about the matter. A cavalryman reported, "Young master, 300 casualties at the north gate. Another 300 were killed or seriously wounded at the east gate." Nan Sheng predicted, "It seems their main force is concentrated on the north and east gates." Hearing this, Su Wen said softly, "Young master, even so, our losses are too heavy." If what that man said is false— Before he could finish, the spy snapped, "I guarantee you it's true." Su Wen didn't back down. "Enough. Just do your duty." Standing between them, he felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, Nan Sheng's eyes flew open, having realized something. He turned to look towards the sunset. It's already the third quarter of the afternoon. He quickly regained his serious demeanor. "Quick, give the order to the soldiers guarding the west gate. Open both the inner and outer gates." Su Wen clenched his fist. "Yes, sir." He then turned to the spy. "General Gao, get ready." The man acknowledged the order. Nan Sheng's lips curled into a slight firm smile as he declared, "Then let's begin." A short while later, over at the west gate, a flag was suddenly raised. It was the dragon flag. Seeing this, the Tang soldiers cheered. "The Emperor's dragon flag has been raised. Sun Da-yin really kept his promise." Both the inner and outer gates are open. Ying Wu was extremely pleased. "Excellent, all troops charge." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Tang cavalry immediately charged towards the city gate. On horseback and armed, they poured in like a flood. On the other side, a cavalryman from Baikan Fortress turned to report, "The Tang army has arrived." Hearing this, the spy clasped his hands respectfully. "I respectfully welcome General Ying Wu." The general didn't return the greeting, merely dismounting his horse slowly as he asked, "Where is the lord of this fortress, Sun Da-yin?" The spy gritted his teeth in anger. That treacherous Nan Sheng saw the fortress lord raise the dragon flag and murdered him. He is now hiding in the inner city. I request that you pursue him at once. Ying Wu turned back and gave an order. "I will head into the inner city. I'm leaving this place to you." They left a group of men and a commander behind and turned to leave. A troop of soldiers rode off as fast as the wind. Ying Wu tightened his grip on his weapon, feeling extremely triumphant. Looking at the empty space before him, Ying Wu sneered, "Not a single rat in sight. The common folk must have all hidden in their homes out of fear." Suddenly, the troop came to a halt, their horses' hooves tapping lightly on the ground. A cavalryman turned and asked, "Is that the inner city?" He assessed it. "It's smaller than I thought." The spy suddenly spoke up. "However, the terrain is treacherous. Once the city gates are closed, it will be difficult to breach." Abruptly, they spotted a small figure stumbling away in an attempt to escape. "That's Nanshang, get him!" As if he had struck gold, Yingwu became incredibly excited. "By imperial edict, we must capture him alive. Do not harm him." The cavalrymen behind him quickly took action. They fell into formation and brought out rows of crossbows. The young man was now regretting this risky idea. This was his plan, but did he really have to be this reckless? Looking at them now, he was afraid he'd be the first to fall. He swore he wouldn't be so reckless next time. He was almost there. He looked toward the city gate and ran for his life. As if being exhausted wasn't enough, the path the young man was on was also steep and sandy. He reached the fortress panting heavily and shouted, "Now's the time." Instantly, he appeared on his warhorse like a god. He commanded fiercely, "All forces attack. Slaughter every last one of them under the great banner of the three-legged crow." A group of Baekje soldiers from the Goguryeo army appeared on the rooftops, drawing their crossbows to ambush the enemy. Caught off guard, they couldn't react, let alone defend themselves. They were attacked so relentlessly they had nowhere to hide. At this moment, his battle mode activated and his eyes flashed with a blood-red killing intent. Immediately, he raised his mace. With one decisive swing after another, he smashed everything in his path, sending blood splattering everywhere. The young man watched this scene stunned with sweat beading on his forehead. He was just glad they were on his side. The Tang forces entered the city, but there was still no reaction. Ashina Simo, waiting outside, began to worry. He grew impatient. Why isn't there any movement? Everything should be over by now. Suddenly, a horseman galloped back out, shouting, "General! General Yingwu has fallen into an ambush. I fear the Lord of Baekje has betrayed us." Hearing this, Ashina Simo gritted his teeth. What those treacherous rebels? A soldier behind him spoke up. "We must send reinforcements immediately, or the men of our tribe will be killed or captured." The horseman who had just ridden out reported, "General, the east and north gates have also suffered heavy losses due to fierce enemy resistance. Commander, please give your orders." Ashina Simo realized the situation was dire and cut the horsemen off. "All forces retreat." They asked in confusion, "Are you going to abandon the men of our tribe?" He lowered his voice and explained, "We've fallen into a trap. If we continue, we'll only suffer more casualties. Retreat." But life is never that simple. A soldier spotted something unusual and shouted, "General Cavalry! Those damn dogs are taking advantage of our retreat to attack from behind." Duba, with a spear over his shoulder, smirked, "Is it our turn? Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates charged forward to attack. Ashina Simo froze when he saw this. A Tong soldier asked, "General, what should we do? They're targeting our retreating allies." He thought for a moment, then commanded, "Quickly deploy 4 units each with about 200 to 300 men." His men immediately obeyed. Immediately after the formation scattered, Ashina Simo was pleased. "Trying to use cavalry with only half my numbers to target my infantry. Dream on." He ordered 3 more brigades to prepare. That cunning General Gao, I'll let him taste the true power of nomadic cavalry and show him who he's messing with. From the observation tower of Baekje Castle, Wen Su announced, "General Gao is on the move. 3 cavalry units and 1 heavy brigade from the enemy camp." "They've started moving." The young man crossed his arms and assessed, "General Gao's timing is perfect." Then he sighed to himself, "The west, north, and east gates are all in danger. If we hadn't feigned a retreat and had just pushed forward, their defense lines would have been broken by now." Then the young man turned to Wen Su and asked, "Is Gao Shilu's unit in position? The Tang forces will soon be in range." He confirmed, "Yes, they are ready." Hearing this, he nodded in satisfaction, stroking his chin as he recalled the images of the catapults. When the young man first arrived, he had studied several documents on ballistics and learned about firing ranges. Thanks to Western ballistics and related Korean documents, they no longer needed to guess. He was extremely confident. "They've fallen into my trap and are slowly entering the kill zone." "That's right. Just a little closer. Just a little more. Now." The young man immediately gave the order, "Fire everything." A barrage of giant stones launched from Beckham City. They were like fiery orbs crashing violently into the ground. Sending opponents flying, the Tang soldiers were crushed by these massive projectiles. He just stood quietly observing from a distance, analyzing and assessing the situation. We have to use projectiles to reduce their numbers as much as possible. That is the key to victory. A few days later, in a vast capital city, an urgent alarm rang out. A messenger on horseback was riding straight into the outer walls of Anhak Palace. Soon he stood before Yun Gaisaman to report on the war. Reporting, sir. A part of General Zhang's army, the one that took Bisa City, is now heading north to Jianan. Another messenger suddenly rushed in, interrupting Yun Gaisamun's thoughts. Urgent news. He immediately asked, "What is it?" The man knelt. Liaodong City has fallen. They are now advancing on Baekam City. If Baekam City falls as well, not only Gungnai City, but even Pyongyang City itself will be in danger. The other messenger couldn't help but turn and ask, "If they've broken through Ogol City, like that, doesn't that mean we'll lose the entire Liaodong Peninsula?" He couldn't deny it. It was terrible, truly terrible. Go Yansu shot to his feet in anger. "Great Prime Minister, we currently have 100,000 troops near Pyongyang City. If you give the order, we will immediately march to the Liaodong Plains and engage them." Murmurs immediately broke out. "Young Master Namsang is in Baekam City. We must send troops there even faster. No, Li Shimon's army is hard to defeat, so we should stay in our mountain fortresses and wait for winter." But in his heart, Yun Gaisamun had already decided, "I can't ruin Goguryeu's grand plan just to save my eldest son in Baekam City. But if we don't attack, we'll lose even more." Once again, a messenger's voice echoed from outside. "Great Prime Minister, there's an urgent report from Baekam City." Go Hyejin peeked out overjoyed. "Thank heavens, Baekam City, where young Master Namsang is." The messenger ran to Yun Gaisamun's side and presented a bamboo slip. He took it and read every character carefully. Beside him, Go Hyejin was extremely worried, hoping it wasn't anything serious. Go Yansu also prayed there was no problem. Suddenly, Yun Gaisamun's expression changed. He was visibly shaken. Then, in an unexpected turn, Yun Gaisamun threw his head back and laughed loudly. Then he passed the bamboo slip to everyone in the meeting room. Read it. The bamboo slip was passed around the table, and everyone was astonished by what was written on it. "Is this real? This is incredible." The message on the slip read, "The Lord of Baekam City has betrayed us. Namsang, along with the cavalry from Ogol City, has defeated the Tang army, taking 10,000 enemy heads, 4,000 prisoners, and thousands of weapons. Additionally, we have captured several Tang officers from the Ashina clan of the Turks. Furthermore, we will bring Sun Dae-eum, the Lord of Baekam City, to the royal court." A guard entered and announced, "Great Prime Minister, Baekam City also sent this." Yun Gaisamun took the box and opened it. What was inside, along with the letter's contents, made him curse. That bastard! How dare that filthy traitor betray his country and even offer the city to the enemy? I can't let the Lord of Baekam City get away with this. My son Namsang, who is only 11 years old, took 10,000 heads from the elite Tang army with only a few thousand defenders. As a man of Goguryeo, how can I stand by while that boy is fighting our enemies? Go Yansu spoke up, "But even so, if we lose, this country could be in peril." Without a word, Yun Gaisamun decisively drew his sword and swung. His eyes shone with fierce determination. Then Yun Gaisamun declared, "I will personally lead the troops and face that bastard Li Shimin. Gather all 100,000 soldiers from the outskirts of Pyongyang City. Bring them here." A chorus of agreement rang out. "Yes, we will prepare immediately. However, not everyone can achieve success." Then Yun Gaisamun turned and gave an order. "Northern Yolcha go Yansu, Southern Yolcha go Hyejin. I'm putting you two in charge of the vanguard. Lead 30,000 infantry and march to Baekam City ahead of the main army." And so, in the end, Yun Gaisamun mobilized a total of 125,000 soldiers. This was the largest mobilization in the history of Goguryeo. Back in modern times, because he wasn't paid for his freelance work, Namsang had to eat instant noodles every day. He sat in a convenience store chewing and tapping on his phone, feeling secretly grateful. Thanks to that dream, it's easier to read original Hanja documents now. It's very convenient for researching Chinese materials. Suddenly, Namsang's phone rang. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they answered. I told them to transfer the overdue payment before 5 p.m. Namsang answered the call. "Hello, Li," the voice on the other end replied. "I transferred the money. Is it enough? And what were you thinking leaving in the middle of a meeting with a client? Director Bach from the divorce company wants to see you. Get over here and bow your head and apologize to him. If this goes well, I'll pay you double." He started to lose his patience and shot back double yeah. "I'm doing the work of 3 people and you're only offering double." The person on the other end made an excuse. "You know, team leader Kim, not all the money can go to development, not after paying off the higher-ups." Before he could finish, Nam Sang yelled, "That's why people die from overwork. I have to do everything by myself. The expenses are inflated 10 times over, and you just keep telling me to copy Western games and then Chinese games? I can't go on like this anymore." Nam Sang's outburst made two customers behind him stare with their mouths open. Then Nam Sang put the phone back to his ear. The manager on the other side cursed at him. "Hey, you punk, you got a death wish. If the client is paying that much, do you think we have any say in the matter? Get real." At this point, he stopped listening to the man's words and just quietly remembered himself in the dream. Nam Sang had ridden his horse onto a battlefield where nothing remained but scattered corpses. He thought to himself, "After seeing war with my own eyes, I'm no longer afraid of people like you." Then Nam Sang replied, "Yeah, I get it. I'm hanging up now." The person on the other end was bewildered, but the call was disconnected before they could say anything. If this were the dream, he'd be dead by my hand, just like that guy, Sun Dai-yum. Nam Sang cursed under his breath. Lucky bastard. That night, he returned to his room. Lying on his comfortable bed, the young man sighed. "I'm so bored, really so bored. Ripping off Western games, and now I have to copy Chinese ones too. A company that calls itself a strategy game developer just copies others. I need to focus on something more real. That's right, I've seen plenty of that reality in my dreams. So, shall we return to the battlefield?" No sooner said than done, he quickly fell asleep. At that moment, Ashina Simo had been relentlessly attacking for 5 days, despite suffering heavy losses. The two sides were locked in a war on the outskirts of Baekam Fortress. Countless soldiers on both sides had fallen. Munso's voice rang out, "Young master, we've already lost 2,100 men. Half our forces are either wounded or dead. At this rate, we'll be overwhelmed." A guard spoke up, "We've already requested reinforcements from Ogol Fortress. We just have to hold on." He continued, "Young master, reinforcements are one thing, but the enemy is replenishing their numbers at a frightening pace. I heard that yesterday, 20,000 more troops from the 1st Liao Dong expeditionary route joined them." The young man grew anxious. "That's fast. At this rate, I might die before I finish my research." Suddenly, they all turned at once as if something was approaching. "What is that?" "Over there." His mouth fell open in astonishment. A cavalry unit with red cloaks and spears was charging towards them at full speed. Munso's jaw dropped. It was a massive army. The guard beside him was just as shocked. "How is this possible? Whose army is that?" Suddenly, the guard leaned forward. "Wait, I see their flag." It was the battle flag of Goguryeo. Munso shouted with excitement, "Young master, it's an allied flag." The guard beside him added, "That's clearly the banner of the Northern Yoksal." "Young master, look, the Tang army is retreating." Seeing this, the young man let out a sigh of relief. "We're saved. That was a close call." In the end, thanks to the reinforcements from Goguryeo, Ashina Simo's army retreated to Ansi Fortress. The young man stepped out with Munso and Dobal. He placed a hand on his chest and introduced himself. "I am Nam Sin, the military official in charge. On behalf of the Lord of Baekam Fortress, I welcome you, Yoksal of the North. Please come inside." Go Yonsu quickly replied, "Wait, we need to closely monitor the retreating enemy, so let's put personal matters aside for now. I stopped by because I have something to discuss with you." Nam Sin looked up completely surprised and asked, "You do?" As soon as he finished speaking, Go Yonsu's solemn and powerful voice rang out, "Minor official Nam Sin by order of His Majesty the Emperor." Nam Sin exclaimed in surprise, "An edict from His Majesty, what's going on?" He continued, "For exposing the plot of the Lord of Baekam Fortress and protecting the city from the cruel accomplices of the Tang dynasty. You are hereby specially appointed as a mid-rank official. A mid-rank official is the 11th in the 14-rank system of late Goguryeo. From now on, you will serve under me and follow my orders." Putting the edict away, Go Yonsu couldn't help but praise Nam Sin sincerely. "Your fame is spreading throughout the capital. For someone so young to defend a fortress against thousands of Tang soldiers is truly respectable." He quickly replied, "As a citizen of Goguryeo, it is only natural to protect the safety of our country." Go Yonsu stroked his beard and compared, "If only my son were as brave as you." Munso and Dabal were so excited, they rushed over and threw their arms around Nam Sin's shoulders. "Young master, you're moving up in the world. I've joined the vanguard. Let's risk our lives against the enemy." Seeing Go Yonsu about to leave, Nam Sin called out after him, "Yoksal of the North, this achievement wasn't mine alone. The people and soldiers of Baekam Fortress also contributed greatly. Please reward them for their meritorious service." Behind him, Munso and Dobal quietly called out, "Young master." Go Yonsu smiled and replied, "I see. I will also reward the people and soldiers here." After overcoming great hardship, the people of Baekam Fortress and General Go's ambush squad were rewarded with silver horses and provisions. Hearing this, everyone in Baekam Fortress cheered and buzzed with excitement as they rushed to celebrate their victory. Dubal was ecstatic. He could almost see money falling before his eyes. "See, I told you I had a valuable card up my sleeve." Soon the sun had set behind the mountains. The main army rushed towards Yon Gaesamun. The soldiers and their weapons were fully assembled. The sound of strategic debates was endless. "That method can't break their six-flower formation." "Then can you explain how you would do it?" Dubal offered his assessment. "It seems the two Yoksals have different opinions. If they use the six-flower formation, we shouldn't approach them carelessly." Nam Sin didn't say much, just quietly recalled the name six-flower formation. He recognized it as a signature tactic of the Tang army. Then Nam Sin spoke up. "The six-flower formation defeated the heavy cavalry of the nomadic empire." Dubal was extremely surprised. "My goodness, how do you know that?" Nam Sin scratched his head and chuckled. "I've chatted with prisoners before and studied the enemy's formations." But inwardly he thought, "Actually I saw it in a book on military doctrine and tactics I borrowed from the library." Hearing this, he was incredibly impressed. "Young master, not only are you skilled in military strategy, but you even understand their formations. How is that possible?" Nam Sin just waved his hand and smiled dismissively. The noise they were making attracted Go Yansu's attention. "Hey, you in the back, you there," he shouted rudely. "Let me introduce him. This is the Northern Yoksal Go Yonsu." He was incredibly reckless on the battlefield, and as a result, many soldiers had fallen. Even Moon So of Baekam Fortress and General Go were wary of him. At that moment, Go Yonsu stood with his hands on his hips and shouted, "Who's whispering while we're discussing strategy? It seems even a captain of the Hoiksu cavalry can become a general without knowing a thing about military tactics." Sensing the growing tension, Nam Sin quickly raised his hand to speak. He spoke seriously. "General Go was discussing the enemy with me. There's been a slight misunderstanding in what you just said, and I'm also curious how General Go, the man who gravely wounded She Rengui, how could he possibly be seen as just an ordinary person?" Hearing this, Duba's jaw dropped in amazement. He must have been overjoyed. "You insolent brat," Go Hyejin shouted. "What, how dare a minor official be so rude?" Though hot-tempered, she carries herself with the dignity of a capital noble. She is quite wise and will surely prove to be a great asset. Nam Sang humbled himself and apologized. "I'm sorry for whispering. It was inappropriate of me to criticize such a brave warrior while compiling information on the Tang cavalry." Go Yunsu chuckled. "Is that so? Then let's hear this information you speak of. However, if you're wrong, I'll punish you with 10 heavy lashes." Nam Sang was taken aback. 10 lashes. No wonder they call him a tiger. But he didn't flinch and made a counteroffer. "Military law is strict. I accept the order, but if what I say is true, please acknowledge General Go's achievements and give him the reward he deserves." Impressed by his firm resolve, Go Hyejin said, "Good, let's hear it." Meanwhile, Go Yonsu, who was next to them, just gave a faint smile. Nam Sang turned to Munso and said, "Bring out what you've prepared." And it was a large wooden board covered with information about the Tang dynasty. He began to flip through the papers as he spoke. "With my limited knowledge, I want to discuss the Tang army's Liu Hua formation." Following that, Nam Sang presented everything he knew. After a while, the cavalrymen were completely astonished. "So that's the Liu Hua formation? Amazing. How can someone so young understand such things?" Go Hyejin was also very pleased. "This is laid out very clearly. What is the role of the rear guard in this formation?" Nam Sang replied, "The rear guard of this formation is composed of deputy commanders. They carry large blades and have one mission to behead any soldier who tries to desert." Everyone completely understood his point. Nam Sang was sure that every single person there understood the diagram. He continued, "I propose we consider using light infantry for a surprise attack." Go Hyejin gasped in astonishment, but Go Yonsu's expression remained dark. Then Go Yonsu questioned the junior officer, Nam Sang, "Is what you've said accurate?" He answered with great confidence, "I risk my life to gather and analyze this information, so it should be 80 to 90% accurate." Nam Sang thought to himself with a smirk, how could it possibly be wrong? After all, I looked it up on the internet and in the history books. Then Go Yonsu suddenly shot to his feet. He walked right up to Nam Sang. Then Go Yonsu clapped him firmly on the shoulder. I was wrong, he admitted. I apologize for looking down on and mocking you, Nam Seng, just because you are young. Do you accept my apology? Before Nam Seng could offer a polite reply, he had already turned to Duba. Today I have come to recognize the courage of General Go, and so I commend his great service. I will report General Go's valor to the entire army and reward him with 3 caddies of silver. Duba naturally only cared about the reward. He cheered 3 whole caddies of silver. Outside, the temperature had gradually dropped, and dust and smoke filled the air. Nam Sang and Duba sat silently in the tent, munching on buns. Duba suddenly spoke. At least we're getting a decent meal of wheat mixed with millet today. Meanwhile, Nam Seng was internally weeping at how awful it tasted. Then Nam Seng offered him his bun. Would you like this? Duba was surprised. You're not eating more, I'd certainly love to. After handing over the bun, he let out a long sigh and asked, What's the food situation like in the other fortresses? Duba slowly replied, About that. The area near the Liao River is a rice basket, so Ansi and Jeonan fortresses can supply themselves with enough food for half a year. Nam Seng asked further, What about Shin Fortress? Didn't Gaimo Fortress, which stored Shin Fortress's food reserves, already fall? Suddenly, a cavalryman ran up to report, The messenger we sent to Shin Fortress has not yet returned. Nam Seng suddenly realized, it seems they've blocked all the roads and paths around Shin Fortress. If Shin Fortress falls, not only Boyeo Fortress, but our entire rearguard will be in danger. The Tang army commanded by Li Shiji can lay siege to Shin Fortress without needing more support, all thanks to the food supplies from Gaimo Fortress. However, with Li Shiji's army surrounding it, Shin Fortress can't send reinforcements to Ansi or Jianan Fortress. On top of that, its own defenses are becoming unstable from the lack of food. Hearing this, Go Yansu understood. So that means we need to resupply Shin Fortress. What's the plan? Nam Sang glanced at him. About that. Then he gave a sheepish laugh and thought to himself, what am I supposed to do now? When things get too difficult to handle, I just wake up. The moment Nam Sang's eyes shot open, he let out a scream that echoed through the entire building. Shaking with rage, Nam Sang growled through gritted teeth, Go Yonsu! Go Hyejin! They're definitely doing this on purpose. What should I do? As you were lost in thought, you suddenly heard a strange rhythmic sound. What could that be? The young man opened the window and peeked outside. Crow's right. Those pests will attack the persimmon tree again this year, leaving their droppings everywhere before flying off. So disgusting. All they do is spread their filth. A splatter of liquid fell to the ground as the flock of crows flew away. A spark suddenly went off in his head, and the young man realized, wait a minute, I've been too focused on provisions. I need to think differently. He knew what he had to do and returned to his dream to give his answer. First, we need to build 100 rafts. His 2 subordinates glanced at each other with grim expressions. The young man grew anxious. Does that look mean they disapprove? Then, without a word, they turned and left to carry out his request, huddling together and laughing. How long will it take to make 100 rafts? Hurry up and finish. The young man sighed helplessly. What's this? No objections at all. Before long, an army was mobilized to build the rafts. Du Fa was in command. He yelled, Cut down all the trees. We don't have enough rafts to float on the river. Just throw them together. Those sharp points won't kill you. The attendant bowed his head in obedience. The young man walked over impressed. I can't believe it, they finished so quickly. Dao Fa approached, leaned down, and whispered into the young man's ear, using rafts to supply provisions and launch a counterattack. A fine idea. The preparations are almost complete. He advised, we have the advantage, so let's set out as soon as we're ready. A few hours later, a raft was completed. Dao Fa, satisfied, ordered, all right, launch the boats. The young man glanced at the remaining boats. Right now, all troops move out. The cavalrymen cheered with excitement. At that moment, in Shiji's tent, he was placing a military flag on the map. They were at the encampment of the Tang army, which was besieging Xincheng Fortress. Shiji spoke, to rescue Xincheng Fortress from Baiyan Fortress. The northern and southern area commanders have already begun their advance. They've fallen into the trap perfectly. A cavalryman reported, we have deployed the army as you commanded. We've set up an ambush in the lands along the Hong River leading to Xincheng Fortress. With plenty of crossbowmen and armored chariots, the heavy infantry has gathered in a dense formation. Shiji was very pleased. He took another game piece and placed it down. Shiji cursed inwardly. They'll regret choosing Xincheng Fortress over Ansi Fortress. That night, the air was strangely quiet. Fireflies slowly landed on the leaves. In the distance, the young man's fleet of rafts appeared. He and Du Fa were hiding on one of the rafts, both looking quite excited. The young man then turned and asked, "Have the other units arrived yet?" Du Fa quickly replied, "Just as expected from the southern area commanders. We left first, but they've already caught up." The young man looked at the men rushing along behind them, satisfied that everything was going smoothly. Du Fa slowly probed, "So what's the next step?" He confidently requested, "We need to spread bird droppings." Du Fa was silent for 3 seconds before reacting, "Bird droppings." A cool breeze blew gently over the lush green fields. But hidden in those green fields were the cavalrymen of the Tang army. They had been lying in wait for a long time, not a word spoken among them. Suddenly a shout rang out, "The Goguryeo army is here, get ready!" They immediately raised their crossbows. In the tent, a cavalryman reported to Li Shiji, "They're making a lot of noise, but they aren't advancing, sir." He calmly replied, "No need to rush. When the sun rises, their cavalry will attack. At that point, we will surround them." His henchmen immediately chimed in with praise. "As expected of our commander-in-chief. Who could possibly outwit you?" Shiji was extremely confident. "That's right. If the soldiers of Xincheng Fortress see their reinforcements get wiped out, they will lose all hope and crumble." Time passed, and the sun slowly began to rise in the east. A powerful cavalry unit led by Yon Su was already waiting. Similarly, on the other side, the Tang army was also ready to advance. Shiji crossed his arms and declared, "It's time. Advance into the Lu Hua formation." The Tang soldiers were already fully prepared with swords, spears, shields, and armor. But before they could do anything, a series of familiar, massive, flaming boulders appeared in the sky, flying in from behind them. Shiji gritted his teeth and shot up. "No, what is that? How did the Goguryeo army get behind us? How did they use the river without us noticing?" From a distance, Nam Sang smiled. "It was all thanks to those crows. A dense formation like the Lu Hua will lose its strength if they can't maintain their lines. The best way to attack a formation like that is with fire." Does this mean Goguryeo has already won this battle? The Tang soldiers were now scattering in chaos, screaming loudly. Their commander raised his sword and threatened, "Hold the formation, anyone who breaks rank will be executed." Just as he finished speaking, a large boulder landed right on him, instantly turning him to ash. Shiji ground his teeth in fury and cursed, "Damn it!" Everyone calm down, reform the ranks, and move the injured to the rear. Shiji had to admit, a clever trick, but the Tang army won't fall that easily. The Tang cavalrymen lined up with their shields to defend. They were like fighting machines, knowing neither pain nor fear. Duba witnessed it all and remarked, just as Li Shiji predicted, they regrouped quickly after that devastating fire attack. Nam Sang was also impressed. That's impressive. But his plan wasn't that simple. Now Nam Sang could move on to his next phase. Inside Shiji's fortress, they were preparing to resupply the soldiers. "Hurry, get the food to the main forces." But they quickly noticed something was wrong. "The supply troops are already here. That's impossible, they're too early." Just then, a unit led by Yida charged in. The Tang soldiers shouted, "It's the Goguryeo army, close the gates immediately." But it wasn't that easy. Yida's eyes were filled with bloodlust as he cackled, "The commander-in-chief's orders, kill them all." The Tang soldiers descended into a complete panic. "Hurry, close the gates." Without hesitation, Yida took a running start and leaped forward, swinging his axe toward the gate and roaring, "We'll kill anyone who dares to stand in our way." Yita's face was now a mask of frenzied bloodlust. Someone's urgent voice rang out, "Close the gate, hurry." The words had barely been spoken when he kicked the city gate down. As soon as he saw him, the man's eyes widened in a mix of shock and fear. A Goguryeo soldier. Meanwhile, the man casually walked inside, a terrifying axe resting on his shoulder. The trembling man turned to look behind him, trying to reassure his troops. "There's only about 1,000 of them. We have 10,000 soldiers, don't retreat." Back with the soldier, he slowly began to speak, his voice filled with authority. "Our commander says that if we let the enemy live, our comrades will die and our wealth will be stolen." At this, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Then he let out an earth-shattering roar, "And our women will be taken, slaughter them all." He charged forward frantically, bellowing the order, "Kill and attack." As soon as the words were spoken, the soldiers behind him rushed toward the enemy. Faced with this unexpected sight, the man still tried to calm his soldiers. "Don't be afraid. There's only about 1,000 of them." The words were still on his lips when an axe suddenly struck him down. The man was seen swinging his axe wildly, a crazed look in his eyes. After a while, dust and smoke billowed up and the sky began to darken. Elsewhere, General Tao narrowed his eyes, looking down below. At the same time, a soldier yelled, "We're out of fuel for the fire." The young man cut in, "Just keep pouring. The enemy won't be able to advance. If you must fill them with pebbles from the riverbank." He turned to the men and gave a firm command, "Continue the attack." Hearing this, they responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Just then, General Cao turned and pointed into the distance. "Young master, look over there. They're sending troops to Mao Chung. I have to admit you are truly sharp, young master. We must destroy the pontoon bridge connected to Tuo Dao." The young man strode forward, emphasizing each word. "Don't just destroy it. Burn it to ashes." The general smirked. "As you wish." "You're a bold one, young master." With that, a thrilled General Cao gave the order, "Hey, burn it all down." The man nodded and replied quickly, "Yes, sir." A blazing red fire began to spread fiercely, with black smoke engulfing the entire area. Witnessing the scene, he cheered with excitement. "It's burning nicely, isn't it? How interesting." Just then, a subordinate ran up in a hurry. "General Cao, those are the Tang Army's ferries." General Cao reacted at once, looking toward the choppy water. "Those guys. Now that the bridge is gone, are they planning to cross by boat?" Realizing the situation, he quickly shouted, "It's the Tang crossbowmen. They're getting their crossbow unit ready. What are you all standing around for? Pull up the rafts to block them." Immediately, his subordinates replied, "Yes, sir." Instantly, a barrage of arrows shot toward them. The group quickly ducked and used the rafts as shields. Seeing this, General Cao shouted again, "If they attack us, we'll attack them right back. Archers, get ready." A man looked around in shock. "They're shooting from behind the rafts." The person next to him fled in a panic. "Everyone take cover." Amidst the chaos, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Don't retreat. If you fall back now, you'll only get hit harder." A man charged forward, letting out a thunderous roar, "Wipe out the Goguryeo enemy." Just then, General Cao squinted into the distance and quickly came to a conclusion. "They've reached the island. The situation is now critical." Yu Lin added in a serious tone, "We have to hold out until Mao Cheng is captured." As soon as he finished, General Cao turned without hesitation. "Don't worry, I'm here. Yu Lin, protect the young master." His expression turned serious as he nodded. "Yes, sir." Before leaving, he made sure to add, "I'll be back soon." At the same time, the young man stared at General Cao with hopeful eyes. "General Cao, you must stop the enemy to give us a chance." Back in the battle, a soldier roared attack. Just then, General Cao suddenly moved forward and signaled to them, "Wait." Then suddenly, the entire group of men felt an unexpected tremor. General Cao's eyes were fixed on one point as he lowered his voice. "Now." General Cao suddenly charged at the enemy, bringing his axe down decisively. General Cao advanced step by step toward the enemy line, smirking. "Clear the rafts, now. I, General Cao, call upon all my brothers. Let's show those Tang bastards what we're made of." Immediately after, the thunderous sound of marching footsteps followed. Suddenly, Li Jian stepped forward through the thick smoke, his voice booming like thunder. "You nameless soldiers of Goguryeo, I am Admiral Waila." He continued to introduce himself, "the Grand General of the Central Army of the Great Tang Li Jian." Hearing this, Dubat immediately swung his axe at Li Jian. His eyes were cold, his voice dripping with contempt. "What kind of fool announces his rank in the middle of a battlefield? Are you asking to die?" A soldier of the Great Tang screamed in panic, his eyes wide with terror. "General Li is down." The man beside him trembled. "It can't be." Then suddenly, Dubat rushed forward, growling, "That's right, focus your arrows there." Arrows flew forward like streaks of fire. An urgent command rang out amid the chaos. "Retreat!" A man's desperate cry was heard. "Somebody help me." Yu Rin squinted at the crowd. "You've taken down their leader, and now the enemy is retreating in chaos." He spoke with excitement. "Commander, let's go crack some skulls." Dubat turned around, a cold smirk on his face. "All right, let's go." Immediately after, the group led by Dobat charged straight towards the enemy. At the same time, a soldier rushed to the barracks, shouting, "Report!" He quickly knelt, his voice trembling. "The general has fallen, and the enemy's morale is—" Hearing this, Li Shiji shot to his feet. He almost roared, "What? Was my son killed by General Gao? Then the letter—" The subordinate quickly added, "A man as big as a boar appeared, and— cut off his head." Li Shiji's face instantly changed, his eyes blazing with hatred. His body trembled with rage. Someone beside him called out worriedly, "Commander-in-Chief, get a medic quickly!" Li Shiji hissed through his teeth, "I won't die from this." He thought to himself, "If we can just reorganize our attack formation, we can still—" Then suddenly, Li Shiji vomited fresh blood, which streamed down to the ground. Before he could recover, another soldier rushed inside. "Commander-in-Chief!" "I have a report." Li Shiji's face was now pale. The soldier trembled violently as he spoke with a quavering voice. "Mu Fortress has fallen, and the signal fire from the sacred land has been lit." Li Shiji's hands clenched into fists as he struggled to his feet. In another location, Jelu was on horseback, charging forward quickly. A subordinate's voice echoed in Li Shiji's ear. "It seems Lord Jailu of the Sacred Land will deploy reinforcements." His body shook and his voice came out weakly. "Not yet, not yet." After saying that, Li Shiji collapsed to the ground. A subordinate screamed, "Commander-in-Chief, where's the medic? Hurry!" At that moment, his body began to convulse uncontrollably as fresh blood flowed endlessly. And so, with the combined attack from the armies of Gao Yanshou and Lord Jailu, Li Shiji's forces were forced to retreat. The scene shifts to a region of towering mountains. In the distance, one could see vast mountains and lush green forests. At the same time, the sound of hooves was heard as a horse stomped down into a deep red pool of blood. Dubat's voice exclaimed in astonishment, "That guy is still alive." The subordinate beside him chimed in, "He's practically immortal, isn't he?" Another tried to reassure them, "He survived so many death matches with the captain, he'll be fine." Meanwhile, the color had drained from Dubat's face, and he clenched his jaw. The Tang army's plan is to surround Jin Fortress by using Gaemong Fortress's food supply. A desperate scream rang out. It was a Goguryeo soldier. They had now captured Gaemong Fortress amidst the thick smoke. The army fought ferociously. A thought flashed through Dubat's mind. We can win. The scene shifts to Gaemong Fortress. Soldiers were lined up in a straight row on top of the tower. Just then, the expression on Dubat's face suddenly changed. He saw a group of soldiers practically collapse. Some were unconscious, while others groaned in pain. Witnessing this, Dubat couldn't help but feel bewildered. What the hell? Without a moment's hesitation, Dubat shouted, "Put the wounded down and call for a physician immediately." He then added sharply, "Yurin, gather the soldiers and clear the battlefield." Then, suddenly, a weak voice called out from behind him, "Captain!" The moment he saw the other man, Dubal's body went rigid. He stared in shock at the trembling figure. The man struggled to reply, "Yes." Dubal rushed over and hugged him tightly. "You fool, are you badly hurt? At least you're still alive." The man groaned, "It hurts like hell." Then he excitedly shared his battle story. "It was just like you said, brother. The company commander just aimed for their heads." At the same time, the young man's face twitched, his expression darkening noticeably. His eyes darted across the soldiers as fresh blood flowed endlessly. The young man's gaze kept moving. He saw only men groaning in pain, and his heart ached as he looked down at those scattered on the ground. There were too many wounded. If left like this, infection and swelling would set in. Then the only option would be to put them out of their misery. At this thought, the young man lowered his head, clenching his jaw. "I studied medicine precisely because I knew this day would come. To find a way to save more lives in the midst of war. Use strongly distilled liquor as an antiseptic. Use willow bark from Beckham Fortress to reduce fever and pain. Use opium resin and poppy extracts as an anesthetic. Though they're nothing like modern medicine with these three things, I can drastically reduce the number of deaths." As the thoughts flashed through his mind, his eyes shot wide open. The young man shouted, "Medics, gather all the alcohol and distill it until it's potent." An officer immediately turned and ran, "Yes, sir." The young man continued giving orders, his voice ringing out amidst the chaos. "Anyone with chills and a high fever, mix the powder from this jar with water and give it to them. Use a spoon, not your hands." The men replied in unison, "Understood." In this moment between life and death, the young man issued a continuous stream of commands. He only hoped to save one more of the men who had sacrificed themselves for Goguryeo and their families, to ease their pain, even if just for a little. But among them were wounds that were beyond his control. There were too many critical cases. Some were so severely injured that their internal organs were exposed. Witnessing the scene, the young man's entire body froze. He frowned slightly, his eyes filled with despair. Just then, Dubal stepped forward. He gently patted the young man's shoulder reassuringly. Immediately after, Dubal walked over to the most grievously wounded soldier. The soldier turned to look at him, his face pale. After a moment, he spoke in a weak whisper. "I'm going to die, aren't I, company commander? Please, let me go without more suffering." Hearing this, Dubal's expression twisted. He tried to comfort him. "You're just going to take a short nap. Go to sleep, and when you wake up, we'll go hunting together." As he finished speaking, the soldier slowly closed his eyes, his breathing growing peaceful. Each time this happened, Lord Cao had to personally end the lives of his brothers in arms. The young man couldn't remember how many men had been lost this way. The scene shifts to outside the fortress. At this moment, everything was strangely quiet. Back with the young man, he spun around abruptly. At the same time, Dubal instinctively turned a muscle in his face twitching. A horse was seen galloping frantically towards the camp. An approaching cavalryman shouted, his face pale with exhaustion, "Urgent news from the Southern Command." "The enemy is retreating. Our forces are launching a full-scale counterattack." The place name was spoken heavily, as if predicting it would once again be stained red with blood, the Hun River Plain. The command was given without hesitation: relay the order, all troops advance. This is the opportunity that boy created with his life on the line. If they escape now, our losses will be even greater. Show them the courage of Goguryeo soldiers. The rallying cry was filled with fierce spirit. The soldiers roared in response like wild beasts. Charge, destroy the wicked Tang army. Awaken the spirit of the three-legged crow and crush the invaders. Spears clashed against each other like a solemn vow. A short command rang out, and the formation immediately began to move. All troops advance. Just then, a sound pierced the air, the blast of a horn signaling a moment of life and death. The thundering hooves of horses pounded the earth, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Hui Zhen turned around, his face sharp with intensity. Without hesitation, he swung his sword at the enemy. Hui Zhen leaned forward, his eyes still locked on his foe. Then he raised his sword high once more. Hui Zhen's voice was urgent. "The enemy has infantry in the rear while their cavalry buys time. Don't let a single one escape." A soldier shouted amidst the chaos, "Their counterattack is fierce. If they link up with the rear infantry, we'll be in great danger." He declared clearly, "I have broken the Tang army's morale. Victory is ours. And besides, even if we wanted to stop, the monster of Shin Fortress won't let us." Military advisor Sha Men had ordered the gates of Shin Fortress opened. In that moment, figures were still charging out frantically. Ji Lu's expression changed, a flash of hatred in his eyes. Back with the young man's group, Duba announced loudly, "The Tang army has made a huge mistake." The young man couldn't help but feel suspicious. "A mistake," he continued. "They've pulled their infantry from the plains, so the encirclement around the Westgate Fortress must have weakened." Duba lowered his voice. "But even I fear Shin Fortress. 100,000 Sui soldiers were annihilated trying to take it in the past." Then he spoke slowly. "Do they have any idea who they're up against?" The commander of Shin Fortress, the young man asked curiously. That's his true nature. Meanwhile, Ji Lu's face came into view, his eyes brimming with resentment. Then, without hesitation, he swung his sword at the enemy, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. Ignoring the horrific screams, Ji Lu continued his frenzied slashing. At this thought, Duba's body shuddered involuntarily. Seeing this, the young man had a look of utter bewilderment. A soldier turned to him and advised, "It's best not to ask any more about him. The commander of Shin Fortress holds our captain in high regard. He even wanted to make him his vice commander." Hearing this, the young man nodded slightly. "I see." His expression grew serious again. The commander of Shin Fortress, Shi Ju, a descendant of the Hai clan, eldest son of the Gusiliuna or Lianu tribe. The Tang army has attacked Shin Fortress many times since the year 645 AD, but Shin Fortress has always stood firm. Behind it are the Hai clan and Ji Lu, the one who inherited the position of general and protector of Shin Fortress. If Sha Fuk hadn't captured the commander of Shin Fortress to open the gates, the fortress would never fall. In other words, he wants to build an impenetrable wall to block his path to the future. The young man must capture that traitor Sha Fuk at all costs. Meanwhile, a flag fluttered against a pink-tinged blue sky. Just then, Ji Lu appeared, his spear piercing through an enemy. Duba squinted towards Ji Lu and smirked. The young master was right. If we cross the Hun River and launch a surprise attack on Gaimu Fortress to seize their supplies, the enemy will have no choice but to retreat. Back to the young man, he was staring blankly into the distance. Then the young man unconsciously asked, Did we win?" The scene shifts to an army camp. Inside, Ji Lu's expression is ice cold. He is Ji Lu, the Rusa of Shin Fortress, with a gaze so sharp it sends a chill down your spine. Next is Gao Huizhen, the southern Rusa of Pyongyang Fortress, and military advisor Sha Men, vice commander of the Central Army. After a moment of silence, Ji Lu spoke, his voice full of resentment. "That Tang bandit Li Shiji. He camped at Huiyuan and conspired, nearly causing a disaster with his cunning schemes. If it weren't for your help, we would have run out of food and been forced to eat tree bark to survive." Hui Zhen couldn't help but exclaim, "We were truly fortunate." Ji Lu shot to his feet, letting out a curse, his fury boiling over. "If only I hadn't lost Zhuantu Fortress to Gaimu." Just then, Hui Zhen turned to report, "According to the messenger, the Tang Emperor has stationed his army at Liaodong Fortress, and hundreds of thousands of Tang soldiers are gathering at Anxi Fortress. Ji Lu slammed his hand on the wooden table with a loud crack. The Liaoxia defense line has collapsed. If Anxi Fortress falls, our supply bases and granaries will be destroyed. What did the Grand Chancellor say? At that very moment, Sha Men suddenly reported he has ordered us to stop the enemy at Anxi Fortress. Hearing this, Jie Lu turned to him urgently. Is that true? He has mobilized 30,000 vanguard troops, 45,000 central troops, and 50,000 rear troops for a total of 125,000 soldiers. Samon's eyes narrowed. It seemed the Grand Chancellor was planning a decisive battle. Ji Lu cut in his voice characteristically low. If this battle spreads, we'll lose not only this year's harvest, but next year's as well. He added quickly, we will march as soon as we've cleared the battlefield on the Han River Plains. He didn't forget to suggest, thanks to everyone, we've won a resounding victory. Adjutant, bring the battle report here. The subordinate immediately bowed. Yes, sir. Inside the scroll, the words began to glow. In the battles at the Han, He Plains, and the west gate of Chenjin City, the enemy suffered over 20,000 casualties, and we seized a large amount of their military supplies. Ji Lu smirked. How surprising! A victory this overwhelming makes all those minor skirmishes before seem completely insignificant. That cunning General Gao, he defied my orders, left his post, and ran off to Wugu Fortress to claim a major victory for himself. Then Samuel suddenly slammed the table. He announced a shocking number. He inflicted over 11,000 casualties on the Tang garrison at Gaimeng and wiped out half of Li Shiji's 2 elite guard units. Unbelievable, an extraordinary feat. Ji Lu lowered his head, his voice a mumble, and he achieved that and more. He annihilated the Tang garrison at Gaimeng. At this, Ji Lu fell silent for a moment before continuing, and he did it with only 1,000 men. General Gao, with 1,500 troops onto island, engaged 2 units from Pingzhou and destroyed half of them. Unlike other battles this time, they faced notoriously ferocious soldiers. Hearing this, Ye Jin and Sa Mon instinctively glanced at each other. One of them unconsciously blurted out, no wonder young Master Yan was so confident. As soon as the words were spoken, Jie Lu leaned forward. He looked between the two of them, young Master Yan. A moment later, a furious shout from Ji Lu erupted from inside the room. What? He slammed his hand on the table in anger, his voice sharp. You expect me to believe that? An 11-year-old boy commanded the veteran General Gao and the Heishui cavalry, and he also convinced you all to launch a campaign to rescue Shin Fortress. At this, Ji Lu froze on the spot. His lips moved slightly. Fine. Ji Lu's expression changed. He muttered under his breath, this is no ordinary matter. Ye Jin and Sa Mon turned to look at Ji Lu at the same time. They saw the corners of his mouth lift into a sinister smile. Then Ji Lu slammed his hand on the table again. Damn it, I thought I raised my son to be better than the Grand Chancellors, but now he's surpassed them all. Sa Mon's eyes were fixed on the scroll below. What's this now? He suddenly urged, a letter from Li Shiji. Read it. Hearing this, he slowly opened the letter. The words were written clearly, 3,000 coins for General Gao captured alive, and a separate 1,000 coins for Nam Shin dead, the Duke of Ying Li Shiji. The scene shifts to the next day, the sky a mix of wine red and pale blue. Against the vast sky, a building stood majestically. Inside, Nam Shin stood with his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. He frowned slightly, his face taking on a serious look. At that moment, a question formed in Nam Shin's mind. Where will Li Shiji go with Gaimeng Fortress, the Tang Army's main supply base? Now in our hands, the enemy forces retreating from the Han River must still number at least 60,000. Considering their daily consumption, he recalled a few days ago when Dubat had complained, those fat pigs eat 2 liters of food every day. In that moment, he began calculating frantically in his head. Let's see. 1 liter is about 200 milliliters and 1 dan is about 60 kilograms. For 60,000 troops, that's about 300 liters of unhulled grain. After a moment, Nam Shin came to a conclusion. They need about 400 dan a day. According to the prisoners, the Tang army only has enough rations for 1 more day. Their plan must have been to resupply at Gaimeng Fortress. Li Shiji must be in a desperate situation, severely short on supplies. And for a starving army, there's only one place to go. That place. In Ji Lu's room, the soldiers wore looks of discontent as shouts echoed around. Damn it, that old fox pretended to target Liudong Fortress, but he was actually making a move along the riverbank. We have to pursue Li Shiji and end this now. Witnessing the scene, Nam Shin felt a bit lost. How long have they been arguing? He narrowed his eyes at the group. Forget it. Everyone's already taken a side. It's impossible to get a word in. One of them hurriedly interjected, "Aren't we going to avenge our fallen soldiers?" Nam Shin turned to look at Ji Lu. He thought to himself Li Shiji's use of mercenary troops was a brilliant move. We have to admit the Tang generals had the upper hand at first. I wonder what kind of counterattack Ji Lu is planning. Meanwhile, Nam Shin found himself staring at Ji Lu, who was talking on and on without pause. Just then, Ji Lu suddenly turned and looked straight into his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched. Nam Shin was momentarily stunned. Then Ji Lu suddenly roared, "Silence, all of you, be quiet." With that said, he spun around to face the young master, Yon Nam Seng. At these words, the young man's body began to tremble with fear. Guy Lu growled, "From the look on your face, General Gao must have told you something. We'll deal with that troublemaker later. I've heard your military strategies are praised as being as mystical as heavenly texts and as intricate as the terrain of Mount Miao." He stammered, unable to form a sentence. "Isn't that line from the poem General Olji Mundeok sent to Yu Zhongwen?" He began to recall the poem sent to Great General Yu Zhongwen. That was the poem Yulji Mundeok sent to the Sui general Yu Zhongwen during the Goguryeo Sui War in the year 612. By being interpreted in reverse, the poem helped Yulji Mundeok deceive the Sui army, leading to the famous Great Victory at the Battle of Salsu. This is one of the most important examples of strategic deception. Guy Lu fixed his sharp gaze on the young man. "Are you truly that skilled? So you understood the meaning. Your strategic prowess rivals that of Yulji Mundeok, the man who crushed the Sui army. Very well then, let our strategic genius state his opinion." Meanwhile, the young man's body was nearly frozen stiff as he thought to himself, "He's saying that, but he's actually testing me." The young man replayed the words in his head, "Strategic genius." At that thought, he swallowed hard and broke out in a nervous sweat. After a long moment, the young man spoke slowly. "Then I shall humbly offer my opinion. Thank you for allowing me to speak before all of you and my lord." A few hours later, the lights in the room were still brightly lit. Meanwhile, Guy Lu sat to one side, silent and lost in thought. To summarize, Namso Fortress, one of the key mountain fortresses in northern Liao, is currently besieged by the Tang army. It is likely the place where Li Shiji intends to resupply. If this speculation is correct, their provisions will run out in just a day or two, and they won't be able to take any more risks. The young man stood motionless, feeling a bit bewildered. Have I made my point clearly enough? Just then, Guy Lu suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Hearing the sound, the young man jumped his face, turning pale. He looked straight into the young man's eyes, his cold voice ringing out, "The Tang Emperor is leading his grand army straight for Ansi Fortress. If that fortress falls, even Gyeonam Fortress will be in danger." Seeing this, the young man swallowed nervously. Guy Lu growled, emphasizing every word, "This plan is incredibly risky." He didn't dare to argue, thinking to himself, "He's right. If Ansi Fortress at the mouth of the Liao River falls, we'll lose not only our provisions, but also 40% of our iron production, which is the lifeblood of our military. However, if we fail to destroy Li Shiji's army, our borders will be devastated, and in the end..." As he thought this, a horrifying idea flashed through his mind. The nation wouldn't hold. It would collapse just as it had in the past. After a moment, he suddenly let out a startling cry. "No, that's not right at all." Faced with the young man's objection, Guy Lu stated firmly, "The Tang Emperor has led a powerful army toward Ansi Fortress. Attacking Namso Fortress would be too dangerous." The young man continued to deny it. "That's not it." At that, he fell silent and didn't continue the argument, his eyes staring intently at the young man. His voice rang out clearly, each word carefully considered. "If we besiege Namso Fortress and eliminate the enemy at Yonjin Fortress, the forces at Shin Fortress can protect the supply routes in Liaodong. Our targets are the Tongjiang and Hoan garrisons. That will allow us to control 2 of the 3 routes south, central, and north of the Liao River. If we capture both of those positions at the same time, the enemy will be left with only a single supply route." Hearing this, Guy Lu's expression wavered for a moment. He turned his full attention to the young man. "So your plan is to annihilate the enemy and cut off both their supply base and their forward base?" He nodded in confirmation, his eyes flashing with undeniable determination. "That's right." As he spoke, every eye in the room turned to him. He in turn stood as still as a statue, his gaze resolute. As for Guy Lu, his expression had turned grim. The next morning, the sky was unusually clear and blue. At the same time, a group of soldiers on horseback charged forward, the ground trembling slightly. Then the group simultaneously pulled their reins tight, coming to an immediate halt. Meanwhile, Dubal and the young man wore blank expressions. He spoke in a weak voice. "Young master, what is this? Don't we even get a moment's rest?" He sighed and then questioned, "Did I tell you to come here?" Hearing this, Dubal turned away angrily. "I told you not to attract the attention of that wild boar. He may look rough on the outside, but inside, he was as cunning as 100 foxes combined. And yet, not only did you have to capture his attention, but how were you supposed to pull this off?" The student lamented helplessly. "I never expected things to turn out like this." This is how it all happened. Ji Lu asked in a serious tone, "Young Master Yan has proposed a bold but interesting plan. What do you all think?" Ji Lu greatly valued his opinion. The generals and city lords were all fired up by Ji Lu's question. At that moment, Samuel stood up. He spoke gravely. "But the disparity in numbers between the Tang army and our own is too great." At that point, the cautious General Samuel stepped in to oppose the student's idea. It seemed like the plan wouldn't be approved, but just then, he announced in a loud voice, 30,000 troops from Gungnai Fortress are on their way to support us. This solved the numerical imbalance against the Tang army. The units were quickly organized. Commander Ji Lu, the military governor of Shin City, led the left flank, and the right flank was led by the southern military governor Gao Huizhen and Deputy Commander Zhang Samun. The student also took on the role of advisor and strategist. Back in the present, his face grew stiff. He was with General Gao, who had been assigned to support him. The student tried to comfort him. "Don't feel too down. When we get back, I'll throw a huge feast for you." Duba tilted his head to look at him. "I believe you, young master." The student hesitated. "All right now, sit up straight on your horse." Balun turned to report, "Young master, we will reach Yanjin Fortress after the next hill. The military governor is asking for you." He replied briefly, "Understood, Balun." The Tang army camp at Yanjin Fortress came into view, a formidable wall of defenses. Inside, a constant murmur could be heard. It was at this moment that Shurji's moans echoed out. He was clutching his head, groaning non-stop. Then Shiji turned and roared, "Make it clear that 70% of the cavalry is dead and the Gaimu defensive fortress has been destroyed." The two men opposite him stood frozen. Chief Scout Kai Yuanxing and Deputy Cavalry Commander Xu Yu. Shiji roared in fury. No matter how strong the Black Water Cavalry is, how could they possibly wipe out a force 10 times their size? The Black Water Cavalry, General Cao Yan, the student. He gritted his teeth. His murderous intent was unconcealed. Those bastards deserve worse than death. Immediately after, Shiji shouted an order to the entire army. "When you capture any Goguryeo, soldiers ask them where they're from. If they say they are from the Heishui Mohe tribe, kill them without mercy." Shu Yu stepped forward hesitantly, his voice trembling slightly. "Commander-in-Chief, there has never been a precedent for such an action in wartime." He roared, his eyes flashing with rage. "Silence! Don't try to stop me from writing a petition to the emperor. There are tribes that oppose the great cause of the Tang, known as the Heishui Mohe. They are savage, inhumane barbarians, and the Goguryeo people cannot be subjugated without killing them." Li Shiji even ordered the falsification of records reporting the defeats at the Hun River and Gaimu Fortress as victories, and attributing them solely to the student General Gao and the Black Water Cavalry. This was a clear act of deceiving the emperor. He turned and asked, his voice more urgent than before, "How much food do we have left?" Wen Xing quickly reported, "The rations at Yanjin Fortress are gone, and we've heard the supply from Tong Dingjin won't arrive for another 3 days. Right now, we have nothing to eat but grass and tree bark." Shiji abruptly ordered, "Slaughter the war horses for meat." Shu Yu cried out in alarm, "War horses are personal property and a valuable resource. There will be strong opposition." He pointed a cold finger straight at him. "Silence a Tang, general hoarding horses," Shiji screamed internally. "If the army's morale drops, we will lose." His voice lowered, filled with both desperation and cruelty. "To hold out until supplies and reinforcements arrive, morale is paramount. Start by killing the horses and feeding the men now," he shouted urgently. "Commander-in-Chief." A group of people suddenly rushed forward to intervene. "The Commander-in-Chief needs to rest. Please leave." Shuji's voice still echoed, "Listen carefully. Never let the army's morale waver." Shu Yu spun around. "We must hold this land against those Liaodong wild boars." Yuan Xing quickly shouted, "Commander, please say no more." A while later, in a dark stable, Shu Yu yelled in a low voice, "War horses are not state property. They are personal property." The man next to him added harshly, "We've been through so much with them." The enemy could attack at any moment. If we eat our horses, how are we supposed to fight? Yuan Xing issued a warning. This is an order from the commander-in-chief. If you do not comply, we will have no choice but to enforce military law. I've said my piece, so stop inciting rebellion. He left in a hurry. The soldiers muttered among themselves, "Damn it, without us they would have rotted on the fields. Do we really have to follow the orders of these bastards? No." Shu Yu hissed through his teeth. Kai Yuan Xing. Internal divisions plagued the Tang army. These disputes could have been avoided with strong leadership, but after Li Shiji fell ill, coughing up blood in a fit of rage over his son's death, there was no one left to mediate between the generals. Some Tang soldiers, upon discovering the empty granaries, began to riot. This instability spread throughout the entire army. The scene pans down over the camp, showing buildings packed closely together. Back with the student, his horse stopped on a hilltop. Samuel and the young student stared ahead with determined eyes. He looked down. "We've reached the Tang army's camp." The man added, "After taking out their scouts and sentries, we'll have a clear view of the enemy camp." The young student looked ahead in confusion, where only a single guard was on duty. But why is their security so weak? He immediately grew wary. Something wasn't right. The great Li Shiji would never leave his army so defenseless. Ji Lu suddenly spoke up. "The enemy camp has run out of food. I heard they've been starving since yesterday, which is why they've let their guard down." He growled, emphasizing each word. "This is our chance." Ji Lu repeated in a stern voice, "The enemy camp is out of rations. They'll be careless because of it. Now is our chance. Yon Namseng, come here. I have arranged everything. Let's see how you surprise everyone." His face hardened, his eyes fixed on the enemy's den. The young student commanded in a loud voice, "By my authority, issue the military order." The scene focuses on Li Shiji's military camp. At that very moment, an arrow was slowly aimed toward the enemy. One of them quickly sensed the danger, his eyes widening in horror. Then suddenly, giant boulders came crashing down. Men fell one after another as fresh blood splattered their screams, tearing through the air. A soldier collapsed to the ground, bleeding. He collapsed, clutching his severed arm, wailing in despair amidst the endless roar of cannons. My arm," the man screamed. "Get inside the fortress." But it didn't stop there. Another object suddenly flew down from above. A loud explosion erupted and the men screamed in panic. Faced with the horrific scene, moans echoed everywhere, mingling with the smell of gunpowder. "Help me!" As soon as the words were out, the men turned to flee, only for more arrows to be aimed right at them. The men's faces filled with terror as they saw the storm of arrows flying toward them. From the top of the hill, Samuel watched coldly as the men lay scattered below. He turned to his soldiers and signaled for them to prepare to fire. As soon as the command was given, rows of war machines roared to life, and the ground shook as if it were being torn apart. The commander's voice boomed, filled with killing intent. "All artillery units, do not cease fire on the enemy camp." In an instant, the entire area descended into chaos, littered with bodies. A desperate shout was heard again, "Get inside the fortress!" Someone next to him yelled in confusion, "What is the command post doing?" At the same time, Samuel continued to draw his bow, aiming at the enemy. The man turned and signaled with a smirk, "Deputy Commander, advance." He couldn't help but exclaim, "Young Master Yan's military tactics are astounding." Usually when we fight the Tang army, we use shield and crossbow formations with chariots, but we still suffer significant losses. However, the ease with which we've annihilated the enemy in today's battle is unprecedented. He stared at the enemy's den, his voice filled with excitement. "See, am I right?" He's only 11 years old this year. In the history of Goguryeo has any child ever achieved such military success? Samuel cut in coldly. "If you have time to talk, then go kill another enemy." "Are you planning to spare the Tang invaders?" The man quickly replied, "Right away, sir." He thought to himself, his eyes never leaving the battlefield that was now heavily in their favor. This soldier is right. If everything goes according to the young master's plan, the Tang army will lose many troops in one of their 2 forward bases. Isn't this an achievement that even the great Magniji couldn't accomplish? Yeon Namseng? At this thought, Samuel instinctively turned to look for the boy. He frowned slightly, telling himself to cast aside unnecessary thoughts. Right now, his duty was to repel the enemy. Samuel's gaze turned cold, leaving no room for excess emotion. He growled, "Keep firing, no breaks. Wipe out all the scattered enemy troops." After a while, someone shouted, "The Tang army's auxiliary units are in disarray. The enemy's losses are mounting. All Tang military camps on the plain are in chaos. The entire Tang formation." The young student shuddered. The damage was too great to be measured by the naked eye. "I'm truly seeing the power of the great Tang's formidable siege weapons." How could Goguryeo possibly stand against an enemy with such weapons? Just then, Jalu roared, "Young man, your strategy worked. Should I charge in and wipe them out? I'll attack right now." "Just give the order. I will completely annihilate the enemies who invaded our homeland." The young man slowly turned to face him, seeing the fighting spirit bursting from his body. Isn't this the true warrior spirit of Goguryeo? It seems no one can advise them otherwise. But it's not over yet. After a moment, the young man waved his hand, his low voice extinguishing Jalu's excitement. Not yet. He thought to himself, can we really cripple the entire Tang army with just a few strikes? A day of hunger, bloodshed, and sudden fire is only temporary. The Tang army will try to regroup surrounding their cavalry and support units. Li Shiji is without a doubt a master of warfare. To maintain this advantage, we need to stay one step ahead of him. The battle scene continued, arrows flying relentlessly, and a group of people could be seen fleeing in chaos. Just then, the young man's expression suddenly changed. He turned and gave a decisive order. "Lord Jalu, command the main force to attack the enemy protecting their flank. We need to pin them down before they can regroup at Yonjin Fortress." The man leaned forward slightly, his presence suddenly explosive. "All right, everyone follow me. Show them how the Seong-Sin Corps fights." As soon as he finished speaking, a unified battle cry erupted. Thousands of soldiers surged forward like an unstoppable tide of steel. Someone screamed, "Kill those bastards from the Tang!" Jalu spoke quickly, his gaze firm. "Yon Nam-seng, I'll leave the rear guard. General Go will join you." Scout watched the enemy camp's movements closely. "Don't take your eyes off them for a single second." The scout replied swiftly, "I'll stake my life on it, sir." The Seong-Sin Corps was attacking the Tang army as it tried to reorganize, and the Tang camp was on the verge of collapse. The young man hesitated for a moment, then said, "Seong-Sin?" He smirked. "The Tang army won't stop here. Li Shiji, show me your secret weapon." At the same time, a wounded Tang soldier collapsed forward. The man's eyes darted around wildly. "There are no more." A scream rang out as fresh blood splattered. Back with the scout, he carefully scanned the area. Over here, a group of men coldly trampled over the corpses. A desperate scream echoed through the air. The scout continued his report. "The Tang army's execution squad has appeared. They're stopping the enemy from retreating." He reported excitedly. "They're even ruthlessly killing their own fleeing soldiers." The young man's eyes widened. "The enemy is forming a new camp." "Just as I thought. They're trying to restore their military discipline, even if it means killing their own soldiers and quickly reorganizing their camp. Their rallying point is..." His eyes were fixed on the fortress gate. The young man shouted urgently, "All 4 reserve units advance to the hill left of Bioman where the enemy is massing. We will shatter their formation, trample them, crush them, and kill them all. Batroon, get the catapults behind Lord Jalu's position now. Hurry, we don't have much time." Batroon saluted, his eyes glinting with determination. Dubat turned around, a smile spreading across his face. Finally, General Go and the Hoeksu cavalry listened to the sounds of the battlefield. "Find the dangers that even our scouts can't see." The young man said slowly, "And that place," he declared clearly, "will be where you strike." The sound of explosions roared fiercely, nearly shaking the enemy's fortress. At the same time, an arrow moved slowly, followed by the constant sharp clang of swords clashing. Witnessing the scene, Dubat's men couldn't help but feel excited. The view panned down to the soldiers fighting fiercely. His face suddenly changed, his eyes widening to show the whites. He stared at one spot where a group of men was slaughtering ferociously. He turned to give a warning. "They're only defending, not attacking." Dubat muttered under his breath, "This isn't the sound of a battle." He silently came to a conclusion. "It sounds like they're gathering their troops, reforming their ranks." Meanwhile, the young man quickly noticed something was wrong. He roared from the depths of his being, "Great General, give the order." Back with Dubat, he excitedly spurred his horse, charging straight ahead. This is it. The ground shook from the thundering hooves, kicking up clouds of fine dust. Dubat charged towards the crowd and roared, "Warriors of Goguryeo, take up your arms and follow General Yon Namseng." Dubat turned and declared, "We will make the enemy suffer heavy losses." Hearing this, the soldiers grew ecstatic. They let out a great cheer and charged towards the enemy in unison. At that moment, Yon Namseng raised his arm high like a torch. Dubat watched his action intently. Yon Namseng swung his arm forcefully towards the enemy and shouted, "Hoeksu cavalry charge!" As soon as he finished speaking, Dubat led the soldiers forward. A man whipped around, cursing, "Damn you Goguryeo bastards!" Suddenly, a sword sliced straight into the man, and fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain. The spear quickly turned towards the person next to him. His eyes glowed with a demonic red light like a devil's. He coldly pierced the enemy with his spear and lifted him into the air. Meanwhile, Dulan frantically swung his spear, striking relentlessly. Faced with this terrifying sight, the men screamed in horror and turned to flee. Back with Dubat, he shook his body vigorously to fling off the bloodstains. Then Dubat roared, "All troops advance, cut down any enemy in your path." The soldiers quickly mounted their horses and chased down the enemies one by one. The men retreated step by step, screaming in despair, "Run!" One of them cried out in a trembling voice, "Oh no, everyone retreat!" He gritted his teeth. "If we scatter like this." Just then, the man's body was thrown into the air before collapsing onto the cold ground. At the same time, Dubat grinned a smile, both thrilled and wicked. He ordered loudly, "Interpreter, tell them now." The man nodded quickly, "Yes, sir." Immediately after, Dubat yelled, "Surrender, and you will live. Drop your spears, drop your swords, and get on the ground now." Hearing this, the group of men began to tremble uncontrollably. Swords, shields, and spears were thrown to the ground one after another. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers immediately rushed forward to subdue the enemy. The man lowered his head to the ground, his body shaking nonstop. He mumbled under his breath, his voice barely a whisper, We tried to fight against those berserkers." A while later, Yeon Namseng stood on high ground observing everything. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses echoed urgently. At that very moment, he commanded in a loud voice, "Fire a signal arrow to alert the troops." As soon as he spoke, the sound of horse hooves thundered again. A soldier quickly raised his bow, and an arrow was released, shooting straight ahead. Meanwhile, the troops were still fighting in chaos. The large men kicked their horses hard to urge them forward. A scout squinted into the distance and quickly reported, "The Tang cavalry is charging. We can't hold them back." Hearing this, Yeon Namseng was horrified. "What is the enemy's intention? Over there, it's only the Hoiksu cavalry." The scout continued to shout, "A command flag has appeared among the cavalry. It belongs to Li Shiji, the commander of the Liaodong army." Yeon Namseng whipped around and practically screamed, "What?" Yeon Namseng's eyes were glued to the flag, which clearly bore the name Li Shiji. Li Shiji suddenly appeared right before them, charging forward madly. Witnessing the scene, he froze for a moment as a thought struck him. "I heard that the fortress commander who died at Mao Chung Fortress was Li Shiji's son. He's obviously trying to avenge the death of his only child. It seems he wants to wipe out one of our main units, even if it means a crushing defeat for his own." At the same time, a scout spoke hesitantly. "It looks like the two infantry units have changed direction and are flanking us. They're surrounding the Heishui cavalry, along with our cavalry unit." The young man's face darkened as he inwardly cursed his name, Li Shiji. On the other side, the man glared at him. "Yeon Namseng, even if it costs me my life, I will personally behead my son's killers. You won't be making it back from this alive." The scene instantly descended into chaos as the soldiers charged forward, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. In that moment, thoughts raced through the young man's mind. The reserves are the last unit supporting Jilu's Jianbai brigade, so they can't be deployed immediately. More importantly, there isn't enough time to block the three-pronged attack on General Go. General Go is more important to me than anyone. If I lose him, my grand plan will fall apart. At this thought, he unconsciously bit his lip. The young man kept asking himself, what should be the strategy for Yizhuo Yulin and the Heishui cavalry? Meanwhile, the sword in Dobal's hand had shattered into pieces. Shards suddenly flew straight at his face. Seeing this, Dubal tightened his grip on the hilt. Then he threw the broken sword straight at the enemy. Dubal growled, "These bastards are tough." Yulin chimed in, "Look, that cavalry's approach doesn't look good." He reassured him, "Don't worry, we're heading towards Jilu." Suddenly he shouted, "Look at the enemy flag, it's Li Shiji's, and two infantry units are charging towards us." Dubal's gaze shifted to the flag fluttering in the wind. He sighed helplessly, "Damn it, they can't stand to see us doing well." "You?" Lin questioned angrily. "It's because you killed Li Shiji's son," General Dobal shot back. "You were the one who beheaded the dying bastard." After speaking, he reassured him again. "Don't worry." Dubal's eyes rested on the figure of the young man. He stated firmly, "The young master is watching. He'll figure out a way. There's Li Shiji charging like a madman. Just deal with the guy in front of you." He shouted excitedly, "Wipe them all out." Like a man possessed, he charged forward, screaming, "Destroy the enemy. Charge, kill them all." At the same time, Dubal turned to leave, not forgetting to remind Yulin hold the left flank. Dubal opened his mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. "Even though I missed the chance to capture Chibi Heli, I will become the strongest general in Goguryeo by taking Li Shiji's head." Just then, a spear suddenly flew straight towards Dobal's group. He quickly turned and caught it. Yulin urgently signaled charge spears up. Hearing this, Dobal smirked, raising the spear high into the air. Sitting on his horse, he swung the spear down forcefully. Amidst a sea of fire and black smoke, Dubal's roar drowned out the war drums. "Forward, my soldiers! Aim for Li Shiji!" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire army surged forward like an unstoppable flood. The man shouted with excitement, his voice cutting through the wind, causing the soldiers behind him to roar in unison, show them the strength of the great warriors of Goguryeo. The group immediately charged towards the sea of thick smoke ahead. Just then, a group of men stood blocking their path. A blue flag was suddenly raised high into the air. Then a sword suddenly thrust forward. Sai Yu was seen ducking low, then charging forward like a whirlwind. He burst out from the ranks, his arrogant voice echoing across the chaotic battlefield. "I am Sai Yu, leader of the Tang cavalry. Which one of you is General Go?" Dubal immediately stepped forward, his body as steady as a mountain, his voice calm but imposing. "I am General Go." Seeing this, Sai Yu declared loudly, "Today I will kill you and avenge Fortress Commander Li Jian." At the same time, he charged straight at him without hesitation. "See." Yu opened his mouth and let out a roar like an echo from the underworld dot model. Under the dim moonlight, Sai Yu and Duba charged at each other like two hurricanes. He smirked and taunted, "You are no match for me." A moment later, a spear pierced straight through his chest, and hot blood spurted out. The staff suddenly snapped in two with a piercing sound. Meanwhile, Sai Yu's body began to stagger under Duba's relentless assault. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground, letting out a groan. Si Yu's body trembled violently as he slowly turned to face Duba. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed straight towards him. Without hesitation, Duba coldly swung at Si Yu's head. Fresh blood splattered onto Duba, staining the fur on his clothes red. Looking at the severed head, Duba curled his lip into a cold smile. Elsewhere, another man parted his lips in a wicked smile. A group of men quickly approached Duba, cheering excitedly. Just then, Yu Lin waved his hand and gave the signal, "Slaughter the enemy, annihilate the Tang dynasty invaders." Meanwhile, a soldier galloped hastily towards Shiji. His voice trembling, he reported, "General Sai Yu has fallen. The enemy general is General Gao. It's General Gao." Hearing this, Shuji's body shook violently, and he gritted his teeth in fury. Shuji's eyes widened in a glare. "That man is General Gao. Send a message to the infantry on both flanks immediately." An image of Duba's ruthless appearance flashed through Shuji's mind. His cruel, blood-splattered face was vividly clear. At this thought, he roared, "We must kill him today. If we don't, he will surely become a threat to the Tang dynasty." A soldier tried to warn him, "Great General, he's just an officer from Goguryeo." But he roared, "We must kill him. We must kill him." Just then, a pillar of fire suddenly shot towards the crowd. It exploded right in front of Shiji. The flames quickly engulfed a soldier who screamed in agony. The soldiers begged for their lives, their screams piercing the air. "Run, spare me!" A man whipped around. Someone beside him quickly reported, "Commander-in-Chief, the enemy is still firing cannons continuously. The infantry line has collapsed. We can't go on." Fire was spreading everywhere, making it impossible to form a battle line. Amid the chaos, Shiji remained silent, merely clenching his jaw. Back with the young man, he calmly observed the battle from above. A scout rushed to report, "The fire has spread throughout the Tang dynasty camp. The forces surrounding the Heishui cavalry are breaking apart." The young man breathed a silent sigh of relief. They hadn't arrived too late. With this, he could stop the Tang dynasty's attack on General Gao. Balun quickly decoded the signal arrow's message. "Thanks, Balun." As if hearing his voice, the man happily turned to face him, their eyes meeting. Meanwhile, Shuji's face had already turned as pale as a sheet. Right before him, Duba and his men slowly advanced. His blood-soaked face was the first thing Shuji saw. Duba's deep voice boomed with power, "I am General Gao of Goguryeo." But he didn't stop there. He continued. Duba suddenly opened his mouth and roared, his voice shaking the battlefield. "Among you thieves, which one is the leader, Li Shiji?" A while later, the scene shifts back to Zilu's fortress. Inside, he was calmly chugging down a bottle of wine. Zilu paused, shaking his head to clear it from the dizziness. Just then, the young man suddenly bowed his head. "Well done." The moment he saw the young man, Zilu's expression changed. He suddenly addressed him, "Young master, you have become a true man." Then Zilu suddenly dumped a bucket of water over himself. He looked at the young man curiously. "What's the next plan? According to the reports that General Gao has accomplished something great." "The battle's over, so why hasn't he returned? What could he be doing?" He forced a smile. "I've also received reports that General Gao has captured the prisoners at the Tang main camp." The building was engulfed in blazing red flames with thick black smoke billowing up. Back in the present, the young man tried to reassure him. He'll probably be back soon, so you can ask him for the details then." Just then, Duba's excited voice rang out. "Young master, I'm back. I've captured all the Tang generals." The young man shouted in alarm. "Who are you?" Ji Lu quickly ordered, "Everyone draw your swords." The man yelled in frustration, It's me, General Gao." A moment later, the group moved slowly, satisfied expressions on everyone's faces. At that moment, a shocked Ji Lu asked loudly, "What, you killed Li Shiji?" "You fool! Don't you know how valuable Li Shiji would have been alive? What were you thinking killing him?" Duba argued defensively. "When the enemy is fighting for their lives, what if I had been injured or killed in the battle?" The young man's face hardened as he thought to himself, Li Shiji is dead. The commander-in-chief of the 180,000 troops of the Liaodong expedition is dead. An image of Shiji's figure appeared in the young man's mind. His lips unconsciously curled into a smirk as he thought, "That General Gao, he's cut off one of Emperor Li Shimin's arms." An image of Duba's ruthless expression appeared along with the furious face of Shimin. In June of the year 645 AD, Li Shiji was defeated in the battle at the Liao River. The image of his pale face was still vivid. Ambushed unexpectedly on the battlefield of Yanjin Fortress and killed by General Gao. He became a wandering soul in a foreign land at the age of 51. How many soldiers had to die? Because of one man's ambition, the steppes, the western regions, and Goguryeo were all engulfed in the flames of war. His name was Li Shimin. He killed his own brothers and eliminated his rivals to seize the throne. The people call this the Zhuanwu Gate Incident. That arrogant man's ambition didn't stop there. He went on to unify the steppes and the central plains, revealing his ambition to conquer the great power that remained in the east. Li Shimin's flames spread to Goguryeo, fanned by the Silla envoy Kim Chunchu and justified by a request from Silla. Li Shimin raised an army despite the imperial court's opposition, but the reality was completely different. In the year 643 AD, right before the war, a major conflict arose over the position of crown prince. With the interference of the empress's relatives, Li Shimin was pushed into a difficult situation. In other words, this conquest of Goguryeo was a ploy to divert attention from the internal conflicts within the imperial court. That was the truth behind the war with Goguryeo. Back in the present, the young man's body trembled with rage. His eyes were cold and unwavering. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. "I've decided. I will kill Li Shimin in the upcoming battle of Ansi Fortress." The scene changes to Yanjin Fortress. It was an incredibly sturdy fortress. Someone's doubtful voice rang out Tongjung Pass. Duba's face contorted slightly, his teeth clenched. Ji Lu spoke in a low voice. "Tongjung Pass, a narrow strip of land connecting Liaoxi and Liaodong. After Goguryeo lost this land to the Sui dynasty, its name was changed from Malira to Tongjung Pass, and it became a frontline base aimed at Jin Fortress." The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Yu Lin suddenly announced, "Tongjung Pass has stationed the Khitan cavalry there." The young man repeated blankly, "The Khitan cavalry?" He lowered his voice. "Those guys are experts at fighting on horseback. We've defeated the Khitan cavalry from the Yiji and Sun Wuzhou tribes a few times. That one time, Yi Ta almost died, and you took a long gash to your side, Captain." Startled, the young man spun around. "What?" Just then, Duba chimed in. "The Khitan cavalry are a bunch of brutes." The young man turned back. "General Gao," he added resentfully, "they used to be a tribe that protected the west of Goguryeo. Now they've turned on us, so we're just fighting back to save our own skins." As he spoke, a cold glint appeared in Duba's eyes. He lightly tapped his waist, where the wound from that time still ached. Hearing this, the young man was almost stunned. He frantically denied it. "Impossible, General Gao and Yi Ta." The young man immediately stood up and spoke clearly. "We have the upper hand. We've seized their soldiers and supplies, and our morale is high." Just then, Ji Lu cut him off, his voice full of displeasure. "Enough of that nonsense. How long are you going to cower over some old wounds?" Duba roared, "That's going too far. Who was it that taught us never to underestimate the enemy? I'm just trying to build up our fighting spirit." He angrily threw the wine flask at him. "Stop saying things that lower morale and drink this." Duba, of course, didn't refuse. He tilted his head back and drank it all. The young man said in a low voice, "We should stop drinking and rest for tomorrow's strategy." Ji Lu turned to him and grunted, "Tomorrow is tomorrow's business. You want a drink?" The young man gave a forced smile. It would be disrespectful to refuse. He felt both respect and unease. The man probably didn't even intend to let him drink because he was young, yet he still asked. Hearing his answer, the man unhesitatingly held out the wine flask to the young man. Right after that, Dai Lao bluntly tossed it at him. He spoke in a low voice, saying, "There are many bold men like him in this world, but most of them never get to lie down beside the fallen soldiers. Sometimes alcohol is both a miracle cure and a dutiful son." The young man instinctively recalled the pat on his shoulder from Dubat, which had allowed him to let out a breath of relief. Back in the present, the young man stared at the flask of alcohol and said quietly, "Thank you, sir." Seeing this, Dai Lao smirked a look of satisfaction in his eyes. The young man took a swig of the alcohol, then turned and coughed. The young man clicked his tongue. "Aren't there any snacks?" Dubat smirked. "Not bad." Dai Lao burst out laughing. "So you know to ask for snacks. You must know a thing or two about these things, huh?" He casually made an offer. "Plenty of horses died today. Want some?" The young man nearly shouted, "What?" The scene shifts to that morning where Mo Dam spoke fluidly. A message has arrived from General Sa Mon. The young man turned his eyes fixed on him. Kwang Mo Dam of Sulim Fortress was an old relative of Dai Lao's, one of the key figures who raised an army at Kwang Mo Fortress for the campaign to reclaim their land after the fall of Goguryeo. He reported urgently, "They found the supply corps from Tongjung Town and successfully surrounded them in the battle at Yanzhen Fortress." He had become the chief of staff on Dai Lao's recommendation. He asked in a loud voice, "Are we attacking as planned?" Mo Dam lowered his voice. "The encirclement with the southern forces should be starting now." Without hesitation, the young man gave a decisive order. "Please give the messenger food and water. I will inform the generals." Elsewhere, a group of men were engrossed in a discussion. The man pointed out the plan with a serious tone. "So what if we move our troops in this direction?" Just then the young man walked in, unexpectedly, a smile on his face. "Generals," the man asked with concern, "did you sleep well?" The young man bowed his head slightly. "It's all thanks to you. It seems the plan has begun." The man quickly reported, "Governor Gao Huijin and Vice Marshal Samon have joined the supply convoy encirclement, and 5 other units from Guone Fortress have joined the battle." The young man glanced down at the map, thinking to himself, Gao Huijin and Yan Shaman have seized the battlefield. Since the path leads to open ground, escape is impossible. The Tang supply troops will be annihilated by our counterattack. However, not everyone will be able to achieve success. With that thought, the young man's sharp gaze fell upon the man. "Tell me the results of yesterday's battle before the messenger arrives." The man bowed his head and answered quickly, "Understood. 2,000 to 3,000 enemy troops were killed, 20,000 were seriously wounded, and 50,000 were captured. Gao Huijin's forces suffered some losses due to an attack led by heavy cavalry. Yan Shamen's forces, which consist mainly of archers, also suffered indirect losses. Half of the soldiers under Governor Shin had to leave the battle. Among them, from the 2,000-strong Heishui Mohe Corps, 367 were killed and 221 were wounded. In terms of the overall engagement rate, it was an astonishing victory, but..." The words echoed in the young man's head like a warning. The casualties were high. The more they fought, the weaker the Goguryeo army would become due to the lack of reinforcements. The young man's eyes suddenly turned cold, a frigid stare. Then a voice suddenly cut through the young man's thoughts. "This is a glorious victory." He couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" The man said clearly, "Following the battle at the Hun River with the fight at Yanzhen Fortress, it's as if 100,000 soldiers have vanished. I will compile the results of the battle and send it to the capital and the commanders of the 3 armies." A thought flashed through the young man's mind. This meant that Li Shimin's total expeditionary force was 700,000 strong, so the elimination of 100,000 troops showcased the indomitable fighting spirit of all the Goguryeo legions with the Ansi Fortress Corps at its core. Returning to the present, the young man suddenly shook his head vigorously. He hung his head, a thought rising within him. "Thank you." The young man suddenly turned to look at the man. He gave a firm order. "Treat the wounded as soon as possible. How much of the enemy's food and supplies have we seized? There wasn't a single grain of rice in Yanzhen Fortress or any other camp. And it seems the Tang army is also starving to death. We've seized 400,000 caddies of Tang provisions at Mao Fortress, so the food situation should improve in the near future. Since the famine is still ongoing, ensure that the army's rations can be distributed at any time." Over here, Dai Lao looked up excitedly at the dawn sky, and Dobat smirked, "Young master, when should we set out?" At the same time, the young man gently pulled back the curtain and slowly stepped outside. The young man looked up at the sky, the soft sunlight gracing his hair. He gave a cheerful order, "We'll be leaving in 2 hours." A short while later, the sound of horse hooves echoed urgently. A column of soldiers could be seen charging straight ahead. At the same moment, the man stopped panting heavily. On the opposite side, Samon suddenly fired an arrow towards the crowd. The arrows quickly struck the ground. The scene shifts to Tongjung Town, where a group of people is frantically rushing towards the fortress. An urgent shout echoed before the city gates. "Open the gates! We are soldiers under the command of General-in-Chief Li Shiji." Zhao Lin stood on the wall, his voice stern and his gaze uncompromising. "Explain the situation clearly. I am Pei Xiaolin, the commander in charge of Tongjung. The man's voice trembled. "I am Gao Juli, captain of the 1st Cavalry Division of the Imperial Guard from the Liaodong Expeditionary Force. We were ambushed by the enemy at Yanzhen and suffered a crushing defeat." His eyes widened and he leaned forward instinctively. "What?" Juli trembled, the fiery memory appearing like hell on earth. The Chengxin Legion, led by Zi Lu, which crossed the Liao River through the forests, and the Heishui Mohe unit led by General Gao, that murderous demon who slaughtered countless soldiers at Baikan and Mao City, ambushed us. His plea was a desperate shout. "Please open the gates quickly!" They say it's Yon Namseng, the eldest son of Yon Gaesamun, leading the Goguryeo army. Juli's body shook violently as he screamed in desperation. "We suffered heavy losses in the surprise ambush at Yanzhen. Please open the gates right now." The scene flashed back to a few days prior. A disgruntled soldier took off his helmet. He sighed in frustration. "Damn it, we have to wear this stinking Tang Dynasty armor again." The person next to him couldn't help but sigh, while another complained, "This Tang Dynasty helmet feels so strange." The others chimed in, "Who ever thought we'd have to wear the armor of the Tang Dynasty?" At the same time, Namseng looked at Gao Juli with an expectant gaze. "I'm counting on your performance." Juli clenched his fist and declared resolutely, "I will strike fear into the enemy camp even if it costs me my life." His voice was steady. "The supply troops have been wiped out, and there aren't many soldiers left in Tongjung, which will make the enemy afraid." Namseng stepped closer to Juli, looking him straight in the eye as he spoke. "When you complete your mission, I will make you the vice commander of the Central Division." Back in the present, Juli pleaded with all his might, "Please open the city gates. If Yon Namseng brings his army here, we'll all be killed. Those Goguryeo soldiers are targeting our main force." Zhao Lin leaned forward, shouting back, "Your identity has not been confirmed. It's impossible to open the city gates right now." When General-in-Chief Li Shiji passed through Tongjung, he told me that after his army passed, the gates were absolutely not to be opened without my seal and that of Lord Jianghe. Hearing this, Juli's entire body went rigid. He then roared in anger, his voice echoing across the heavens. After the General-in-Chief fell, the army scattered in every direction. We barely survived to bring back this news. The heartless commander of Tongjung has abandoned us. Now that Yon Namseng is coming, we'll be trampled to death by his horses, maybe without even a complete corpse to recover. What are we supposed to do? A soldier spoke up hesitantly, a flicker of pity in his eyes. "Commander, it seems they are soldiers from the Liaodong expedition. What if the enemy kills them all? Please open the gates and lower the drawbridge to save them." Zhao Lin's terrified eyes darted towards the battlefield as he stammered, "Their army is twice the size of ours." A horrifying thought flashed through his mind. What if the enemy charged in and slaughtered them while he was lowering the drawbridge? A tactical suggestion was made. How about we call for archers from the east and north gates to provide arrow cover? He nodded slightly, but his eyes still held doubt. "That's a good idea. But more importantly, is it really true that the General-in-Chief has been defeated?" Just then, the sound of splashing water was heard. Someone uttered in a dry voice, "It can't be." Namseng's group was suddenly charging forward like a whirlwind. He stared at the men and sneered. Juli's shouts suddenly became more frantic and panicked than ever. "Open the gates quickly! Yon Namseng, that demon, and General Gao are coming!" Zhao Lin's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his temples. "Oh no! So that's Yon Namseng. There's no escaping him." From the opposite side, a cart charged forward, madly shaking violently. Zhao Lin was nearly stunned by the sight. The bodies of soldiers were being dragged along the ground. At the same time, a soldier's face filled with panic. "That's the banner of the 1st Division of the Liaodong Expeditionary Force. The banners of Great General Yu Siyu and Great General Bai Dai are there too." A voice called from below, as cold as a death sentence, "If you do not surrender, your heads will be mounted on those spears." When Namseng captures a fortress, the first thing he does is display the heads of the generals and soldiers. After speaking, the man glared straight at Xiao Lin. Under his intimidating pressure, Xiao Lin's body practically froze. Back with Nam Sang, he squinted as he observed the men. For the moment, Nam Sang didn't move. His hair fluttered gently in the wind. Then he opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of white smoke drifting out before vanishing into the wind. A furious roar erupted from Nam Sang. It has been 47 years since the Sui Emperor invaded Goguryeo in the 8th year of the Jianxing era. Countless lives have been lost in Liaodong. Who was it that stole our fathers and our sons, turning so many in Goguryeo into widows and orphans? Those soldiers from the Central Plains over there are the ones responsible. It is time to break these chains of slavery and show Li Shiji and Emperor Taizong the true face of Goguryeo. Right at that moment, the clanking of chains echoed. The massive city gate began to lower rapidly. Jukri and his men charged inside, their shouts echoing. As soon as the soldiers from Liaodong and the Xinxiang army were inside, Jukri quickly clasped his hands. "We await your command, sir." Nam Sang's voice rang out again. "Warriors of the Mohe and all warriors of Goguryeo, take Tong Jung Jen with me, Military Commissioner Nam Sang." The moment he finished speaking, Dobat tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. He slowly raised his sword high into the air, and with a single slash, a bright flash cut through the day. Instantly, Nam Sang lunged forward. He leapt high into the air, gripping his axe with both hands. The chain was sliced in two, and the sound of clashing metal echoed relentlessly. Then he brought the axe down with all his might. The massive chain, weighing hundreds of tons, was instantly shattered. A soldier urgently shouted, "Those are Goguryeo soldiers disguised as Tang troops, kill them!" The soldiers quickly aimed their arrows at Nam Sang and his men. Below, the two armies charged at each other, and the battle grew increasingly fierce. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the ground red. At that moment, Hei Ru appeared. He looked up toward the fortress walls. Then Hei Ru led his men and charged straight in. Seeing this, Dubat immediately turned, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He didn't forget to praise him. "Good work, General." Dubat just shrugged. It was nothing. Hei Ru then commanded loudly, "You handle the inner city. I'll lend you some of my men if you need them." Hearing this, Dubat smirked. "And what about you, Governor?" He suddenly pointed in one direction. His gaze fell upon a group of soldiers in disarray. There, Hyo Rim was running around in a panic, screaming his head off. Dubat chuckled. "I see. You're going after the easy prey, are you?" Hei Ru replied coldly, "That insolent mouth of yours is going to cost you your promotion. If you want to become a prime minister under Prince Yan, you'd better learn to watch what you say. You haven't changed one bit since you were a kid, you immature brat." Meanwhile, as Nam Sang held his sword at the ready, a shout came from his troops. "Report the Hoiksu cavalry that entered the city earlier has taken control of the gate." Nam Sang thought to himself, "At this rate, Tong Jung Jen will fall to Goguryeo soon enough. But if we keep fighting like this, we won't have the strength for the next battle." He ordered sternly, "We've cleared out the nearby enemies. Pat Lun moved the small squads to the front." Nam Sang's voice rang out firm and powerful. "Begin firing the repeating crossbows." Arrows rained down, piercing the soldiers below. He looked straight ahead, his voice ringing with determination. "Keep firing!" Right then, endless screams filled the air. Witnessing the scene, Nam Sang's expression remained unchanged. After a long moment, silence fell over the area. A figurehead bowed to the ground caught his eye. It was Jada. Jada looked up at the approaching horse. Nam Sang spoke in a low but sharp voice. "What is your name?" Jada replied weakly. "Jada from John Oju." Nam Sang couldn't help but feel suspicious. "Why did you fight so desperately?" Jada didn't answer. Instead, he just laughed like a madman. Jintap laughed hoarsely, a sound mixed with pain and bitterness. "The reason?" Then he suddenly roared, "We fight because we were abandoned by you." The symbol of Goguryeo suddenly appeared clearly. Namshin paused for a brief moment, his eyes wide. "What do you mean?" Jintap's body trembled uncontrollably as he spoke with heartache. "A warrior only truly shines when he has a lord to serve, but you, Goguryeo, abandoned us. Even when we were being mercilessly slaughtered by the Turks, you people ignored us, leaving us to fend for ourselves. You left us without a scrap of clothing to cover our bodies, starving to death, with no way to survive except to find a new leader and continue fighting." Hearing this, his expression changed slightly, his eyes wavering. Jintap spat out each word as if driving the blame into Namshin's heart. "The reason we fight so fiercely is all because of you." A few days later, Namshin was slowly searching through a small compartment. After a long time, he had finally found information about the Khitan. The help from Haiyan and producer Kim Tae-young had been immense. Around the year 550 BC, An alliance between Baekje Silla and the Turks launched a simultaneous attack on Goguryeo. When Silla and Baekje formed an alliance and advanced south of the Han River, which was occupied by Goguryeo, Goguryeo chose to advance north. They abandoned the Han River Basin, a rich land with many trading ports and fertile fields, to prevent a worse disaster that could occur if the Turks also attacked from the north while they were facing the Baekje Silla alliance. Goguryeo would have fallen into an unsalvageable crisis. The threat from the vast grasslands was nothing compared to the Silla-Baekje alliance. However, the reason Goguryeo could prepare for a battle was all thanks to the cooperative support from the Khitan. The timely appearance of the Khitan was a crucial chapter in Goguryeo's advance into the Central Plains and the West. Not only that, but the Khitan also provided economic support. There was another piece of information Nam Shin had received from producer Kim Tae-young, a powerful leader. The ones who dared to stand against Goguryeo and oppose the pro-Goguryeo Khitan faction were the Daiha nation. Currently, the alliance between the Tang and the Khitan is the Daiha faction. With the Daiha tribe at the center, the other Khitan tribes wavered between Goguryeo and the Tang, depending on their own interests, choosing whichever side was more beneficial to them. Nam Shin questioned himself, can I hold back the Daiha nation, the faction opposing Goguryeo, while also drawing the neutral friendly Khitan tribes under Goguryeo's control? He flopped onto the floor, letting out a frustrated sigh. Nam Shin's lips tightened, his face wrinkling up like a walnut. Around the year 605 AD, the Sui general Yu Yunqi deceived the Khitan by disguising tens of thousands of Tuyuhun soldiers as merchants at the Yusong market in Goguryeo, and then launched a surprise attack when their guard was down. And then Emperor Wen of Sui had all the male prisoners executed. Not even the children were spared. At that time, 2 of the 10 Khitan tribes suddenly vanished. Son Oju and Li Joryo were among the missing tribes. Jintap's words echoed in his head. You left us without a scrap of clothing to cover our bodies, starving to death with the only way to survive being to find a new leader and continue fighting. Goguryeo had failed to become the leader they could trust and follow. The scene returns to the battlefield where a group of people are diligently moving provisions. The group of soldiers kept encouraging each other, move faster. In a small corner, Perun was diligently writing something on a piece of white paper. Just then, Nam Shin unexpectedly tapped him lightly on the shoulder. He bowed his head slightly. You've worked hard. Perun excitedly spun around young master. Thanks to you, we were able to repel the invaders. Perun is about to be rewarded. His contributions from the Battle of Baekgam Fortress to the recent one have all been recognized. As a true strategist, Perun fully deserves this reward. He tried to keep his voice steady, unable to hide his emotion. Thank you so much. Nam Shin calmly announced, I've written a report on your achievements and sent it to the great general. Perun nearly shouted, Really? He suddenly asked, a rare hint of concern in his eyes, How is Jintap's wound? He quickly reported, the medic told me at dawn that he survived. He must be eating porridge and resting now. Nam Shin asked in surprise, He's sleeping. Perun couldn't help but exclaim, That man is boneless. In all these years, I've only seen someone like that in Yisa. His voice lowered. When he regains consciousness, be sure to let me know. He replied decisively, Understood. Over here, Geru and Dupa's group were gathered in a room. Just then, Namshin stepped inside. General Yeon Namshin has just arrived. As soon as he saw him, Geru cheerfully gestured, Come here and sit down. The young man glanced around, clearly sensing the anxiety in everyone's eyes. What's going on? The atmosphere is so heavy, even after yesterday's victory. Just then, Hyejin stared at him with a cold look in her eyes. His voice was low as he said that Ansi Fortress was currently under attack. The Goguryeo soldiers there, along with Hat Gun's forces, numbered up to 20,000 troops. Hearing this, the young man froze, blinking slowly. Reports said the Tang Emperor himself was leading the army. He has gathered 350,000 soldiers and launched a fierce assault. Hyejin continued, adding that the Grand Chancellor's main army was advancing from Ogol Fortress toward Liaodong Fortress. It looked like they planned to recapture Liaodong and then move on to Ansi. The young man paused, considering the possibilities. The Tang had previously sent 160,000 soldiers to capture Liaodong Fortress. Considering various factors, it would take at least 100,000 of our own troops to take it back. If things are no longer as I knew them, at least we've still captured Tongjiang garrison. Could this be a strategy from Yan Geiseman and Go Jiangwei? He glanced aside, his eyes widening in surprise. The young man felt a bit lost. How does the main army already know about our forces? Samon quickly explained. They must have heard about Gaemo Fortress and the battle at the Hun River. News about the Rien Kiem Chan battle and our victory at Tongjiang Garrison will probably reach them tomorrow. The young man then asked, has there been any communication between the three leaders and the main army? For example, an order for the troops to hold their position at Tongjiang Garrison and wait for the next command. Or any news about the Chancellor and Grand Chancellor assembling troops near Shin Fortress, waiting for orders in case Ansi falls. Hearing this, Dubat looked anxiously at the young man. Young master, do you have a plan? He slowly walked over to the map hanging on the wall. The young man spoke decisively, as if he could already see the path forward. I believe the Grand Chancellor will order us to make our move at Tongjiang Garrison. The main army certainly won't rely on us currently stationed at Shin Fortress to go to Liaodong Fortress. They will order us to attack the northern and central routes of the Liao River to cut off the supply lines to Liaodong. Samon asked doubtfully. So the Chancellor and Lord Go will order us to attack Tongjiang Garrison and Howan Garrison. Geiru added hesitantly, the Tang forces probably don't expect us to break through their defenses ourselves. To seize the Liao River trade route and isolate Liaodong Fortress. The young man nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. Exactly. He calculated silently to himself to supply hundreds of thousands of Tang soldiers. Their shipments can't stop for even a single day. If we attack from Howan Garrison, the troops at Liaodong Fortress will surely face a critical food shortage. Hearing this, Dobat smiled involuntarily. Just then, Hiejin jumped up. We need to report this to the main army right away. Geiru reminded her. We still have 3 days left on the main army's schedule. Dobat cheered excitedly. Let's go cut off the Tang army's supply lines. At this, she smirked. Let's send word immediately. The young man suddenly interrupted. We can't. He raised his voice, giving an order. We need to advance on Howan Garrison, now. We have to capture Tongjiang Garrison before the official orders arrive. If we wait for instructions before marching out, word will certainly reach the enemy at Howan Garrison and Liaodong Fortress. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room was filled with tension. Hiejin immediately protested. The orders from the three leaders are absolute. We can't move the troops without a direct command. His expression hardened slightly, and his gaze lowered. And the young man scanned the room, meeting everyone's eyes. You've all seen the cliffs at Tongjiang Garrison. I hear Howan Garrison has reinforced and expanded its old fortifications. You understand what that means, right? Geiru didn't answer, his eyes narrowing grimly. He thought to himself, this is our only chance. The next time we'll need to dispatch more soldiers, which will mean more casualties. The young man clenched his fists until they trembled. There has to be a way. Then, suddenly, his eyes flew open, a spark igniting within them. The young man shouted, Get Palryun in here right now! The man rushed in, bowing low. You sent for me, sir. Nam Sin turned back with a serious expression and called out, Bat Luan. Then he gave the order, report on our provisions at Tongding Town, starting from the Battle of the Hun River. Bat Luan looked bewildered upon hearing this. He quickly composed himself and accepted the order. Yes, my lord, I'll do it right away. He then reported 20,000 sets of Tang light armor, tens of thousands of infantry armor sets, 20,000 war horses, and 40,000 transport horses, 100,000 head of livestock, including cattle and sheep, hundreds of thousands of rations, and 400 wagons, thousands of rolls of silk, 10,000 sets of leather. The others present were stunned by the report. Bat Luan continued, not to mention tens of thousands of iron and gold ingots, and 450,000 Kai Yuan Tong Bao coins. Duba Thang hit the table lightly. Good heavens, did we really gain so much loot from that victory? My lord, please be generous with the supplies. Our men are dying out here. Nam Sin interrupted. That's not all. The Tang army is transporting a massive amount of supplies from the Central Plains via the Liao River. While we're struggling with meager supplies, they're stockpiling huge military rations. Once the Tang army garrisons at Yan'an in Ansi City southern Liaodong is as good as dead. Dai Lao frowned grimly. Suddenly, someone spoke up. To stop the flow of reinforcements from the Central Plains, we need to cut off their supply line right now. The man gripped his cup tightly and slammed it on the table. It was Hui Zhen. He expressed his thoughts. This soldier's words are indeed correct, but the orders of the three chiefs are absolute. Our Central Army must await orders and move to Liaodong City based on their reply. Nam Sin exclaimed in shock. We don't have time for that. But Hui Zhen stood firm. My authority only extends to breaking the siege at Jin City. I must be cautious about Tongding Town, but in this situation, we must follow the orders of the three chiefs." Nam Sin's face flushed red with anger. He turned away to suppress his rage, while the other man calmly sipped his tea. Regret filled Nam Sin's heart. If I knew it would turn out like this, I would have brought Gao Yanshou with me. That glory hound would definitely have sided with me. I never expected Gao Huizhen to be this stubborn. I need to find another way. He clenched his fists, thinking of another plan. Nam Sin quickly thought of a solution and turned to Huizhen. "Is it possible if we don't use the Central Army?" Huizhen stated bluntly, "I will not approve troops from Jin City or Gungnai City." He affirmed confidently, "Of course not. We don't need any soldiers from Jin City or Gungnai City. Just give me the prisoners of war in the city." As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Lao froze. A moment of silence fell over the room. No one understood what Nam Sin was planning. He thought to himself, "This commotion is understandable given the strict military laws of Goguryeo. Soldiers captured by the enemy face poor performance reviews and harsh treatment. To restore their honor after the disgrace of being captured, they are willing to risk their lives on the battlefield." Nam Sin proposed, "Please gather 2,000 prisoners from the Tongding Town prison along with General Gao's troops." Huizhen was shocked. "What?" He argued, "If you give the order, we might not be able to capture Huiyuan Town before the directive is issued, but we can disrupt the supply line at the Liao River." Dai Lao was astonished. "Using prisoners? Are you planning to use the same tactic as in Tongding Town?" Huizhen was stunned for a second. Lord Dai Lao replied, Nam Sin persuaded them confidently. "Their supply depots are filled with Tang armor. We should strike now while the enemy has their guard down." Huizhen exclaimed in fear, "It's too dangerous. The young master will fall into enemy hands." But Dai Lao immediately raised a hand to stop him. He warned, "Don't underestimate the bloodline of the Grand Chancellor. This boy is no ordinary child." He proved his loyalty by cutting his own hand in the Great Hall of the Three Chiefs. And think of the allies who have fought alongside us through countless battles. A lump formed in Nam Sin's throat, his eyelashes trembling with emotion. The teacup was slammed down on the table as if venting frustration. Then Dai Lao picked it up and drank it all without hesitation. He declared with burning spirit, "Very well, under my authority, I approve this strategy." Putting on their new armor, the soldiers cheered excitedly. "Thank you, young master." Nam Sin responded with a happy smile. Bat Luan in his new armor showed it off enthusiastically. "Look, young master, I must look like a commander-in-chief, right?" With just one glance, the smile vanished from Nam Sin's lips, his expression turning dark and unreadable. He recounted with delight, "This brand new armor I found in Pei Xiaolin's room at Tongding Town. It's like it was made for me." He lowered his voice. "If you stand out too much, you'll attract the attention of the Goguryeo soldiers." Bat Luan's face went blank when he heard this. He explained, "Look at what we're wearing. We're all in Tang armor, so how do you think the locals and the Goguryeo soldiers who don't know about our plan will react?" Seeing his confusion, Nam Sin clarified, "They will definitely draw their bows on us." Bullion In imagined himself being executed by firing squad. He trembled with rage, cursing, "Damn it, damn it." Yon Namseng quickly eased the tension. "When the war is over, you'll be promoted to a first or second rank official. Just be patient for now. I'll grant you armor that's 10,000 times better than the light armor of the Tang." With that, he turned and encouraged the soldiers. "If everyone seizes this chance to achieve victory, you will all surely be promoted. I'll put in a good word with the Grand Prime Minister." Energized, they roared with fighting spirit, "Long live young master Yan Namseng! Long live the young master!" The roar exploded its shockwave, seemingly spreading throughout the entire city. The scene shifts to Ansi Fortress, where soldiers on the walls stood guard without a moment's lapse. On the Tang Dynasty's side, the soldiers' faces were tense. Standing on an observation tower, Emperor Taizong of Tangli Shimin silently looked down. He growled, "So this is Ansi Fortress. This is where the best blacksmiths in Goguryeo gather the pride of the North. They show an incredible will to fight, their morale soaring even as our army advances. It seems a capable general is defending this place." Zhang Sun Wuji replied, "From what we've gathered, they're preparing for a battle on the same scale as Liaodong. It appears our army will have to make considerable sacrifices to achieve victory." Li Shimin cut him off. "A fortress like this deserves to be destroyed. There's no need to know the name of someone who will soon be torn to shreds. Besides that Yon Gaesaman fellow, no one else is worthy of my attention." Hearing this, Jiang Sun Wuji merely pressed his lips together, swallowing the words he wanted to say. A soldier lamented, "Has His Majesty not heard of the losses we suffered at Liaodong and Gaemo? Even our commander-in-chief, Li Shiji, was defeated." A nearby soldier quickly shushed him, "Be quiet." Li Shimin suddenly burst into laughter. He lowered his head, covering his mouth, but his amusement was still evident. The soldiers beside him stared at him with astonishment. Li Shimin held up his hand, peering at Ansi Fortress through his fingers as he spoke with arrogance. "I have unified the Central Plains, conquered the steppes and the western regions. So why shouldn't Goguryeo be included in that?" Everyone present was stunned. Li Shimin continued, "Don't worry about such minor sacrifices. I have turned a blind eye to the deceptive games of the Guanlong aristocrats, and to you as well. Do you truly think it was because I lacked power and authority? The reason I approved the proposal to make Li Ji, the late empress's son, my successor was simple. After I have conquered the Central Plains and the steppes, I will conquer Goguryeo, the final obstacle." His hand slowly closed finger by finger. Finally, Li Shimin clenched his fist as if channeling all his determination and slowly called out, "Jiang Sun Wuji." Startled, he replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Shimin said menacingly, "This is a battlefield where arrows can fly at any moment. If you wish to keep the heavy responsibility that rests on your shoulders, then do not oppose my will." Li Shimin's 5 fingers clenched so tightly that the veins on his hand stood out. Under that invisible pressure, Jiang Sun Wuji's face turned pale, as if all life had been drained from him. Suddenly, from Li Shimin's clenched fist, red blood began to drip, and a cold, murderous aura spread out. Jiang Sun Wuji's body went limp, his eyes unable to hide his terror. He quickly knelt and admitted his fault. "Please punish this servant for his disrespect." Li Shimin immediately turned his cold gaze upon Jiang Sun Wuji. Next, he placed a hand on the man's endlessly trembling body and said, "No, that's not necessary. I am not like Emperor Yang. Do you compare me to a man who killed his subjects and ruled as a tyrant?" Li Shimin slowly lifted Jiang Sun Wuji's face and admonished him, "If you have something to say, then say it." "I am very disappointed, brother-in-law." Jiang Sun Wuji was drenched in sweat, stammering, That is." Then he shot to his feet and declared firmly, I seem to have overstepped a bit. As Your Majesty's loyal subject and a servant of the great Tang Empire, please command me to do anything." The soldiers standing behind Jiang Sun Wuji knelt in unison. Then they swore aloud, "If you tell us to move mountains and fill seas, we will move mountains and fill seas. If you command us to destroy the ocean, we will destroy it. When we encounter a fortress blocking our advance, we will tear it down. And we will slaughter anyone who dares to resist." Li Shimin said nothing, only watching them for a long time as if weighing something. After a moment, he spoke nonchalantly. "I am still hungry. I deposed my own father, killed my brothers, and devoured the world. And yet, I thought turning my eyes to the steppes would satisfy me. I thought I would be content after destroying the Turks and earning the title of Heavenly Kagan." Veins pulsed on Li Shimin's face. "If this affair in Goguryeo hadn't happened, I would have gone mad from sheer boredom. I was even delighted to hear that my old enemy, Yon Gaesamun, had killed the king and seized the throne. This insatiable hunger within me, I've realized its source. It's because Goguryeo refuses to bow its head. Now I will destroy Goguryeo and bring all creation under the banner of the great Tang Empire." The massive fortress walls shook violently, a thunderous roar echoing everywhere. The panicked citizens looked up. Giant boulders were launched one after another, breaking through the defense lines, and many Goguryeo soldiers were thrown from the walls. The Tang soldiers were working tirelessly. Countless boulders were launched in succession. The explosions were deafening as Tang soldiers operated the siege weapons with all their might, launching countless giant boulders. With them came explosions that shook the entire battlefield. A tense officer observed while reporting, "Dai Magniji, the enemy camp has too many siege towers. The Tang army numbers 350,000 if the fortress falls." Young Manchun sternly corrected him, "If a general falters, the soldiers will lose their will to fight. Don't cause a panic. Look closely, the stones from those siege towers cannot bring down our walls." Large cracks began to appear on the fortress wall. The officer looked down in fear. Young Manchun lowered his voice and questioned him. 100,000 civilians and 20,000 soldiers of Ansi labored to build, repair, and fortify this fortress. If it falls to mere weapons like these, how can it be considered a bulwark for great Goguryeo? He turned around. 4 officers stared intently at young Manchun. He declared resolutely, "We will not bow to the invaders. The army of Ansi is the foundation that protects our nation, so cast aside all fear. If our soldiers fall into fear and panic, our families and loved ones inside this fortress will die or be enslaved. We are the people of Great Goguryeo. Stand tall and fight under the banner of the Samjoko. The day Magniji will lead his army to save us. No matter what happens, hold fast until then." The Tang army is launching a fierce assault on Ansi Fortress. A soldier rushed in to report, "Ansi is under attack. 350,000 Tang soldiers have surrounded Ansi and the surrounding plains. The enemy has brought 100 siege towers and has been bombarding us day after day." Yan Geiseman sat above, listening intently. The soldier continued, "They have attacked non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. The southern wall has collapsed. We are fighting for our lives while reinforcing the wall with wood and earth." Anxiety was written all over Yan Geiseman's face. He thought to himself, "The southern Liaodong region has been turned into a wasteland. We were completely caught off guard by Li Shimin's attack." Yan Geiseman asked Ko Jianghui how much longer can Ansi hold out. He replied immediately, "Although Ansi's defenses aren't as strong as Liaodong Fortress, they have General Yang Manchun." Hearing this, Yan Geiseman just let out a cold snort. He thought, "Yang Manchun is a general I've long been at odds with, but he's a renowned commander who has the absolute trust of the entire Liaodong army on the southern front. And among the generals we have, he is the most suitable to defend Ansi Fortress. The problem is the enemy's forces have far exceeded our expectations." Yan Geiseman acknowledged, "If Ansi falls, the capital won't be able to hold either. Our main army is currently facing Li Shiji's forces who are entrenched in the north." Hearing this, the soldier's expression changed instantly. Yan Geiseman calculated, "We need to simultaneously deal with the 100,000 enemy troops stationed on the Liaodong plains and at Liaodong Fortress." Just then, outside, a soldier came rushing towards the camp. He shouted as he ran, "There's news from Governor Jairu of Sinseong Fortress." The moment the soldier knelt, he reported loudly, "Our forces have defeated the Tang army at Yaoqi and Nam Fortress, killing and wounding 90,000 enemy troops." Yum Sin was stunned. "You mean we've repelled Li Shiji's army? How is that possible?" The soldier answered, "Under the command of the young master Yun Namsang, who led troops from Sinseong Fortress Guknai Fortress, along with the southern governor and the Jongmun army." Yan Geiseman was thunderstruck. "Namsang led the army?" He interrogated the soldier. "You expect me to believe that if this is some scheme to win my favor, I will not spare you?" The soldier shut his eyes tightly and denied it. "No, that's not it. Governor Jairu, military advisor Samun, and Go Hyejin have also sent separate letters." As he finished speaking, he quickly presented the letters to Yan Geiseman. Yum Sin, standing beside him, read aloud, "They captured a large number of the enemy's siege towers and launched a surprise attack right from the first battle to cut off their supply lines." He was astonished. Is all of this true? Did they also behead Li Shiji, the commander-in-chief of the Tang army? The soldier replied, "Yes, the head of commander-in-chief Li Shiji is outside." Yum Sin analyzed the situation. "Now that Li Shiji is dead, we must attack Tongjiang garrison. If we can cut off the supply route north of the Liao River Sinseong Fortress, and the surrounding areas will be freed from the enemy's assault." Yan Geiseman asked, "You mean we should use this momentum to target Tongjiang garrison?" He tensed up as he planned. "We must capture it quickly before the enemy finds out. The Tang forces guarding that place only number 10,000. Our troops stationed in the Yongjin region can handle this. And if it's Governor Ji Lu, he's the most trustworthy man for the mission." Wen Su immediately gave the order, "Now is our chance to counterattack. Send a messenger to Yanzhen at once." A soldier kneeling on the ground raised his hand, volunteering for the duty. Wen Su stopped the man for a moment. Yin Shin exploded in anger, yelling, "You bastard! Who do you think you are speaking out of turn here? In the presence of His Excellency and the generals of the 3 armies, you dare to speak nonsense without being asked." The soldier was stunned by the scolding. Wen Su suddenly raised a hand to stop Yin Shin. "Be quiet. A messenger well versed in military strategy must have something important to say." The soldier quickly bowed his head to apologize. "Please forgive my impertinence. My report is not yet complete." Then he continued, "At the suggestion of young master Yan Namsang, the Xincheng army led by Yan Namsang chose to advance and has captured Tongcheng Fortress. Wen Su was hit with one surprise after another, while Yin Xin's eyes were wide with astonishment. He urged Wen Su, "This is our chance. We must order an attack on Huayuanzhen immediately, with the main Tang army concentrated at Anxi and Gai'an, the only places they can gather. Supplies are Yezhai and Huayuanzhen." The soldier suddenly let out a sound, causing Yin Xin's heart to skip a beat. Zheng Yi also glanced at him startled. He bowed and said, "There is still more to report." Everyone present was utterly astonished. The soldier continued, "Young Master Namsang anticipated that Your Excellency would order an attack on Huayuanzhen as soon as you return to the main camp. So he has already taken several thousand troops and headed there himself." Wen Su was frozen to the spot. Namsang did that. He kowtowed and said, "He had already left before I departed, so I have no further news to report. That is the end of my report." As he finished, Wen Su let out a hearty, meaningful laugh. His voice was filled with anticipation. I have never been so eager to hear what in the world Namsang is thinking. The scene shifts to Huayuanzhen with a clear blue sky stretching overhead. Gold coins were exchanged, their metallic sheen glittering in the sun. The camp was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Soldiers grinned widely as many merchants arrived, telling them to unload their goods, rest, and enjoy themselves for a bit. Duba observed from the side. With merchants flocking to buy the spoils of war, security has grown lax. Namsang added, and because of that their vigilance has truly dropped. There is hardly a more profitable place than a battlefield. Never mind the slave markets, just look at the piles of supplies and armor. He glanced around. Seeing this, Duba said, "I'll secure the prisoners before the market gets too chaotic." Namsang reassured him, "Don't worry, the new recruits will do just fine. That Chisa Biwu fellow seems quite capable." Suddenly, someone called out in a panic, "Young master!" Namsang exclaimed in surprise, "Gao Juli," the man panted as he presented his report. "The commander-in-chief has ordered us to bring supplies into the fortress." Upon hearing this, Namsang rejoiced inwardly. Perfect. He then thought to himself, unlike other places, Huayuanzhen has 3 layers of walls, making it difficult to breach in a short time. But if breaking in isn't an option, we can just get inside without breaching. The Tang army had taken the bait. Numerous carriages entered the city smoothly. Namsang stood above and gave the command, "Listen up, everyone. We will reclaim this place as a Goguryeo stronghold, surround the village, and ensure that no one escapes. The enemy at Liaodong Fortress must not find out about this. If things don't happen simultaneously, we could be counterattacked and completely wiped out." He suddenly turned and said, "Shita, you come with me." Shita was slightly surprised. Namsang continued, "I saved your life, so the least you can do is take responsibility for protecting me." He hesitated. "I don't understand your intentions." Namsang replied bluntly, "I want to make a pact with Sun Wuzhou. Before we make that pact, I will show you what I'm capable of. When Huayuanzhen falls, I will give you the choice to become my subordinate or my enemy." Duba gripped his axe, his fighting spirit flaring as he roared, "Attack!" Then he charged straight forward, sending dirt and rocks flying. Immediately after, the wooden gate was smashed open, flying high into the air. Namsang looked up with a solemn expression. The panicked townspeople chattered non-stop. What was that? What was that noise? Namsang gripped the hilt of his sword, the steel flashing as he drew it. The command rang out short and sharp, "Let's go!" The soldiers responded instantly. They all charged forward at once. Go Dubat turned, waving his hand and shouting, "Get in! Get in!" The Tang soldiers were in utter chaos from the surprise attack. Who are you? Who are you people?" The soldiers on the city walls watched the scene in horror. The clang of swords and spears echoed through the air. A soldier on the wall looked down, crying out in terror, "What the hell is going on? Are our men fighting each other?" Countless arrows from crossbows rained down on the Tang forces. The archers took aim with intense focus. The Tang soldiers fell like blades of grass. Go Dubat clenched his fist, his determination clear. Don't let a single one of them leave the city. The Tang soldiers scattered in panic, screaming, "It's the Goguryeo army to arms!" They scrambled to close the gates, but it was too late. In the end, they were sent to meet their maker one by one. With a cold glint in his eyes, Kang Mojam swung his sword without hesitation. The Tang soldiers couldn't believe their eyes. The prisoners escaped. How did they get into the armory? But before they could find an answer, Kang Mojam acted, sending them on their way in the blink of an eye. The commander's face turned pale. He yelled from behind his soldiers, "It doesn't matter if they're wearing Tang armor. Kill anyone who tries to attack." The Tang soldiers began swinging their blades wildly, cutting down anyone who charged at them without mercy. They were stunned for a moment, and the commander forced a smile. Did they lose their nerve after the ambush failed? It's too late to run now. Now then. Before he could finish, an arrow struck him in the chest, and he collapsed on the spot. The Tang soldiers cursed bitterly, "Damn it!" Then they too fell under the shower of arrows. As agonizing screams echoed all around, Yatap stood frozen in place. Sheer terror filled his eyes. Nam Seng suddenly spoke up. "Look at what happens to those who deceive and hire prairie warriors for a few silver coins." He glanced back, sneering, "Your tribe is full of fools." Yatap lowered his head as if in agreement. Nam Sang asked, "Do you remember the Turkic army that betrayed the Khitan's kindness by posing as merchants?" He replied immediately, "Of course we remember. They were the ones behind the massacre." Nam Sang inquired, "Who gave them the order?" Yatap growled, "The emperor of the Sui dynasty." He questioned him, "If you knew that, why do you still work for them?" "The masterminds behind the Khitan massacre decades ago are the same people now using your son Oju to earn a few paltry coins. They're all cut from the same cloth." Around June of the following year, Nam Sang led 3,000 troops and cleverly captured Hoan town, bringing the entire northern and central Liu River region under Goguryeu's control. When everything was settled, Nam Sang and Yatap sat down to talk. He respectfully clasped his hands and said, "I am Yatap, grandson of Uiya of the son Oju, and also a chief. I greet the noble son of the ancestral clan." Nam Sang, sitting opposite him, replied, "The descendants of the ancestral clan in Goguryeo welcome our Khitan brothers from the plains. You've probably already met my companions, so I'll skip the formal introductions. This is General Go Dubat, and this is Vice Supervisor Kang Mo Jam." Yatap introduced his side as well. "My father's uncle, Mok Ri, and the son of my late father, U Hoiko, are also present. We have just witnessed a battle that was nothing short of a miracle. What do we stand to gain if we follow you?" Nam Sang thought to himself, "A straightforward question. Not just this branch of the Khitan, but all Khitan people have always served as mercenaries for both the Tang and Goguryeo. The key was which side could offer more benefits and power." He spoke up, "Will this be enough to secure your livelihood?" Yatap shared, "Livelihood is important, but there are other matters. There is a leader who is hostile towards the son Oju. His name is De Ha, and he was the one who handed our soldiers over to the Tang and signed the agreements that forced us to fight against your country. The Sunwu tribe has a population of 30,000 people. The moment we oppose Dahe, the pro-Tang chief, and the other leaders, our clan will be annihilated." Nam Sang came to a silent conclusion. "Perhaps, if I were in their position, I would also eliminate the opposition." Muli turned and flicked Heiwu on the cheek. Nam Sang thought to himself, "Dahe has been revered as a hero for hundreds of years in Khitan history. I know the decision to stand against him isn't an easy one. But for Goguryeo to be reborn as the Lord of the Plains, we need the strength of the Khitan." A heavy atmosphere hung over the eaves. Yetta was discussing something privately with Heiwu and Muli. His facial muscles were tense. What could they be discussing? The other two couldn't hide their anxiety either. Nam Sang wondered to himself, ever since I informed them, do they still resent the ancestors of the Tang dynasty Li Shimin and the Tuoba clan? He fixed his suspicious gaze on them. A moment later, Nam Sang turned and gave a quiet order, "Let's step aside for a bit." The scene changes to a spacious room. Dubat observed for a long moment, then let out a cold snort. He remarked, "For an outpost that has to face Goguryeo, they've certainly gathered quite a lot." Nam Sang asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Dubat explained, "For the commander of a small fort to be able to afford pottery and porcelain like this, it means he has extorted a huge sum from the merchants traveling between Goguryeo and the Mohe people. It seems he's also embezzled the soldiers' wages. Look at that pile of gold, silver, and silk." Nam Sang concluded internally, "This implies corruption among the high-ranking officers of the Tang army. This is a good lead." He suddenly froze as if he had seen something unusual. Seeing Dubat lick his lips in excitement, Nam Sang muttered, "Such opportunists." Then he gave the order, "Gather all the gold, silver, silk, and the slush fund." He was slightly surprised. "Are we really allowed to keep this? I thought you were joking. But are you serious?" Nam Sang replied, "Just hoard as much as you can. It will be very useful later." Dubat joyfully confirmed, "You're really letting us take a share." He immediately corrected him. "A share isn't enough. Collect enough for tens of thousands of people to use later. We'll need money more than words to persuade the chief of the Sunwu tribe and the other Khitan clans, but if we waste time reporting to our superiors for funds, we'll miss our chance to stab Li Shimin in the back." He snapped his fingers enthusiastically. All right, we saved time and money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just then, a soldier ran up to report young master. The chief of the Sunwoo tribe requests an audience. In 3 years, in 648, AD Dahi will be completely subjugated by the Tang. It won't be long before the Sunwoo tribe follows the fate of Dahe. If Goguryeo lets Li Shimin escape from Ansi Fortress, a similar future could repeat itself. For this reason, they need to control at least a part of the Khitan right now. Filled with determination, Nam Sang stepped outside. Let's go. As soon as he sat down, Yeda stated bluntly, as long as the leader Dahi is in power, an alliance with your country would be foolish. Dubat and Gang Mojam, standing behind him, drew their swords in unison. However, they were quickly stopped by Nam Sang. Across from them, Hei Wu and Muli's hearts skipped a beat at their actions. Nam Sang turned and reminded them, I promise to guarantee the lives of the Sunwoo warriors. Please stop threatening them and stand down. Dubat clicked his tongue, his expression clearly showing his reluctance. In the end, he had no choice but to sheath his sword. Dubat cursed bitterly filthy Khitans. Gang Mojam also suppressed his emotions and sheathed his sword. For a moment, Yeta Hei Wu and Muli were drenched in sweat. Nam Sang repeated, so the problem isn't money, but Dahe. Yeta affirmed without hesitation, that's right. He pressed his hand on the table and stated, if there is a solution. Hei Wu, standing beside him, continued, it would be impossible without eliminating him. Among the 50 Khitan chiefs, Dahe is one of the top 8 leaders and is incredibly wealthy. Gang Mojam speculated it must be because of the salt lake at the headwaters of the Zar Moran River. Yeta nodded exactly. The tribe that controls the salt determines the fate of the other tribes, unlike in the past when Goguryeo held the rights to the salt lake. Hearing this, Nam Sang frowned slightly. Dubo yelled furiously, shut it, you bastard! The young master's kindness has made you far too brazen. Hei Wu broke out in a cold sweat. Nan Sheng suddenly clapped his hands. Dubo was also stunned by his action for a couple of seconds. He spoke sternly, I, Nan Sheng, am the master here. Anyone who oversteps their authority should remember that it's no different from spitting on the honor of the Yan clan and the great general. In an instant, a heavy silence fell over the eaves. He continued, since Sun Wu Zhou has been honest, I will make another proposal. The word we had just left He's mouth. When Nan Sheng singled him out, advisor He, I am not asking you. How long must I listen to your decisions when you are not even the chief? He stared intently at Yeta. He stared back without blinking, the tension clear on his face. Nan Sheng's voice was firm. I will ask leader Sun Wu Zhou about the future prosperity of his people. Not long after the goods were neatly packed onto the horse-drawn carts. The cart trembled slightly and then moved forward. Muli and He were unusually silent. Yeta gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with deep thought. Nan Sheng wore a thoughtful expression as if preoccupied with something. Earlier, Yeta had asked in surprise, neutrality? Nan Sheng nodded. That's right. Do not participate in the war between the Tang and Goguryeo for the next 2 years. He fell silent, appearing to consider it carefully. Nan Sheng continued, in return, I will give you 5,000 kwan of Kaiyuan Tongbao coins annually for a total of 10,000 kwan over 2 years. Yeta was stunned for a couple of seconds after hearing his terms. Astonishment was written all over Muli's face. He instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. Nan Sheng thought to himself, what is this several times more than what the Tang offered? He said seriously, I will pay you immediately once we make our promise. Back in the present, the sound of wheels grinding on the dirt echoed steadily as the carts moved forward. Nan Sheng and his subordinates kept their eyes glued to the other group. They had arrived crammed like cargo in covered wagons, but left with horses and carts loaded with 5,000 kwan in coin. Dubo cursed with open contempt. Old foxes, their ancestors' vengeance and pride have crumbled before money. They must think it's more profitable to take our money and abandon the front lines to wander the grasslands. Nan Sheng asked, have you sent a messenger to Commander Z yet? When will the Xincheng army arrive? He replied immediately, the messenger or the vanguard will arrive tomorrow at the earliest. Good, he said in approval. On Yeta's side, the horse's pace remained steady and calm, a stark contrast to his own troubled mind. What if they become our enemies? Nan Sheng had given a veiled warning, I will allow you and your survivors to leave, but when we meet again, I will not show the same mercy. Because I will not include you in the world I envision. Nan Sheng walked into the room coldly. Gao Zhu and Wan Yuan stood at attention to greet him. Nan Sheng pulled out a chair and sat down while introducing himself. Please have a seat. I am Nan Sheng, an officer of the Special Forces. I have summoned you here for an important mission." As soon as he finished, Gao Ju bowed his head respectfully. "Young master, we will never forget the debt we owe you for saving our lives." The others immediately chimed in enthusiastically. "Use us as you see fit. If we don't take down at least one more Tang soldier, we'll die filled with regret." Nan Sheng stated frankly, "The reason I have gathered you and the master of Tiantai is to disrupt the Tang army's supply lines. Form 5 teams from the strongest prisoners and attack the supply convoy coming from Yucheng." Everyone present was utterly astonished. One of them asked, "You mean we're going to attack the supply line?" In that very moment, their tears began to fall onto the table. Gao Ju's shoulders shook as he wept, muttering constantly, "Damn it, what a relief. I guess my luck hasn't run out. I thought I'd never get a chance to avenge the humiliation at Liaodong Fortress." Nan Sheng was silent for a moment, thinking to himself, they were sent to the front lines where they could have died, and yet they're on the verge of tears now. What could have happened to make their hatred weigh so heavily on them? An old man slammed his fist on the table and vowed, "Next time I'd rather die than be taken prisoner again." After regaining his composure, Gao Zu reminded the others, "Everyone quiet down. The young master has given us a chance. There isn't much time, so let's hear what he has to say." Pointing to the map, the young man explained, "This information came from interrogating the merchants and supply officers from Huayuan town. The supply and provisions team departed from Yucheng and is expected to pass through here around noon tomorrow. Seize the enemy's provisions and take no prisoners. The Tang army is currently focused on Liaodong Fortress and Anxi. Besides, since we control the entrance gate, attacking the enemy's supply convoy won't be difficult." Under his command, Gao Ziwu took 5,000 soldiers, divided them into 5 battalions, and seized the supply routes. Immediately after, the soldiers set out without a moment's hesitation. The young man watched from a high vantage point. Gao Ziwu had departed with 5,000 troops to attack the supply convoy. From now on, everything becomes even more critical. At that same moment, a horse lathered in sweat came to a halt. Ji Lu and the soldiers under his command appeared before the city gates. The young man ran out joyfully to greet him. "General Ji Lu, you're here," the general recounted. "I came as soon as I received the report. The main camp near Liaodong Fortress is in an uproar because of your actions. A kid like you has swept through Baikan Fortress, the Battle of Hunhei Tongjung Town, and Huiyuan Town." Samuel and Heejin dismounted their horses in pain after the long journey. The soldiers also showed signs of exhaustion. Ji Lu reported the great prime minister was very surprised by your actions. He even asked if you were truly his son. The young man replied humbly, "It was all thanks to everyone here." He strode forward boisterously, slapped the young man on the shoulder, and chimed in, "Of course it's thanks to me, Ji Lu, that we got these results." A cold sweat broke out on the young man's back as he realized Duba and Ji Lu were like 2 peas in a pod. The general demanded, "Take me to the war room. We have to revise the battle plan sent by the military triumvirate. The main camp is in an uproar over what our troops have done. The battle plan has changed. Gui Guan and Gao Zhengyi have captured Huiyuan town and the enemy's northern transport routes." The young man listened intently, thinking to himself, "I can understand why this complicated situation arose." After news of Tongjung town's fall, the triumvirate would have made a careful plan, but Huayuan town was taken before that plan could be executed. Ji Lu asked your troops acted boldly, finishing before the army north of Liaodong could even arrive. "What else is there?" the young man reported. "Half a day ago, I ordered Commander Gao Ziwu to lead 5,000 soldiers to attack the supply convoy from Yucheng. I acted first, and will report later." Ji Lu's jaw dropped and he yelled, "What, that guy Gao Ziwu is still alive?" Heijin asked curiously, "And you sent him to attack, not just block the road?" Samuel wondered, "Where did you get 5,000 soldiers?" He answered, "I selected 5,000 from the 8,000 captured when Liaodong fell and had them wear Tang armor." The young man pushed a list toward them and said, "This is the full scale of the supply convoy." Samuel's eyes went wide. "There's that much." Heijin mused, "That makes sense. The imperial court is pouring the budgets of 6 provinces into war expenses. What if we can't capture it all?" A look of helplessness appeared on the faces of Gang Mojam and Yu Lin. The young man stated firmly, "We will capture it all. 2 of the gate fortresses have already fallen into our hands, and the enemy still doesn't know. Those are Xinjiang Town and Huiyuan Town." The young man laid out the plan. "We will seize the provisions and food they're sending. Without provisions, it will be difficult for them to continue fighting. The Tang forces attacking Anxi will fall into internal disarray. Even if we block supplies from Yucheng, the transport route south of the Liao River remains, but attacking there could do more harm than good. Instead, what if we strike directly at Yucheng, the key fortress, and cut off the supply convoy completely? The Emperor at Ansi won't last 2 months. Hiejin proposed a hypothesis. What if the Tang army gets reinforcements? The young man immediately dismissed it. That's completely impossible. He reasoned, there are rumors that the Zhenju Khan of the Shuiyantuo is stirring up the remaining elite forces within Tang territory, and they are gathering at Guaju. The Shuiyantuo lords of the steppe have 2 reasons to threaten the Tang. First, because of the Tang's plot to revive the Turks to counterbalance the Shuiyantuo. Second, because of the loss of face and economic damage from calling off the marriage alliance with a Tang imperial princess. We will use the remaining 36 hours to decide the outcome of this war. Ji Lu was lost in thought. Suddenly, a curse rang out. Someone shouted in outrage, thanks to those damn cowards in Pyongyang, the map of Liaodong is a complete mess. Duba was furious. We must crush Yucheng and show the Goguryeo army our might. Didn't we already lose Lingbi City because we listened to the Tang Emperor and didn't attack Beike and Silla? Gang Mojam and Yulin wavered for a moment. It all started with Wang Yingyu long ago, back when geographical technology was not advanced. National maps were critical military intelligence. Wang Yingyu presented a map of Goguryeu's entire territory to the Tang dynasty. Because of that, the southern part of Lingbi City and other areas fell quickly, leading to the collapse of the southern Liaodong Peninsula. Although Yan Gesemun's coup couldn't be called righteous, the desire for lasting peace held by Wang Yingyu and the moderate faction was nothing but a dream. Not long after the thunder of hooves charged forward, every stride kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Duba, filled with doubt, asked the young master, can a special forces unit really disrupt the Tang army's rear base in Yucheng all by themselves? Nam Sang replied confidently, just trust me. Before we even reach Yucheng, we might hear news that Liaodong Fortress has been retaken. Acting independently without orders from the military leadership or the nobles was forbidden. Despite his attempts to persuade them, Nam Sang couldn't get any support from Chengxin's army. So he led his special forces unit, which had the authority to operate independently under his command, to Yucheng. Moreover, he officially integrated the prisoners of war from Liaodong into the special forces, a move that not even General Shi Lu could oppose. For the Goguryeo soldiers who had been captured and then returned to their homeland, their honor demanded they achieve military merit, an almost impossible task. Goguryeo military law forbade former prisoners of war from serving in the regular army. Therefore, they had to take on dangerous, life-threatening missions, yet they shed tears of joy for the chance. 5 teams led by General Go Chiwu would attack the supply convoy from Yucheng, while the rest of the special forces would strike the logistical rear base at Yucheng to sever the supply line. Nam Sang confidently concluded this campaign was possible because they had already recaptured Huayuan town and rescued the prisoners. The Tang supply troops marched forward, casually, completely unaware of the danger they were in. They hummed tunes as they rode their horses. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rushed towards them, forcing them to a halt. A squadron of war horses charged towards them at lightning speed. The Tang soldiers panicked and shouted, "It's the Goguryeo army! The enemy is attacking!" One of them yelled out an order. Supply teams form a barricade with the wagons and crates. The soldiers under his command quickly carried out the order. They arranged the wagons into a circle. Nam Sang, radiating killing intent, thought, I knew they'd use that tactic. However, the Goguryeo tactics were different. Instantly, the ground seemed to explode. Ear-piercing screams tore through the air. Meanwhile, near Liaodong Fortress at the main camp of the Goguryeo Central Army, So-moon paced back and forth in his tent, his heart filled with anxiety. Seeing him like this, everyone else in the tent dared not make a sound. His expression was grim, fraught with tension. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the tent and frantically announced, "There's a report from Commander-in-Chief Zia Lu. Just before our 30,000 troops advanced on Huiyuan town, military advisor Nam Sang and his special unit took down thousands of Tang soldiers and captured thousands more alive. And they have completely captured the entire Huiyuan town area." Everyone in the tent murmured in astonishment. How is that possible? That special unit only left yesterday. The Tang soldiers wouldn't just fall over and die. So-moon, feeling a mix of awe and frustration, let out a long sigh. Then he earnestly bowed his head and declared to everyone, "I, Yon Gesemun, hereby announce to you all, thanks to the efforts of the special unit, Tongxing Town and Huiyuan Town are back under our control. Now we will reclaim Liaodong Fortress, send messengers to Southern Governor He Jin and Shi Lu. The scene shifts elsewhere. The terrified soldiers yell, "It's the Goguryeo army! Get into defensive formation! Stop them! The enemy can't destroy our supply wagons!" Nam Sang thought to himself, it seems they're forming a defensive line to buy time for reinforcements. This tactic is designed to counter nomadic armies that focus on raiding. However, it's a poor choice against the Goguryeo army, which fights like a nomadic force. With that thought, he shouted, "Fire!" Immediately, the soldiers under his command raised their bows and fired straight ahead. The soldiers on the other side were struck by arrows, one by one falling and scattering across the ground. Their leader hastily commanded, "Hold the formation, kill them." With that, he spurred his horse and charged directly at Nam Sang. Behind him, a crowd of men surged forward at the same time. Their horses' hooves thundered across the ground like lightning. Suddenly, someone rushed out to intercept them. The one joining the attack was none other than Yita. Seeing him charge out, the men panicked and fled. He quickly gave chase, shouting, "I am Yita, I will kill every last one of you." The soldiers screamed in terror, "Spare me, I don't want to die." They started to fall into disarray. "Don't run, stay together and fight. Stop them. Form a defensive circle with the supply wagons and hold them back with spears. Kill anyone who tries to flee with spears and swords." They descended into chaos, turning on and killing each other. A few who remained still tried to fight, grabbing the carts and flipping them over. They then formed a defensive line. Wretched screams echoed all around. A short while later, the enemy forces were completely wiped out. Gang Mojam spoke up, "We have too much to transport." Balloon replied, "In a single move, you've captured the northern Liaodong army's entire annual supply depot." Hearing this, another man added, "Commander Geru will be astonished when he hears this news." They made use of the enemy's supply wagons. Balloon praised his soldiers as he watched them work hard. Nam Sang thought to himself, the northern Liaodong army's food supply was so depleted they had to ration it daily. In contrast, the Tang army receives a constant stream of supplies from the Zhongyuan. If the war continues like this, Goguryeo will surely face economic collapse. Conventional strategies and direct confrontation won't work. A head-on battle with the Tang army is certain to end in defeat. To win, we must cut off the enemy's supply line. With that thought, he said, "Kill the emperor and his court. That's the only way we can win." The other two gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. Gang Mojam asked curiously, "Do you really think he intends to kill Li Shimin?" Balloon added, "I was wondering the same thing." Suddenly, someone announced, "Young master, there's a report from General Gogu. He reports that he has attacked the supply convoy and seized a massive amount of resources." After hearing the report, Nam Sang looked around and said, "General Gogu has done well. The west of Tongjung Fortress is now secure. Summon General Go and his troops. It's time to join our forces and assign some of the injured and other soldiers to manage the supplies." Dubal stared at Nam Sang in amazement. In the distance, someone waved and shouted to them, "We're short on men. Everyone get over here." Nam Sang asked Dubal, "What should we do?" He replied, "I don't know what to do either. I've never seen so many supplies in my entire life. But carrying all of this will slow our advance too much." Yu Rin suggested, "What if we sell the excess supplies to the neighboring tribes? Recently, many of their livestock have died due to the sharp drop in temperature, and crop yields have been poor. I hear the situation is even worse as trade has come to a halt because of the war." Dubal asked doubtfully, "What if they're allied with the Tang dynasty?" He explained, "Even the Khitan Cebu who have Goguryeo ancestors couldn't join the campaign due to poverty. Are you willing to give up potential allies because of such fears?" Nam Sang added, "Gyosa Bu's idea isn't bad, but in reality, it would take too long to gather the various Mohi tribes for trade." He thought to himself, "The distance is too great." With that in mind, he continued, "Subordinate Officer Geom, tell General Gogu to send only a portion of the captured supplies to the rear and bring everything else here." "Gyosa Bu, is there any news from the Shuiyan Tuo?" Gyosa Bu replied, "Nothing yet. I've told the various tribes that we will pay for any information they bring." He added, "We will fail if we miss even the smallest detail, so keep an ear out for everything." The man replied, "I will dispatch 100 of our best messengers." Nam Sang continued, "We also need to spread rumors." Gyosa Bu asked doubtfully, "What kind of rumors, sir?" He explained, "Rumors that we are defeating the Tang dynasty in successive victories." The scene shifts to a stronghold elsewhere. The sound of galloping hooves echoed through the area. The townspeople panicked when they saw the group of riders rushing past. A man on horseback shouted as he sped by, "Make way, urgent news." Hearing this, the people around them quickly moved to the sides. The gate guards rushed into the middle of the road to stop them. The rider, now blocked, gritted his teeth and said, "Urgent news, an order from the imperial court in Chang'an and the crown prince. We must inform His Majesty that the Shui'an Tuo have begun their invasion. 100,000 cavalry have crossed the Yellow River and reached Hezhou. As soon as they moved from the steppes, the protectorate offices of Yingzhou and Yunzhong went on high alert. Disaster will strike if we don't withdraw our troops immediately." The man who received the news stammered in panic, What should we do?" Then he shot to his feet and yelled, "Give the order right now! Get word to His Majesty the Emperor immediately, the Shui'an Tuo are invading." The soldier galloped into the city, shouting as he rode, "Quick, inform His Majesty, the Emperor, the Shui'an Tuo are invading." News of the Shui'an Tuo invasion spread like wildfire across Liaodong. Countless steppe tribes and soldiers stationed in the north had witnessed their invincibility, and the nomads of Liaodong could no longer ignore the great power in the east. The scene shifts to Ailu Jun elsewhere. He shouted to the men behind him, "Hurry up, we'll reach the Grand Prime Minister's successor within the hour." Yilian Bo quickly asked, "What will the kingdom do if they discover we're coming unannounced?" He answered, "With the Tang army at Liaodong Fortress, crush the Tang dynasty. Can't win this war anymore. Haven't you all heard the tales passed down from our forefathers?" Zheng En said doubtfully, "You mean the story of how Goguryeo defeated 1,130,000 Sui soldiers along with the Khitan warriors?" Seeing his question, Ailu Jun explained, even the Emperor of Sui was confident when he crossed the Liao River to level Yucheng. However, when the battle was over, he was forced to flee. They say he was horrified after seeing the white bones scattered all over the marshes. Zheng En asked him again, "Ailu, do you think Goguryeo will be the victor?" He replied, "Zheng En, let me ask you this. If a wolf pack loses both its strongest fighter and its smartest strategist, can the rest of the pack and its leader survive the winter?" He wondered, is he talking about Li Jingli Shiji and Yuchi Gong? Then he said, "So by that logic, more than half the pack would either starve or be devoured by other packs before winter's end. Will that happen to the Tang dynasty and their emperor too?" Ailu Jun explained, "That's because even with the help of Chief Dahe Gujia, they still can't win this war. When Yon Gaisamun, who is allied with the Shui'an Tuo, sends his son to attack the steppes and the north, the balance of power in Liaodong will shift. On top of that, they say Yon Gaisamun's son is a general who has achieved many great victories. And once Goguryeo occupies Yucheng, if we join forces with Goguryeo, then Ailu still has a chance to become the leader." Zheng En and Yilian Bo exchanged a look. Then Yilian Bo asked curiously, "I wonder what his son is like?" Ailu Jun replied, "We'll have to see for ourselves." A moment later, Namseng greeted them. "It is an honor to meet the nobles from the Ailu, Yilu, and Shinli tribes. I am Namseng, eldest son of the House of Yon, whose head is the Grand Prime Minister of Goguryeo." Ailu Jun quickly replied, "The honor is ours. We came to join your forces after hearing that the Grand Prime Minister's young master was recruiting soldiers." Zheng En stared at the two men before him with a look of confusion. Namseng continued, "Thank you for traveling so far to be here. I trust you will be treated with hospitality." Suddenly, Zheng En blurted out, "This kid." Everyone around him immediately shot him a questioning look. Ailu Jun panicked and covered the boy's mouth. "Thank you for providing us nomads with a place to rest." Realizing he'd misspoken, he spread his arms in a gesture of greeting. He said, "We welcome our old brothers in arms to this fight against the Central Plains." Duba cut him off. "Our young master may look young, but you'll regret underestimating him. If you knew how many soldiers we've killed, you'd probably faint. We've cut down tens of thousands of Tang soldiers, and he himself has slain more than 10 of them." Zheng En yelled angrily, "How could a wet-behind-the-ears brat like him manage that?" Ailu Jun quickly interjected, "Young master, please forgive my cousin. He's still young." Duba laughed heartily and replied, "Go on, kid. How many enemies have you killed so far?" "1 or 2, our young master may be young, but he is a great warrior who has slain more than 10 men. He pierces and shatters the hearts of his enemies, unlike a good-for-nothing brat like you." Hearing such boasts, Namsang let out a weary sigh. Duba moved in close to Zheng En, staring him down as he asked, "Got it?" Namsang looked up and was startled when he met Zheng En's gaze. He was staring at him with an expression of pure awe. A while later, a bloody massacre was taking place in Yucheng. Rumors of Goguryeo's successive victories against the Tang dynasty had spread far and wide. Upon hearing that the Shuiantuo were coming to attack the Tang army, many Khitan tribes responded. Most were subclans or groups with just enough strength to provide 10 to 20 warriors. However, Yi Lianbo swung his sword and lopped off Li Mingyuan's head. He said excitedly, "Young master, we've taken Governor Li Mingyuan's head." Zheng En shouted with excitement, "Young master, I also killed these two enemies." The young man gave a forced smile and replied, "Good work." Yi Lianbo said, "It feels great to be praised by you." Zheng En added, "What's truly praiseworthy is how the young master killed Li Shiji and hundreds of thousands of Tang soldiers." Ailu Jun, Yi Lianbo, and Zheng En came from the Xinli society of the Uyghur people and have joined the Khitans. The union of their three clans has become a great power for Goguryeo. Ailu Jun's army has only 3,000 men with ordinary equipment and simple tactics, but they are all true warriors. Duba wiped the blood from his face and said, "Those two fight like madmen." The young man turned his head and asked him, "How many did they kill?" He replied, "Of those who resisted, they killed most of the men from the Dali group and the governor's elite troops." He continued, "Pile the bodies high throughout the city to create a spectacle. We need to strike a psychological blow against the Tang army." Our army's flag was planted fluttering over the enemy's fortress. Everyone in the squad cheered enthusiastically. "We will take over Yu City again." Ailu Jun spoke up, "This is truly an astonishing achievement. I, Ailu Jun, sincerely congratulate you." The young man quickly replied, "Please rise. We couldn't have achieved this without the help of the Khitans. We've captured this great fortress. Let's celebrate. And don't forget the wine." Hearing him say that, everyone cheered awesome. Duba laughed loudly in response to the young man. "All right, let's have a feast." That night, the soldiers gathered around to drink together. They excitedly talked about all sorts of things. Seeing this, the young man's lips curled slightly into a smile. Then he turned and left the lively gathering. Behind him, a group of men hurriedly followed. They headed deeper into the city to explore. Seeing him, Gang Mojian reported, "Young master, there might be an enemy ambush. I'll send a few soldiers ahead." The young man looked over at him curiously. An old man hurriedly stopped them. "Oh my, of course not. The governor ordered that no one is allowed in this warehouse. Gang, Mojian, cut him off. Open the door." The old man carefully unlocked the door. The wooden door was slowly pushed open, revealing what was inside. Gang Mojian was stunned by the sight inside the room. Seeing it, the people around them gasped heavens above. Inside the room was piled high with gold, silver, and precious jewels. The old man quickly said, "This is the warehouse where we store items we took from Liaodong City. His Majesty the Emperor ordered that the sealed chests of gold and silver treasure must be stored here. The first warehouse we manage mostly contains treasures taken from the Goguryeo rebels." The young man said in amazement, "So the title of Great Trading Fortress of the North wasn't just for show." It's theorized that the Khitans, the Western Turks, and other tribes didn't join the Goguryeo Tang War sooner because Liaodong City, one of the two famous trading cities in the north, had already fallen. Now I understand how much the fall of Liaodong City affected Goguryeo. Gang Mojian pulled the rope all the way up. The remaining wooden door was slowly pushed open. The young man stared curiously at what was behind the door. Seeing the object, Gang Mojian asked curiously, "What is this?" The old man quickly explained, "This is something His Majesty ordered to be preserved with great care. It is an ancient relic that was kept in the Gumen Shrine of Liaodong City." The scene changes to another location where a formidable army is on the march. Their banners waved and fluttered against the blue sky. The leader of this army was the northern Rusa Gao Yanshao. A soldier noticed the marching formation was off and frowned. He shouted, "23rd Squad, pick up the pace spearmen, to the front cavalry, to the rear archers await orders." Zheng Yi spurred his horse toward Yanshou and called out General Gao. Hearing the call, he slowed his horse to wait. Zhang Wei hurriedly said, "I've come to deliver the Grand Chancellor's orders. On the day we enter southern Yuksap, I will lead the vanguard to Ansi Fortress. I've been assigned to assist the two generals, so I will be fighting alongside them." He continued, "With our nation's great military strategy, victory is a certainty." Go He-jin suddenly interrupted their conversation. "Elder General." Seeing him, Zhang Wei greeted him, "Go He-jin, I have heard of your glorious victory." Yon Su added, "I should have gone with the young master." He replied politely, "It's good to see you both. We all benefited from the young master's strategy and military talent." Yan Su spoke again, "I wish I had been there. It's a shame I couldn't smash my way through to take Li Shiji's head." Zhang Gui asked curiously, "Young Master Yan isn't joining the army at Ansi. Hyejin explained, the Gairu Lord has ordered him to command a separate legion. With only 8,000 raw recruits, he shattered a 10,000-strong Tang army. Hearing this, he asked in shock, "What? Why didn't you stop him?" He replied with a bitter smile. The young master was very determined. And since the Gairu Lord gave him his own legion, there was nothing I could do. Zhonghui clicked his tongue and said, "This is getting intense." The Tang forces in Yingzhou Prefecture won't just sit back and watch after hearing that news. But 8,000 soldiers, did they take them from Sinhei Fortress? Hyejin answered him. He recruited 8,000 soldiers who were imprisoned in Hoan Town. Everyone around them was left speechless with astonishment. Then Yan Su laughed loudly and said, "Isn't this getting interesting?" Zhonghui asked in disbelief. He created a legion by quickly recruiting prisoners who were discharged from the army. Hyejin replied, "That's right. The commander of over 150,000 troops is not a yuksap or a fortress lord, but just a minor general." Not only that, he persuaded the Khitan to supply 13,000 troops that were supposed to be heading to Yingzhou Prefecture. Zhonghui nodded in admiration. First Tongjiang Town, now Hoan Town. Time flies. I'm sure the next thing we hear won't be that Yusong Fortress has been captured. A few days later, a messenger arrived in a hurry. News from the special unit. They have captured Yusong Fortress in Yingzhou Prefecture, taken the head of Governor Li Mingyuan, and annihilated thousands of elite troops, piling their heads as high as a mountain. They recovered ancient relics from the lost Gumo Shrine in Liaodong and have sent one of them here in a box. After hearing this news, everyone jumped from their seats in shock. So Moon, his face grim, stared intently at the bow placed on the table. Everyone around him watched with their mouths agape. Tears welled up in So Moon's eyes as he exclaimed, "To think, we thought it was turned to dust, and now it appears here like a dream." So Moon thought tensely, now certain of Li Shimin's scheme. He concluded that the Gumo Shrine, along with Malgal and Khitan temples, were destroyed to divide Goguryeo and the western tribes. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think your plot will succeed?" So Moon spoke again. "The young master is like a gift from the heavens, sent to help us in this time of rebellion. The evil emperor's plot has been exposed. We should have seen his divisive scheme from the start." So Moon suddenly shouted, "Silence! I want to hear the rest of the messenger's report." The messenger presented a letter. "Young Master Yuan has sent a letter. All the details of the incidents are clearly recorded in here." He took the letter and read its contents, which reported that the Yusong Fortress army had left to support the battle at Ansi Fortress. He read every word of the letter thoughtfully. Then he suddenly burst into hearty laughter and exclaimed, "That's my son!" So Moon carefully folded the letter. Then he said, "Order the vanguard to Yuksan immediately and bring me the head of Li Shiji to present to that unfilial Li Shimin of Tang." The scene shifts to Ansi Fortress. The army was fiercely attacking the fortress. "The walls are shaking. Take the fortress now." Hearing the order, the soldiers swarmed forward. They ferociously attacked the enemy troops charging out from within the fortress. From above, archers were doing their best to stop the enemy's advance. The attacking soldiers were struck by arrows and fell one after another. They fell in wave after wave, but still others charged forward without fear. Because the enemy forces were too numerous, the defending army was gradually weakening. Suddenly, an arrow whistled down onto the battlefield. Manchun shouted, "Spearmen, get the enemies who've slipped into the fortress!" Receiving their orders, the spearmen bravely charged forward. He yelled again, "Archers, take down those Tang soldiers trying to get over the wall. Don't let a single one of them inside the fortress." The fortress defenders roared, their morale restored, and resumed the fight. They quickly pushed back the ferocious assault. Any invaders who made it inside were immediately surrounded by the spearmen. Manchun yelled again, "Commander Heojio, bring out the war chariots and charge!" The defeated enemy panicked and fled the battlefield in disarray. The entire battlefield was plunged into chaos. Flames burst out from the supply wagons and provisions. Enemy soldiers nearby were engulfed by the spreading flames, screaming endlessly. They panicked and scrambled to escape. They trampled over each other, not daring to look back. The defenders achieved a great victory. They had driven back the enemy and successfully defended the fortress. The army erupted in cheers, their spirits high. "We won. We've pushed back the invaders. Great Goguryeo, long may it live, long may it live." Manchun shouted, "Men, the Grand Prime Minister's reinforcements will be here soon." Until then, we must hold out with everything we've got. Hearing this, the soldiers let out a deafening cheer. Manchun turned away from the noise and headed up to a high tower. He said, "Commander Heojio, we have to repair the broken section of the wall by tomorrow." Zheng Zhang interjected, "It's impossible to completely repair all the cracks and damage to the walls." He retorted, "If we don't repair the wall, those arrogant Tang forces won't just sit back and watch. We must complete the repairs with every ounce of strength we have. We only have until dawn tomorrow." Faced with the unexpected command, Zheng Zhang angrily roared, "Do you really think reinforcements are coming tomorrow? We've been under siege for 20 days, and there's been no movement from them. Weren't we abandoned for disobeying the Grand Prime Minister's orders?" He didn't stop there, growling and emphasizing each word. "The Grand Prime Minister has abandoned you." Hearing this, Manchun gritted his teeth and hissed, "The Prime Minister." Right after that, Manchun's voice boomed unexpectedly, "Silence, do not speak words that will demoralize our men. The Grand Prime Minister of Goguryeo would never abandon his people. He will come to the aid of Ansi soon. If you have time to whine, then use it to carry stones and repair the wall." Meanwhile, outside Ansi Fortress, the sun was slowly setting. On the other side, Shimin wore a pensive expression. His gaze was fixed on a single point. The corners of his mouth suddenly turned down, and his face took on a grave expression. Shimin spoke in a low voice. "The blazing red sunset dyes the sky. How poetic. Liu Hongji, can I have dinner inside Ansi Fortress tomorrow?" He quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, I will make the preparations at once." After a moment, Shimin murmured to himself, "Once Ansi falls, I will join the Third Army, advance to Jianan, and seize control of southern Liaodong." "We could consider using the Dengzhou Navy to land in Goguryeo," Hongji replied swiftly. He continued his report, his voice steady. "Goguryeo cannot stop our march. The fortress wall has cracked in 7 places, the moat is filled with dirt, and the enemy is in for a sleepless night." At this, Shimin sat up straight. He ordered sternly, "Excellent! Deploy the imperial musicians for tomorrow's siege." Hongji quickly bowed. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Just at that moment, Wuji came running from a distance. His footsteps were frantic. He suddenly dropped to his knees on the cold stone. "Your majesty, I have bad news." Wuji was panting so hard he couldn't speak quickly. Seeing this, Li Shimin's face was a mask of indifference. He asked coolly, "What is it? Has Yon Gaesamon been invaded?" Before Li Shimin could even react, Jiangsun Wuji cried out in alarm, "Tongying Fortress and Huiyuan Fortress have fallen to Goguryeo." He shot to his feet, his horrified gaze snapping towards the man. "What did you say? The enemy made a move right under our noses while we had them besieged." Jiangsun Wuji quickly bowed low and reported slowly, "Your servant went to the outskirts of Liaodong myself. With my own eyes, I saw the 3-legged crow flag of Goguryeo flying over Liaodong Fortress. And Shui Yuantuo is also in chaos." As soon as he finished, Li Shimin roared in fury, "That bastard Li Shiji, what was he doing? How did he let Shui Yuantuo slip through our grasp? Jiangsun Wuji, look at what the crown prince you and the Guanzhong nobles supported has done." He prostrated himself, his trembling hand touching the ground. His voice was choked as if a stone were crushing his chest. I am sorry." Then a loud noise suddenly echoed from the other side. His body shuddered. Li Shimin glanced in that direction, the corner of his mouth twitching. "What is this?" He then moved forward slowly, gliding past Jiangsun Wuji's trembling form. At that moment, Li Shimin stepped outside, his gaze fixed on the soldiers below. He narrowed his gaze, focusing on a chest strapped to a horse's back. A moment later, Li Shimin swiftly pulled the head from inside. The pale face of Li Shuji stared back at him. Upon seeing the horrific sight, Li Shimin snarled, "Jiangsun Wuji Ashina, share, tell me exactly who killed Li Shiji." He stepped forward, his armor clinking softly. His voice was low, yet boomed like thunder. "The one who killed General Li Shiji was Go Do-bal, commander of the Heishui Mohei. The mastermind behind the plot was Yon Namseng Yon, Gaesamun's eldest son." Li Shimin's body trembled violently. He gritted his teeth. "That father and son, they've joined forces just to torment me." Jiangsun Wuji cautiously continued, "After Li Shiji lost his son in the Battle of the Hun River, I heard he offered a reward of 3,000 guan for their heads." Ashina Simo suddenly stepped forward and interjected, "But that's not all. Go Dubal wounded our commander-in-chief at Baikan Fortress, and Yon Gaesamun's son manipulated San Daeyum to deceive us." Jiangsun Wuji spoke again cautiously. "The enemy has taken Yancheng. Our supply lines from Huiyuan and Tongying fortresses have been cut. Our army is now surrounded. If this continues, our entire army will be annihilated when the enemy closes in." Hearing this, the soldiers exchanged pale glances. After a long silence, Li Shimin finally spoke, his voice as cold as snow. If the marshlands give way, our army will be trapped here. We must retreat immediately. Send a messenger to the capital and give the order to Zaiying Prefecture." Meanwhile, at Ansi Fortress, the soldiers were on high alert. A soldier stood in the watchtower. Suddenly his eyes widened. He leaned forward, shouting urgently, "What's going on?" The man beside him stammered, "The Tang army. They're retreating." Another soldier rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "But the sun hasn't even risen yet." Just then the troops began to move in a long straight column. Seeing this, Zhang Chang shouted, "Look! The Tang army is withdrawing its assault units. They're reforming their lines and heading northeast." Wan Chun, however, was suspicious. "Why, there's no better time to attack than right now." He raised his voice and commanded, "Tell the scouts in the towers to watch the direction of Liaodong Fortress." Wan Chun stared intently at the moving army. Then a shout suddenly rang out from behind him. "General, our forces! They say our forces are coming from Liaodong!" Wan Chun's expression changed instantly. He turned to look at the men below who were cheering wildly. Wan Chun tilted his head back, taking a deep breath as the soldiers finally erupted in cheers. "The ancestors in heaven are protecting Goguryeo, and the people of Ansi. Long live the great Goguryeo, long live the Grand Prime Minister." An excited man thrust his arm into the air. "Long live the general of our two great fortresses." Back with Wan Chun, his expression suddenly shifted. He shot his hand forward like a whirlwind. Then he suddenly roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "Tell all soldiers to maintain a solid defense. Prepare the cavalry to support our forces the moment they arrive." Zhang Chang moved quickly, answering without hesitation, "Yes, sir." Back with Li Shimin's group, Jiang Sun Wuji's column was struggling to move forward. He stopped in his tracks as the emperor's voice echoed in his ear, "Jiang Sun Wuji, give me some diplomatic options to get us through this crisis." He hesitantly spoke, "Silla." Taizong leaned forward, questioning him suspiciously. "You mean mobilizing Silla's army? Can they even handle the Goguryeo army? They also have to worry about Baekje." Meanwhile, Wuji declared seriously, "Baekje fears our nation. Even if they're allied with Goguryeo, they won't draw their swords against your majesty." Hong Ji suddenly interjected, "Your Majesty, we should dispatch the fleet from Bisha City to Danghang to order the Silla army to move north. 20,000 troops are stationed at Chiljung Fortress on the Goguryeo border. When Goguryeo mobilizes 150,000 men, their southern border will surely be undefended. Simply threatening Pyongyang will force Yan Geiseman to withdraw his troops." Taizong remained silent, a cold glint in his eyes. Hong Ji quickly asked, "What about sending an envoy to Baekje? Their military is stronger than Silla's." Wu Ji turned sharply, his voice low. "Baekje stands to gain by playing us against Goguryeo. They've already allied with them. So we can't guarantee they'll fight loyally. It would be a loss to abandon Silla, who could be our ally on this side." Taizong lowered his head, rubbing his throbbing temples. After a moment of silence, he declared coldly, "We will fight a great battle here." Hong Ji was startled and quickly tried to dissuade him. "Your Majesty, our army is surrounded, and we don't know when our supplies will run out. Wouldn't it be better to send the navy with reinforcements and provisions from Dengzhou?" Taizong slammed his foot down, emphasizing each word with a growl. "I misspoke. We will absolutely win this battle, and we will defeat the Goguryeo army." The moment Taizong finished speaking, Wu Ji and the others were stunned into silence. The air became unnervingly still. Wu Ji's face twitched as a cold sweat trickled down his temple. In contrast to their horrified expressions, Taizong looked serious, calculating inwardly. "Chang'an still has reserves. We can definitely stop the Shui'antuo's attack." A single thought repeated in Taizong's mind. The problem is our army. If we waste any more time in this situation, they'll either starve to death or meet a gruesome end on the enemy's blades. After a moment of silence, he suddenly yelled, "The Goguryeo army has about 150,000 men. An encirclement is only possible when the attackers have a numerical advantage. And you're telling me we're surrounded by a mere handful of them? Nonsense. On the contrary, if we win this great battle, the road to Pyongyang will be wide open." Hearing this, the group fell silent once again. Taizong paid them no mind, continuing in a low voice, "We have endured so many hardships and survived countless crises to build the great Tang Empire. Are the enemies before us as mighty as the Turks and the northern warlords? When did you all become so weak? Have you forgotten that I am the great heavenly general?" At that, Hong Ji and the others could only purse their lips. The rest put on serious expressions, then bowed in unison and shouted, "Your Majesty, we will carry out your orders. We will prepare the army for this decisive battle." Returning to the present, Wu Ji was momentarily frozen. A moment later, he yanked on the reins. "Let's move." Then Wuji raised his head and looked ahead. There was the assembly point for the Goguryeo enemy forces, consisting of heavy cavalry, light cavalry spearmen, curved sword infantry archers, and axemen. Heavy cavalry armed with long spears were responsible for breaking through and piercing enemy formations. Light cavalry, the main mounted force, rode war horses and harassed the enemy with arrows or maneuvered to capture strategic positions. Third were the spearmen, the core unit of the Goguryeo army. They wore long iron armor and carried a variety of weapons. Then there was the curved sword infantry, strong in mountain combat, in sieges, as well as crossbowmen, axemen, and operators of siege engines like catapults. Wuji silently surmised that perhaps all of these units were gathered here. However, that didn't mean Goguryeo could defeat the great army of the Tang. He unconsciously muttered to himself, "How dare they raise their swords against the great Tang army?" At that very moment, Wuji moved forward and declared clearly, "They must pay the price for that arrogance." Elsewhere, Yan-Su frowned as he gazed into the distance. It's just as His Majesty said. The number of enemy troops is difficult to estimate. Hearing this, Jiang Wei slowly approached him and said in a dry voice, "According to scout reports, their numbers are around 300,000 more than double our own. We must be careful." Yan-Su said dejectedly, "We're like rats trapped in a jar, but what can we do?" He turned around and asked seriously, "Even a cornered rat will bite a cat. Have you seen how the enemy's formation is changing?" Hearing that, Yan-Su turned and looked out ahead. He stared at the troops forming up in ranks. Yan-Su couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. "Isn't that the Six Harmonies formation that I'm sick of hearing about?" Jiang Wei let out a soft laugh. "So you have learned the formations taught by young Master Yan." Yan-Su leaned forward displeased. "Are you testing me? I've always looked down on the Tang's art of war, but now I have to admit the strength of their formations. They hide their attack units and wait for an opportunity to strike. However, it seems the enemy will attack before we do." He suddenly gave a signal, "Look at the left flank aside from the main force." Counting the flags around the commander's banner, the left flank has 26 units gathered. The infantry and cavalry are arranged separately or mixed on both sides, which is unusual. This is a formation that forgoes defense. It's purely for offense. Jiang Wei lowered his voice. "I've seen this before in the war against the Sui dynasty. It seems they've arranged their formation with the intention of fighting us head-on." Yan-Su asked curiously, "Isn't that a good thing?" He immediately shook his head in denial. "No, it's not. The Tang army has never used this formation before." The messenger reported that the Tang army's deployment, stretching for tens of li across the Ansi plains, is suspicious. Tell them that Zheng Sun Wuji's left flank deployment resembles the Sui's offensive tactics, and don't forget to emphasize that they are changing formations to draw us into chaos. He replied quickly, "Yes, sir." At the same time, Wuji waved his hand forward as if giving a command. Yan-Su's face instantly hardened, and his body radiated an intense killing intent. At the same time, Jiang Wei squinted toward Wuji's group. Beside him, Yan-Su also stared intently at a single point. Just then, the troops formed a long single line, and suddenly the sound of footsteps echoed from behind. The man urgently reported the news. "A general has appeared in the enemy ranks." Yuchi Gong was seen whipping his horse, charging forward. In his hand, he carried a razor-sharp spear. Yuchi Gong's gaze suddenly sharpened like a bullet. At this moment, the sound of hooves grew more and more urgent. He pulled hard on the horse's reins and shouted, "I am the Tang General Yuchi Gong. Let a general of Goguryeo step out to face me." Hearing this, Yan-Su froze. Yuchi Gong Jiang Wei quickly interjected. "The spear in his hand confirms it's Yuchi Gong." Seeing this, a soldier urgently shouted, "Please let me go out to fight." The one next to him yelled, "I will show them the fighting spirit of Goguryeo." Another frantically rushed forward. "I'll go," he shouted with authority. "Enough, stop. If Yuchi Gong has appeared, then of course I must." Realizing the situation was not good, Jiang Wei quickly reminded him, "Yan-Su, don't forget your duty is to command the vanguard. The Supreme Chancellor has strictly forbidden commanding generals from entering battle." Yan-Su lowered his head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry." Meanwhile, Yuchi Gong continued to ride quickly toward Yan-Su's group. He paused for a moment and taunted them. "It seems Goguryeo has no general worthy of facing me. If you're so scared, why did you even march here? If you turn and run now, I won't give chase." Yan-Su's body trembled slightly at the provocation. He hesitantly turned to Jiang Wei. "His words are lowering our army's morale. Should we send a general to fight him?" He explained in a low voice, "We currently have the upper hand. Unnecessary duels will only put us at a disadvantage." Receiving this answer, Yan-su became even more furious. Then what should we do? Zhang Wei unexpectedly gave a signal the archery platform. Back with Yuchi Gong, he smirked disdainfully. Perhaps I overestimated Goguryeo. Then suddenly a signal pipe was raised into the air. At the unexpected sight, Yuchi Gong's expression instantly changed. Wuji couldn't help but feel a little surprised. What is that? Are they advancing? He was practically frozen on the spot, mumbling incoherently. No, that's not it. What are they doing? Meanwhile, Yuchi Gong had already lost his patience. He charged forward madly. Wait, what are they trying to do? Come out and fight me! From within the bushes, a figure suddenly rushed out without warning. A group of people shouted in unison, Yuchi Gong, you opposed the Goguryeo Tang War in Chang'an. A foolish and naive emperor dragged you here. You've come to die. You've come to die. You are the one who caused the Zhuanwu Gate incident, killing Prince Li Yuanji with an arrow and forcing Emperor Gaozu to abdicate for Taizong, and yet the emperor parades your humble origins. It didn't stop there. One of the group pointed a finger straight at him. Then the group continued to shout, Yuchi Gong was forced onto the battlefield. Yuchi Gong. The treacherous court officials wouldn't leave you alone, and your conflict with Zhang Sun Wuji led to the demotion of the prefects of Yangzhou, Tongzhou, Xuanzhou, Fuzhou, and Hezhou. Witnessing this scene, Wuji was utterly bewildered. What? He was nearly stunned, constantly murmuring, what kind of tactic is that? The group continued to roar their voices, growing louder and louder. Yuchi Gong has come here to die. Old Yuchi Gong is 60 years old. Yuchi Gong Goguryeo admires your courage. Go back. Go back. We don't want to kill an old man. We don't want to kill an old man. We don't want to kill an old man. Model. The taunts didn't die down. They only grew louder. We can't bring ourselves to kill a man. We can't kill an old man. Wu Gong, you're over 60 years old. Then someone suddenly shouted, why do you want to die? A flurry of pleas rang out. Just go back. We can't bring ourselves to kill an old man. Ji Gong opened his mouth and roared, his voice as sharp as broken steel, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Fools, this is no time to mock me. However, the soldiers didn't stop. They just kept repeating their refusals. You're the ones who shot Li Yuanji dead with an arrow. You threatened the benevolent Gaozu into giving the throne to Shimin, and you've always looked down on my humble origins, haven't you? Witnessing the horrifying scene, the soldiers were completely bewildered. What is he talking about? Does the emperor want General Wu Gong dead? Someone next to him hesitated. If it weren't for the general, we all would have died at the hands of the Turks. I fought alongside the general in the Battle of Jingjiang County a decade ago. I still can't forget how he looked back then. He's truly one of the founding heroes of this nation. Why would the emperor? Soon a storm of discussion began to brew. Is it true? Is it just because of his humble origins? Meanwhile, Wuji began to grow tense, his face breaking out in a cold sweat. After a moment of silence, Wuji commanded in a loud voice, quickly call the general in. Back with Ko Yansu's group, Zhang Ui didn't forget to remind them, Yuksak back, now is the time. With Wu Gong's breakdown, their morale is sure to be shaken. He smirked, we've been waiting for this. As he watched Yansu leave, he continued his warning, attack Jiangsun Wuji's soldiers, but don't push too deep, just trample their infantry and fall back. The other quickly replied, don't worry. Men forward! At the same time, a voice reached Hye Jin's ear. Yuk Sakbak. The man beside her nodded slightly. Yes. Immediately after, a powerful command rang out. Use the horse archers and light cavalry to pin down the Tang cavalry. Hye Jin immediately spurred her horse and charged forward. Over on this side, a soldier squinted, looking ahead. He quickly turned to those below and reported, the enemy is charging toward us. Realizing the critical situation, Wuji gave an urgent order. The Goguryeo army is coming, form up. He leaned forward, roaring in a thunderous voice, stay alert, do not break formation. Any man who dares to desert will die by my hand. Goguryeo will never defeat us. Hearing this, the men dared not object and replied in unison, yes sir. Just then, the troops moved briskly like swarms of ants. A scout ran up to report, breathing heavily from the sprint. The heavy cavalry has set out from the front lines. The commanders are Yuksakbak and Ko Yansu, about 10,000 horsemen. They're using a wedge formation to pierce deep into Jiangsun Wuji's lines. The cavalry on both of Jiangsun Wuji's flanks are making their move. 3 cavalry units from the right flank and 5 from the left are advancing. At the same time, from the south, a great shout was heard. 20,000 light cavalry under Yuksaknam are advancing on the Tang cavalry. Hye Jin pointed her sword forward and gave a decisive command. While our heavy cavalry draws their formation in, I will stop their cavalry from flanking us on the left and right." A soldier shouted through the thick dust, his face pale. "Enemy cavalry is closing in from both flanks." His commander asked coldly, "What kind?" The soldier quickly replied, "The Turks." Hyejin barked an order without hesitation, her decisive voice cutting through the pounding war drums. "The Turks order the light cavalry to feign a retreat and lure the enemy in." Her subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, ma'am." As soon as the words were spoken, the Tang soldiers charged furiously toward the enemy. On the other side, the Goguryeo soldiers also began their advance. The men were seen whipping their horses fiercely onward. The two cavalry divisions surged forward like a storm. At this moment, Yeon-su reassured himself, "Just have to hold on a little longer." The horse's eyes flickered nervously at the smell of smoke from the war. A shout was heard, "We can't pursue them any further." Someone opposite them yelled back urgently, "Keep chasing, they're about to collapse." At the same time, Wuji's expression suddenly changed, his gaze wavering slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and yelled, "Stop the Turks!" Then suddenly, a volley of arrows flew in, piercing straight into the man. Witnessing the scene, a nearby soldier was nearly struck dumb, his face turning as pale as a sheet. At that moment, the Goguryeo troops were getting closer and closer. The group raised their bows in unison, aiming at the enemy. Their arrowheads glinted with a blinding light reeking of killing intent. Instantly, the arrows were released, embedding themselves directly into the Tang soldiers. His body quickly collapsed to the ground, and the frightened soldier staggered back. His lips kept repeating, "No." One of them turned to the others and warned, "We've pushed in too deep." On the other side, arrows once again rained down on the men. One by one, they felt fresh blood splattering everywhere. They slumped over on their horses, their bodies trembling slightly. A few minutes later, the Tang soldiers were nearly defeated. Over here, an enraged Shimin slammed his hand down on the armrest of his throne. From across the way, a scout's voice rang out, "Wu Gong has fallen. Our troops are on their way to save him." Shimin's body trembled violently. He furiously demanded, "Who told you to spread such nonsense?" Shimin trembled inwardly. "I should have pretended not to know to avoid trouble. Now I've become the subject of gossip over Wu Gong's situation. I'll have to clean up the court internally when I return to Chang'an." After a long moment, he thoughtfully raised his head. Immediately, Shimin gave a firm command, "Tell me everything about them." The soldier quickly reported, "They are Goguryeo's central army under the command of Yeon Gisamun. The commanders are Nuksal Nam Go Hyejin Nuksal Buk and Go Yeon-su." Shimin couldn't help but remark, "They're quite skilled. I thought Jang Sun Wuji's army would be able to press their numerical advantage." He mused to himself, "It's 100,000 against 30,000. Goguryeo's frontline reserves still haven't been mobilized." Shimin's expression hardened, his brows furrowed tightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Where is the main army with Gaesamun?" The soldier hastily replied, "They haven't made a move yet." Hearing this, Shimin grew suspicious. Are they just going to let such a tempting bait sit right in front of them? The soldier continued, his voice trembling slightly. "They need to defeat Jang Sun Wuji's army first to gain a numerical advantage. However, their success isn't guaranteed. If Gaesamun doesn't miss this chance to advance, 100,000 infantrymen will surround the enemy's main camp with 10 Liu formations." Shimin cut in decisively, "Don't worry, we will cut off their retreat with the Deerhorn formation linked with a shield wall. We absolutely cannot let Gaesamun escape." Suddenly a frantic shout rang out, "An unknown army has appeared north of Ansi." He immediately spun around, his expression visibly hardening. The shout echoed into the camp. "The new army has about 30,000 men." At that moment, Shimin quickly stepped outside, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. The scout had a pale look on his face as he practically screamed, "A Goguryeo and Khitan allied army." "It's an allied force. The commander is Yeon Namsang. The allied army is advancing." The scout reported urgently, his voice trembling. A force of about 30,000 soldiers was spotted north of Ansi Fortress, commanded by Yeon Namsang. "We received the report from Commander Uchidal. 36,000 allied Goguryeo and Khitan troops have appeared. Reports indicate they are all cavalry units." The words fell heavily, and the atmosphere froze in an instant. Shimin snarled in fury, "The Khitans have sided with Goguryeo. How did Chieftain Dahe Gujia manage this?" The soldier hesitated slightly. "About that? These are different Khitan tribes from the ones besieging Jianan Fortress." His eyes flashed with contempt, and he clenched his jaw. "They must be opportunists, looking to profit by sending troops to both our army and Goguryeo." Immediately send men to Jianan and Hegudi. The soldier hurriedly bowed, trying to placate him. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Chieftain Dahe Gujia has already sworn loyalty to our nation. He is not the type of person to betray us. We must give him a chance to explain. Shimin lowered his head, his eyes burning with pride. Each word rang out like a divine decree. I conquered the Central Plains and earned the loyalty of the steppes to become the Heavenly Khan. An intense, killing aura erupted from him as he gave a furious command. Kill all the Khitan prisoners who dared to mock me. We don't need prisoners anymore. A peaceful death is too easy for those who defy the Heavenly Khan's command. Bury them alive in mounds of earth. Let them serve as an example across the steppes, so no one will ever dare to defy my orders again. Kill any Khitan who is sided with Goguryeo. A firm reply came without a moment's hesitation. By His Majesty's order, take no Khitan prisoners and bury alive those already captured. From now on, the Khitan are the enemies of the Great Tang. All the people of the Khitan tribes were filled with anger and resentment. Back with Namsang, the army moved with great haste. Dubal could be seen rushing to the front, now leading the charge. At that very moment, he suddenly roared, "All troops wipe out the Tang army besieging Ansi Fortress." At that moment, one of the Khitan tribesmen gave a firm command, "Follow the Abada Khan." Hearing this, the young man frowned slightly, a flicker of doubt in his mind. Abada Khan. Recalling a few days ago, Modat had explained seriously, his voice low and slow. It means commander-in-chief. It's a term used by the Shuyan Tuo, the Western Turks, and even the Khitan forces. An Abada Khan would be better at leading and uniting the Khitan tribes than a Goguryeo general, or Modat. In the fight against Li Shimin, who calls himself the Heavenly Khan, they believe that Goguryeo cannot compare to him, even though we enriched 13,000 Khitan soldiers with treasures from the governor of Yingzhou. We need another powerful figure to unite the Khitan forces under the influence of the Dahe nation. Back in the present, the young man's expression hardened. Then he suddenly pointed the tip of his spear to the sky. Witnessing this, Yu Lin and Yita smiled with excitement. The young man smirked, having made a decision in his heart. Nothing is more effective than an ancient legend. The young man gripped his spear tightly and declared loudly, "Tell the Khitan tribes that the sacred treasures from the Gyeomun shrine that vanished in Liaodong have returned, and that it is not the emperor but Goguryeo who holds the mandate of heaven and controls the fate of war." In that instant, the young man charged forward like an unstoppable tidal wave. He turned to the newly titled man, his gaze stern. "Bada Khan, lead your troops and push back the Tang army." He quickly replied, "Understood." He sprang up, shouting over the wind, his voice filled with confidence. "With the honor of being named Bada Khan, I will defeat the Tang army." A soldier from the front line screamed, his voice hoarse with fear. "The Goguryeo army is closing in. Change formation." Another general gritted his teeth, his eyes widening as he saw the enemy cavalry about to hit their lines. "It's too late." Dubo's voice rang in his ear. "Young master." The young man turned instinctively. "Yes." He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Can I borrow that?" He asked worriedly, "What, surely you don't mean the sacred sword?" Dubo raised his voice. "If I had that heaven-sent sacred sword, I could win this battle with a single strike." Seeing this, the young man shouted, "Sir, please come to your senses. This is just a ceremonial weapon." He turned to Dubo, stressed. "I don't understand why he brought a sacred item onto the battlefield. It'll break instantly if he tries to use it." Dubo looked crestfallen. "I just wanted to receive our ancestors' blessing." The young man thought helplessly. "Stop sulking." Dubo's voice boomed with fighting spirit, his eyes as sharp as blades. "Let's go. They only outnumber us 2-1. Let's cut right through them. Yu Lin and Yi Ta protect my flanks. Charge." The moment he spoke, the men under his command surged forward wildly. At that moment, Yi Ta aggressively thrust his twin spears into the air. Then he brought them down decisively, splattering himself with fresh blood. The bodies of Tang soldiers were sent flying into the air. On the other side, Yu Lin swung his spear with all his might, a ferocious look on his face. Back to Dubo, his hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. Without hesitation, Dubo charged straight into the thick of the crowd. As he swung his sword, he roared, "I am Gao Dubo, a general of Goguryeo, make way." Then Dubo coldly swung his sword again and again, cutting down lines of soldiers. Seeing this, Hong Ji urgently ordered, "The Black Water Mohi demon, the one who took the commander-in-chief's head, has appeared. Stop him." Meanwhile, Dubo continued to charge forward relentlessly. He was now a true whirlwind, bringing his sword down with decisive strikes. The Tang soldiers were cut down, one by one, blood spraying everywhere. Faced with such a bloody scene, Dubo only grew more excited. He opened his mouth and let out a roar. Witnessing the horrific sight, the enemy soldier froze in place. As soon as he saw him, Dubo gritted his teeth. "General, what are you doing hiding in the back?" The general's head was sent flying into the air. It quickly fell to the cold ground as the terrified soldiers collapsed, their eyes glued to their general's head. They screamed their lungs out. "Run, the bloodthirsty demons are here! Run for your lives!" Just then, Dubo stopped his slaughter and let out a weary sigh. The young man couldn't help but marvel. Gao Dubo's martial arts have become even more terrifying. Modam chimed in. He must be one of the most famous warriors in all of Goguryeo. Curiously, he turned to the swordsman. "How much do you know about the other great warriors? Tell me." The swordsman smirked. "The greatest warrior is Yeon Gaisamun. They say he is a master of the sword and is unmatched in the world. He can truly be called the greatest in Goguryeo, the northern tribes, and all the lands." Similar records exist in later documents. Even 1,300 years after the Goguryeo Tang period, Yeon Gaisamun still appears in all kinds of folk plays, television dramas, and musicals. They consistently mention that his martial arts were nearly unrivaled. Hearing this, the young man fell silent, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Mo Dam continued. "Below him are Go Yonsu, the Mohi cavalry commander Sangkai, and An Go, the lord of Pyongyang, So Dal, and the senior castellan of Bakjak Fortress, So Bulson." He chuckled softly. "Don't just praise others. You should be proud of yourself too, swordsman." He admitted honestly, "Instead of martial arts, I wish I could have studied military tactics and become someone like the great general Go Jong-wi." Hearing this, the young man looked skeptical. "Go Jong-wi, you mean the one commanding the battlefield right now?" "How much do you know about him?" Back in his normal life, the young man had silently concluded, "I believe the best strategy is to prolong the battle without engaging while sending surprise units to cut off their supply lines. When their food runs out, they won't be able to fight and will have no path of retreat, leading to our swift victory." From the Samguk Sagi Volume 21, a dialogue between Go Jeongwi and Go Yeonsu. One man recognized the Tang army's weakness and deliberately prevented a large-scale battle. If Go Yeonsu had followed his military strategy, he wouldn't have lost that absurd battle at Jupilisan. Mo Dam recounted seriously, "Great General Go Jeongwi is the elderly military advisor of Goguryeo. I heard he served under Ilji Mundeok during Emperor Yang's invasion, and brought victory to King Daehung through his brilliant strategies in more than 10 battles, both large and small." The silhouette of a lone soldier appeared. The young man blurted out, his eyes shining. What an admirable figure. He didn't forget to signal, "Please arrange for me to meet him at the headquarters of the 3 armies." The young man's expression turned serious as thoughts echoed in his mind. "The tactics I'm using now are all based on Go Jong-wi's teachings. Looking at his strategies, you can see how much he values his soldiers. He prioritizes minimizing casualties while still achieving victory. It's thanks to Great General Go Jong-wi that they can resist the attacks from the Central Plains. They need more people like him." Just then, a man suddenly brought a row of severed heads before the young man. Startled by the sight, he watched as the man spoke excitedly. "Reporting to you, Darhan! We have defeated the Tang forces besieging the west of Ansi Fortress. This messenger was sent by the great Darhan Yirionbak." The person next to him eagerly added, "We eliminated 10,000 Tang soldiers in the east and collected the heads of their commanders." Then suddenly, Jong Yun stepped forward. "My lord Great Darhan, we have slain many enemies. If not for the order to take slaves, we could have killed even more." Hearing this, the young man felt a bit bewildered. Is this guy obsessed with killing? He forced a laugh. "Sort the prisoners, separate those of high rank." He quickly turned and left. Elsewhere, Dubal tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Seeing this, Rengui gripped his wooden staff tightly. Shortly after, a loud noise caught the young man's attention. He saw Dubal and Rengui turning to fight each other. Confused, he turned to Jiang Yun. "Who is that person?" He glared towards Rengui. He frantically thrust his spear towards Dubal. Jiang Yun stated firmly, "He's definitely Shui Rengui, the Tang general who is active in the conquest of Liaodong Fortress." The young man unconsciously shouted, "Shui Rengui! Barun, get your unit over there now. Guy Hisabi Wu and Gang Modam, you two." Without a second thought, the young man spurred his horse forward. "Damn it," he thought. This is when he gets promoted from a regular officer to a great general of the Mobile Corps thanks to Emperor Li Shimin's favor. I have to kill him. If I don't, we will definitely regret it later. Recalling a few days earlier, the man had spoken slowly, his voice resonating as if announcing a predetermined disaster. If I had to name the most dangerous person in the Goguryeo Tang War, it would undoubtedly be Xue Rengui. In the first Goguryeo Tang War, Xue Rengui defeated many Goguryeo generals at the Battle of Jubilisan, a pivotal battle that secured their victory. He was also the general who inflicted great suffering on Goguryeo in various skirmishes, starting with the battles at Chifeng Town, Huangshan, and Xiuxiong. The young man immediately retorted, his voice filled with skepticism. Why would you say that compared to Li Shiji and Su Dingfang, Xue Rengui is just a field commander? Then he shifted slightly in his chair. The man replied slowly, his gaze deep, as if looking through the pages of history. When you read Xue Rengui's biography in the Old Book of Tang, you can see how the Tang dynasty's strategy towards Goguryeo changed. Unlike the first war where they fought with all their might, after destroying the Sui dynasty, they adopted a tactic of constant provocation to wear down our forces. Xue Rengui played a key role in this strategy. Though he may seem ordinary now, he will definitely become a formidable figure. In November of 659, Qibiheli Yang Jianbang and Xue Rengui defeated the Goguryeo general Samun in the battles of Huangshan and Shicheng. In April of 660, they defeated the Khitan forces at Heishan with the Silla army and captured Abugu. Abugu rebelled against the Tang's Jimmy prefecture policy in Liaodong, but he was suppressed. Abugu was the son of Da Heguyu, and these events would foreshadow the fall of Goguryeo. That is why the existence of Xue Rengui is the greatest threat. Back in the present, the young master shouted, "Gao Duba, retreat!" He declared loudly, "Don't worry, I will put an end to this." With that said, Duba swung his blade down decisively, his face covered in a cold sweat. On the other side, Rengui fought back with all his might. His body was suddenly thrown backward. Rengui's arm could be seen trembling violently. On the other side, Duba's body was also shaking. Without stopping, the two charged at each other again. He swung down with all his might while Rengui frantically brandished his spear. Witnessing this scene, the young master was nearly stunned into silence. In that moment, Duba and Rengui's eyes locked onto each other like sworn enemies. The frantic sound of clashing metal rang out incredibly piercing. A moment later, his face contorted in pain. Then suddenly, Rengui's horse spun around. He was seen hastily turning to flee. Seeing this unexpected turn of events, the young master shouted, "Surround them! We can let the others escape, but not him. I'll give a reward of 1,000 guan to whoever catches the one on the white horse." At that moment, Rengui turned to look back. His eyes met the young master's cold gaze. In an instant, the group quickly surrounded Rengui. Everyone was on high alert as they slowly closed in on him. The young master practically screamed in his mind, "Xue Rengui, your fate ends here." Immediately, arrows flew straight towards him. Terrified Rengui looked up at the shower of arrows. He hastily leaped off, keeping his body low. The arrows immediately flew down, piercing the horse's back. A moment later, the horse lay sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, the young master slowly rode closer. He called out loudly, "Yi Zuo Yi Lianbo." They both answered in unison, "Yes." The young master coldly commanded, "Bring me his head." Then he also quickly approached to survey the scene. Yi Zuo was the one who approached Xue Rengui's fallen horse. To avoid wasting any more time, he immediately dismounted and went with Yi Lianbo to investigate the area. Meanwhile, the young master standing at a distance suddenly fell into deep thought. After a long moment, he began to call out to Duba, but Duba cut him off and asked, "Young master, do you know anything about this Xue Rengui?" The young master slowly replied, "No." Hearing this, Duba reminded him, "We didn't need to waste arrows like that." But the young master disagreed, thinking to himself, "Duba probably can't sense how dangerous Xue Rengui is. So far, he has only been a battle commander." Suddenly, the young master spoke, "To me, Gao Duba is more important than anyone. Don't waste time on trivial matters when we have a higher goal." Hearing this, Duba burst out laughing, "Is that what you think?" "Just as you said, young master. However..." Suddenly, a sword flew out of nowhere and plunged straight into the horse's chest, interrupting their conversation. The horse quickly panicked and went wild. Seeing this, the young master immediately steered his own horse away. Things also took a turn for Yi Ta and Yi Lianbo when suddenly from under the horse, Apoko leaped up to attack with a broken sword in his hand. The young man suddenly shouted, "Damn it!" He thought in horror, "There's no time to draw my sword." The sword in Apoko's hand shot toward him. The young man could only watch with wide eyes as the terrifying speed of that sword came stabbing toward him. Just when it seemed the young man was about to log off from this world, Dubo arrived in time to save him. He attacked with all his strength, the sword in his hand flashing with a blue light as if it would tear space itself apart. Instantly, a disgusting liquid sprayed in front of the young man's face. The sharp slash seemed to cut through the very air. After a few seconds, something severed flew into the air and then fell to the ground. In a flash, Apoko's entire body collapsed, his head gone. Yita and Yilianbo, who were nearby, also cried out in alarm. "Young master, are you all right?" Seeing the carelessness of his two subordinates, Dubo angrily scolded them. "You fools, we should have been on guard." The young man wiped his sweat and reassured everyone. "It's all right, I'm still alive, right, Yilianbo? Bring me that head." He obeyed without daring to delay. "Here it is." The young man looked pensively at the mud-caked head and thought to himself, "Sure, Rengui, if it weren't for me, your name would have echoed across the battlefields of East Asia for decades." He mourned his enemy's fate for a moment, then took the head and raised it high, shouting, "The emperor is just a coward, but this humble man was a brave one." However, death is all that awaits those who stand in the way of the warriors of the steppe, and the North annihilate all who resist and refuse to surrender. Make a tower from the bodies of the Tang army and place this man's head at the very top as a memorial. Those who invade Goguryeo will become withered skeletons strewn across the plains of Liaodong, just like the Sui army. Responding to his incitement, the entire army raised their hands in unison. The flames of battle ignited. Suddenly, Dubo spoke up. "The siege unit at Ansi Fortress has been completely wiped out." Hearing this news, the young man felt no joy. On the contrary, he thought worriedly, "Why hasn't the emperor's army at Lu Mountain made any moves?" The young man slowly replied, "His head must have already exploded. If he sends reinforcements, his carefully constructed formation will collapse, so he can't do anything either way." Hearing this, Dubo burst out laughing. "Hearing that makes me feel really good." Suddenly, from the distant fortress, the gates slowly open, making the two of them curious. Who is coming out of Ansi Fortress? Ji Zhongzheng approached, beat his chest, and spoke clearly. "I am General Ji, an envoy from Ansi Fortress. The fortress lord sends his congratulations on your victory. He also sent me to request an audience with you, my lord." Faced with his introduction, the young man and Dubo were momentarily stunned. The spirits of the soldiers, however, looked much more excited. The young man quickly replied, "Tell your lord that I accept his invitation. I will pay a visit after my soldiers have finished gathering. The emperor over there might just push his army into danger." His joke made everyone burst into hearty laughter. At the same time, in a magnificent palace, Shimin was furious. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Faced with their master's erratic emotions, the soldiers were timid and afraid, none daring to say a word. A long time after hearing the news, Shimin gave a grim order, relay the order for the entire army to drive out the Khitan forces. "We must recover their armor and war horses. We can't annihilate them, so cut off their hands and feet and expel them from here." As soon as this verdict was delivered, the generals were all shocked. Wang Junyu hesitated, speaking up to try and stop him. "Your Majesty." But before he could finish, Shimin shouted, cutting him off. "Wang Junyu, do not test my patience any further. Our time is limited. You know full well how difficult it is to edify people through force." The anger within Shimin seemed to explode. He roared, "Sometimes small sacrifices are necessary. For the greater good, driving out the Khitan cavalry is the right thing to do." Upon receiving Shimin's wrath, Wang Junyu trembled and dared not argue further. He and the other generals obediently bowed their heads in compliance. "Your Majesty." But just then, a soldier suddenly rushed in from outside in a frantic state. "Your Majesty." The soldier bowed his head to the ground and reported tens of thousands of soldiers from 6 corps have been annihilated or captured. Your army was led into a death trap. I have committed a crime worthy of death. Please punish me, Your Majesty. This news shocked everyone present. After hearing it, Shimin leaned on the arm of his chair and slowly stood up. He approached the soldier who had just reported and grabbed him by the shoulder. Then he spoke slowly. "Why do you ask for death? This happened because the Khitans betrayed us. I am pleased that you have returned safely, General. Soldiers can be reassembled, but where can I find another man as loyal as General Wu?" Hearing Shimin's whispered words, the soldier's eyes welled up with tears as he began to sob. Li Shimin continued, "Stand up and puff out your chests like soldiers of the Great Tang. A single failure is common in battle. Today's losses can be avenged in tomorrow's fight." Hearing this, the generals present were overcome with emotion. "Your Majesty, please give me another chance. I will risk my life to bring you the heads of Go Dubat and Yeon Namseng." However, Yun Yue remained silent, not joining in with the others. Elsewhere, the large fortress gates slowly opened, and Yeon Namseng's group cautiously stepped inside to scout. The entire scene within the fortress was one of desolate ruins. Go Dubat spoke first. They've turned Ansi Fortress into a pile of rubble. Yon Namseng added, they held out for 20 days without any outside reinforcements. Go Dubat continued, look at these carefully built hexagonal walls collapsed everywhere. If we had arrived just 2 days later, it all would have been gone. While everyone was talking, Yon Namseng suddenly noticed a strange figure in the distance. He called out, and you are! As the dust settled and the figure became clearer, the image of young Manchun appeared before them. Just then, Gaeljel Yungjang spoke up to report on the situation. It's gotten really tense. The Tang army's siege engines have been relentlessly attacking our fortress day and night, and tens of thousands of soldiers have been taking turns attacking 3 times a day. As Gaeljel Yungjang recounted this, he recalled the difficult scenes of the past few days. After hearing this, Yon Namseng fell into deep thought. He silently observed the scene within the fortress while listening to Gaeljel Yungjang's words. I don't know what would have happened if the people hadn't joined forces with us. All around the fortress now were scenes of wounded soldiers and civilians lying everywhere. Seeing this sight, Yon Namseng frowned deeply and gritted his teeth in frustration. He thought to himself as he looked at the shattered fortress walls, even in such a desperate situation, our soldiers and people united to defend the fortress. It's nothing short of a miracle. Looking at the soldiers lying everywhere, he let out a quiet sigh. Suddenly, Yon Namseng noticed a commotion in the distance where a dangerous-looking column of black smoke was rising. What is that? At this moment, Go Dubat spoke up to explain, our young master is overly curious. I'm afraid he'll bring trouble upon himself. That's smoke from the charcoal and coal furnace behind the workshop. When I came to buy armor and farm tools last time, I saw their cast iron furnace with my own eyes. The toxic smoke was so thick you couldn't stay for long. This took Yon Namseng completely by surprise. He remembered a conversation with Ha Yan where she mentioned that Ansi Fortress was famous for its smithing and was home to countless forges. However, detailed historical records of Goguryeo precise manufacturing processes from that era no longer exist. Considering that iron farming tools were not yet widespread, the output at that time probably wasn't very high. After thinking carefully and piecing everything together, Yon Namseng concluded it was coal. He thought to himself, if that's really coal, this aligns perfectly with the established theory about the use of coal in pottery kilns and forges in the Liaodong region of Goguryeo during the 31st year of King Pyongwan's reign. The photographs taken in early 1975. It turns out the thing I've been looking for was here all along. As the group ventured deeper into the fortress, just then Yang Manchun approached them. He took the initiative to raise a hand in greeting. Welcome, esteemed warriors. Skipping the introductions, everyone soon entered a hut to discuss the situation. Yang Manchun was the first to speak. What do you all plan to do now? Yon Namseng replied in a firm voice, we must capture or eliminate the Emperor of the Central Plains, the Tang King Li Shimin. He is a scheming monster. Without his death, Goguryeo will never know peace. Tens of thousands will die of starvation, and the country will collapse into ruin. These frightening words made young Manchun fall into deep thought. In the time that followed, Yon Namseng passionately explained his case using his advantage of knowing the future. Yang Manchun listened very carefully to every word he said. Finally, he sat cross-legged and spoke after finishing a cup of tea. The image of the empty teacup seemed to signal the beginning of a calculated plot. Yang Manchun voiced his thoughts. If the war with the Central Plains drags on, the northern economy will surely collapse, and the Khitan tribes under General Yuan's command will soon turn treacherous. In the end, the common people will be the ones who suffer the most. I believe we must sue for peace at all costs to establish diplomatic relations between our two nations and restore stability to the country. Seeing that Yang Manchun understood Yon Namseng praised him, you are absolutely right. But then he asked hesitantly, and what comes after that? Hearing this, Yon Namseng said seriously, please lend me the strength of Ansi Fortress and its surrounding areas. Faced with this unexpected request, Yang Manchun grew thoughtful for a moment. Then he said, so it seems you also believe in your father's iron will against the Tang dynasty, do you? Take a look around Anshi Fortress. The war has destroyed the crops, and on top of that, the immense cost of the military has emptied the treasury. Hearing these words, Duba let out a sigh, while the young man's expression remained unchanged. Yang Wan-hun continued, the Anshi region is home to 123,560 civilians, not counting the soldiers. It will take a huge sum of money to secure the economy here. Just think about what will happen if this situation continues. After speaking, Yang Wan-hun and Duba exchanged a brief glance. Suddenly, the young man spoke up. If I have a solution, will you help me? Yang Wan-hun didn't answer right away, remaining silent as he stared at the young man. Just then, 4 of the young man's subordinates carried large chests and placed them before him and Yang Wan-hun. This made him a bit curious. What is this? Not keeping him in suspense for long, the young man quickly opened each of the chests. The contents inside left everyone stunned and speechless. Inside the chests were large glittering bars of gold and silver. He smiled confidently. Then he declared, don't trust my status and don't look to my father. Just look at the gold and silver before you. This made Yang Wan-hun a little hesitant. You don't need to go this far just for my help. I can provide more soldiers if that's what you want. The young man immediately countered, what I need isn't soldiers. Please mobilize the blacksmiths and the people of Anshi to create armor and weapons. The young man reiterated to Yang Wan-hun, the money I've brought has nothing to do with my father, nor does it come with any conditions or selfish motives. To Yang Wan-hun, these words sounded a bit arrogant. He immediately asked with displeasure, are you looking down on me, great general? The young man quickly explained, please don't misunderstand and hear me out. As an Abadahan, I am offering all the spoils of war taken from the Tang army. Therefore, please use it to equip our soldiers to march and punish the Central Plains. His words shocked everyone present. Meanwhile, somewhere else at the bustling port of Danghang in Silla, here many soldiers were overseeing civilians as they transported goods. Just then, a magnificent ship was about to dock at the port. Soon after, a large crowd had gathered where the ship was arriving. From the ship, a man strode out from the cabin. He announced loudly, I am Hong Zhuo, an envoy from the Tang dynasty. Summon the officials of Danghang to me at once. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses echoed from the distance. A group of riders approached the port with a dignified air, taking Hong Zhuo by surprise. After seeing the group, he immediately ordered, you there nameless rider, bring the officials of this place to see me. Hum Sun quickly introduced himself. I am Kim Hum Sun, defender of Danghang, younger brother of Kim Yu Sin. Hearing the rider's identity, Hong Zhuo hurriedly took out an imperial edict and announced, I bring a decree from His Majesty. Hear his command. However, Him soon cut him off. He turned to his subordinates and ordered, is that so? Then we must first go to a suitable place. Escort the envoy and his delegation. The soldier immediately complied. Because Hom Sun acted so quickly, Hong Zhuo had no time to refuse and could only follow his lead. After a short while, the group arrived at a tall fortress guarded by many soldiers. At that moment, Hong Zhuo once again declared loudly, receive the emperor's decree. After Hong Zhuo's announcement, Hum Sun and his soldiers remained standing perfectly still. This left Hong Zhuo feeling both confused and angry. He immediately interrupted his own speech. What are you doing? How dare you not perform the proper ceremony to receive an imperial edict? Hum Sun immediately countered, I am not from the Ministry of Rights. Hum Sun thought to himself, without orders from my own country, performing such a grand ceremony is improper. Meanwhile, Hong Zhuo was furious at his attitude and screamed, how insolent is this? How Silla, a small vassal state, dares to act so disrespectfully towards the celestial dynasty? Hearing this, Hum Sun's brow furrowed tightly. He quietly recalled the past, how Silla had repeatedly sent envoys to Chang'an begging for military aid against the threats from Baekje and Goguryeo, only to be refused every time. During the reign of Queen Seondeok, high-ranking monks like Master Jiazhang and members of the nobility were sent to study at the Tang's Imperial Academy to maintain friendly relations, yet now no military aid was given. Now, Hum Sun no longer cared what insults Hong Zhuo and his men were spouting. A fire of anger and resentment was slowly building inside him. Lost in his own thoughts, he mused, they don't even treat us like a proper vassal state, and now they demand respect. Suddenly, he shouted, I have already sent word of your visit to Seorabil. I will perform the grand ceremony when an official envoy from the Ministry of Rights arrives here. Hum Sun continued, a messenger is already on the way to the capital, Seorabil. Once the delegation from the Ministry of Rights arrives, we will conduct the proper ceremonies with them. His words made the listeners jump. Then Hong Zhuo stammered, then, how long will it take to receive word from your capital? He calmly replied, for a healthy person, it would take over 2 weeks on foot. If they used a fast horse, it would take 8 days. Hearing this, Hong Trak shouted, "That's too late." A great disaster has occurred at Ansi Fortress. His Majesty's Grand Army has fallen into a treacherous plot by the Goguryeo forces. It is essential that your country sends troops to help. Hong Trak's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? This is what happened. Just the other day we heard that His Majesty the Emperor was leading a 100,000-strong army to attack Liaodong Fortress, and that he had pacified the southern Liao region. The contradictory situation angered him. What are you trying to say? Hong Trak also began to raise his voice. If your country doesn't attack Goguryeo within 10 days, His Majesty the Emperor will dissolve the alliance with Silla. He was already at the door, but his shout still lingered. Remember this. Meanwhile, at Naseong Fortress, a critical border region between Silla and Baekje, soldiers were shouting as they worked together to carry a heavy boulder. At the same time, on the fortress gate, soldiers from the opposing side were ducking for cover. Yusu, having just arrived, roared in frustration, "What is it?" A soldier spoke cautiously. "The news I'm reporting is from Lord Kim Hum-sun. There's an order to immediately bring back the Grand Marshal's secret message and decision." A dark thought crossed his mind. Just a month ago, I heard that Goguryeo was in crisis, on the verge of collapse. Usu asked hesitantly, "Could it be that Goguryeo has some brilliant scheming general or something?" His subordinate remained silent. Nonsense. Just then, another report came in that the enemy was terrified by our army's fierce assault, but they were so good at hiding that our men couldn't hit a single one of them. Seeing no one respond, the soldier called out softly, "General," but he was lost in thought. "If the Emperor dies, the entire Central Plains will fall into chaos. That's no good for us. If Goguryeo wins, Yeon Gaesamun will invade us next. But if we move our troops north now, the Baekje forces will surely seize the opportunity to attack." Usu seethed inwardly. Damn it, our own country is at war, yet we have to worry about someone else's war. How frustrating. The scene shifts to the Silla army encampment. A firm voice rang out, startling the soldiers. "The great Tang Emperor is besieged at Ansi Fortress. The situation is hanging by a thread, and he has requested reinforcements from our army. We must respond to this request." But an opposing opinion quickly emerged. "We don't have time to wait for a reply from Seorabeol." A few men nodded in agreement. Then Usu pressed further. "What if the Seorabeol army only attacks the southern part of Goguryeo?" Someone quickly answered him. "To reach the Piha River where Pyongyang Fortress is located, we would have to conquer dozens of checkpoints starting with Horogoru Fortress." The atmosphere grew tense as someone pointed out, "If we refuse the request, the outcome is already decided." Finally, Usu had to speak. "Act before a reply comes from Seorabeol or wait. Those are our only options." The strategist said cautiously, "Just drafting the proposal for the royal court will take several days. Aren't ministers Yan Zhong and Bidam worried that our country will become a vassal state of the Tang dynasty?" The back-and-forth debate between the two sides intimidated the soldiers. Someone spoke gravely. "During the last peace talks, Lord Chunchu promised to give up the Uiri River region and then escaped. Don't you think Yeon Gaesamun is still grinding his teeth in anger over that?" Usu slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Who just muttered that?" The man trembled, frozen in place for a few seconds. Usu's stern presence made him bow deeply. "I misspoke. Please forgive me." He replied coldly, "I'm not blaming you. Do you know exactly what happened when Lord Chunchu escaped from Goguryeo?" That question wasn't hard to answer. "Yes, I was responsible for escorting him to the ship. I heard Yeon Gaesamun demanded the Wiria River region, and Lord Chunchu cleverly escaped." Usu asked further, "What method did he use?" A shadow fell over the conversation. The tale of the rabbit. The man suddenly froze like a statue. A slight flicker appeared in his dark, deep eyes. The rabbit. Immediately after a map was unfurled. "We have found a way out of this crisis." Usu explained mysteriously, "Look here, and you'll understand. Chiljung Fortress is located on our country's northernmost front line. If we move our troops here, it will create a critical situation at Horogoru and other strongholds like Daegok Fortress." He slowly began to understand. "You intend to accept the request for reinforcements, but not actually move the army. In the middle of a battlefield where 100,000 Tang and Goguryeo troops are fighting fiercely, a handful of our soldiers can hardly turn the tide. With this method, even the emperor himself will truly believe that we have dispatched our troops." Hu Tuan firmly added, "When the Tang dynasty raised an army to subjugate Goguryeo, they requested our support. If not for the interference from the Baekje army, our forces would have already marched north. The current situation requires us to keep our word." The other generals all fell into thought. The strategist said nothing more and began to contemplate. After a moment he spoke. The Tang ministers are not fools. If they see through our scheme, it will be a great disaster. After speaking, the strategist suddenly stepped back a few paces. His hand moved down towards the ground, and the rustling of sand could be heard with each movement. When Hu Tuan realized what it was, he couldn't help but be surprised. Written on the ground were the two words Tang Xing. He was a little frightened. "Don't tell me you're planning to use the feint East Attack West strategy." The reply came from a general. "If we want to deceive the Tang and their emperor to secure a real advantage, our kingdom must be prepared to sacrifice to ensure a solid gain with minimal losses." Meanwhile, the writing on the ground changed again. Hu Thuan didn't expect another change. The surrounding officers also felt their hearts beat faster as looks of shock appeared on everyone's faces. The strategist looked up with a serious expression, waiting. Hu Thuan finally spoke the conclusion. "We will wait for a response from Lord Chunchu." The scene changes. The sound of a hammer striking iron rings out. The blacksmiths are meticulously forging blades. Nearby embers crackle in the forge. A smith carefully removes an item from the furnace. Other smiths in a different area are pouring iron directly into sword molds. Those with the most muscle are tasked with hammering the iron bars thin. A young man stands silently to one side, observing the smiths. From above the forge, a command is quietly given: "Mobilize the blacksmiths and residents of Ansi Fortress to make armor and weapons for us." With every movement, the black smoke inside billows higher. Finished spears are placed to one side. On a wooden shelf on the other side are gleaming helmets. The young man silently noted, "There are few places with an iron-working industry as developed as the one in Ansi Fortress. You only need to dig in the surrounding mountains and fields to find abundant iron ore and wood, making it easy to supply fuel." With these conditions, plus the introduction of specialized work processes, production has increased rapidly. The young man finished his thoughts and spoke in a low voice after a moment. Finally, he spoke. "Very good. Keep making more batches just like this." The man waved his hand. "Don't worry, we'll keep making them non-stop." The young man was a bit taken aback by his confidence, but nodded anyway. The story shifts to another room. The young man is rushing inside. He hurriedly shouts, "General!" The meeting had to pause due to the interruption. After a moment, Wan Chun said, "The Silla army in the south has begun to move. A report has reached Pyongyang that tens of thousands of troops are marching north. It seems Li Shimin has requested reinforcements." Hearing this, he muttered a curse. "Damn it, those Silla bastards!" At the same time, the other generals also grew agitated, wanting to punish Silla. The young man stared blankly as they argued. "What is Baekje doing? They should be able to handle Silla." The sound of a clap calmed them down. Now. The reason I've summoned you all today is to convey an urgent military order from the High Command. Currently, the Tang army is running out of provisions. We've received reports that their soldiers are gathering in Dongzhou. Therefore, I've decided to execute a surprise attack to burn all their remaining supplies and use that opportunity to attack and annihilate them completely. Looks of joy and excitement appeared on their faces. In contrast, the young man felt a great tension. The battle had finally begun. You're thinking of the Imperial Army camp at Mount Lushan. There's a serious danger. Mid-August is when autumn ends and winter begins. From September onward is the worst season for the Tang army, as their current food supplies are starting to run out. On top of that, the main expeditionary force, normally one of the three core pillars of the Tang army, along with the navy, has been utterly defeated. All the weapons and winter gear stored at the Andong Protectorate have been captured by Nam Seng's troops. The Khitan troops caused a commotion, broke through the siege at Liaodong City, and escaped only to spot a squadron flying a large banner with Nam Seng's name. Meanwhile, in Shimin's camp, they were holding a council of war. He was trembling with rage. "Those damn Khitan, even after I spared their lives. Annihilate every single one of the Heishui Mohi, you encounter no mercy." Immediately, Hongji tried to calm him down. "Your Majesty, please compose yourself. The rebellion of the Khitan and Shi forces holding one of our flanks while we besiege Jian'an Fortress puts us at a great disadvantage. Furthermore, the report that Nam Seng's army is charging towards Liaodong City clearly shows their intention to cut off our retreat." Shimin rubbed the spot between his brows in frustration. "This is... All of you be silent, summon Zheng Sun Wuji and Yang Hongli. Tell them that at all costs they must lure out Yan Geiseman's main force for a decisive life-or-death battle. We outnumber them, and our skills are in no way inferior to the Goguryeo army." With that, Hongji had no choice but to obey. Right after that, Shimin issued another order to the left wing under the command of General Ashinasher. Use the main force to lure and intercept Namseng's army at Ansi. If Yon Gaesamun still holds his ground, we'll switch targets and draw out Namseng at Ansi to harass him. Don't treat that Namseng kid like a child. Consider him a talented general on par with Commander Li Shiji and attack with all your might. He grew even more arrogant speaking to Zhang Sun Wuji and Yang Hongli. The moment our main army applies pressure, immediately intercept Yon Gaesamun when he leads his troops to provide reinforcements. Let them know this is no longer a defensive battle where our men die in vain. Immediately deploy the Liu formation and engage them in a satisfying fight. The murderous atmosphere darkened the thoughts of the civil officials. However, someone enthusiastically supported the idea, if we follow Your Majesty's brilliant plan, eliminating Namseng is entirely within our grasp. The forces at Ansi Fortress are not large. Namseng has barely 30,000 soldiers, most of whom are conscripts. They are definitely no match for the elite troops of the Great Tang, the Xiao Wei guards personally selected by Your Majesty from your own household troops. However, one of the civil officials whispered, "It's not like we've ever lacked a numerical advantage against the enemy. We should think about why we keep losing." An old official quietly signaled for him to be silent. If you can't keep your mouth shut, you won't make it out of this camp alive. Outside, despite the rain, someone appeared. Seeing this, the guards stopped the person for a moment. A panicked voice cried out, "Your Majesty Hong Zhuo has arrived with the Silla envoy, Kim Chunchu." He ran forward, trembling. "Your Majesty, it is I, Hong Zhuo. I broke through the Goguryeo Navy's blockade and have secured a promise of alliance from Silla." Then Chunchu bowed. "Kim Chunchudai Akhan of Silla requests an audience with the Emperor of the Great Tang." Shimin stepped directly down from his throne. He warmly grasped his hand. "It is an honor to meet you once again. How did you manage to get here?" Chunchu recounted, "When I heard the Goguryeo rebels had blocked Your Majesty's army, I set out from Donghang Fortress." Shimin asked further, "I want to know why you chose to venture into such a dangerous place." He replied calmly, "Silla is a vassal state of the Great Tang. How could we ignore the peril of our suzerain? As soon as we received the state letter, we dispatched 10,000 troops from Chiljung Fortress, led by the great general Kim Yushin himself." Upon hearing the news, the civil officials were overjoyed. "Is it true?" Meanwhile, Chunchu continued, "The reason I risked my life to find you today, Your Majesty, is..." Shimin stood still, awaiting the solemn words. He emphasized each word. "Because our suicide squad plans to sail up the Pai River to attack Pyongyang Fortress on the arranged day." The scene changes to the northern foot of Mount Yulu at the south gate of Ansei Fortress. A fortress guard was shivering, feeling cold even in his winter clothes. Just then, someone called out, "Time to change shifts." He was a little surprised. "Is it time already?" The other person quipped sarcastically, "You can stay longer if you want." He quickly turned to leave and was reminded, "It's raining hard. Remember to clean everyone's equipment before you rest." Namseng stared grimly out at the downpour. He asked unconsciously, "When the rain stops, the real battle will begin, won't it?" Duba mused. Even after more than 10 years on the battlefield, the young master understands this. Sometimes there are unpredictably crazed men, those with sinister intentions on rainy days, and those blinded by the desire for military glory who thirst for a bloody battle. But still, how do you plan to get rid of that supply depot on the mountain? You've explained it all perfectly. I've sent soldiers who know the land and the skilled General Zhang Jian to scout ahead. I also ordered Jinli Zhengen to lead patrols around Liaocheng. If we get good news from both of them, I think we'll have our answer." Dubi laughed. "How thorough! The Emperor must be at his wit's end. Once all routes along the Liu River are blocked, the enemy will have no way to escape. What should we do if they raise the white flag and surrender?" He didn't answer, instead gazing off into the distance. The late-night rain finally began to subside. Then a firm order was issued. General Gao Zhu, General Tianmin Huan, and General Yilian Bo prepare to lead the 3 Tianan divisions to march. Now is our chance to turn the tables at the Emperor's main camp on Mount Yu. We are determined to destroy the Tang army's supplies. They're already struggling to survive on just 1 meal a day. Now Dubi understood. It's you, the madman who appears in the rain. Through the rain, a group of riders appeared. Jungan's sharp gaze shot forward. His arm tensed as he pulled on the reins. The group of people ahead of them came to a halt. Then someone shouted, "Lower your bows, we've come to surrender." Even though they had dropped their weapons, Jungan remained vigilant. Someone involuntarily cried out, "It's the commander of the Dahe Gushi." Both sides stood silently in the night rain. Finally, a subordinate from the other side spoke up. "They used us completely, then threw us away when we were no longer of any use. They even stole our horses and threatened to make us slaves. We can't serve a man like that any longer." Gusi made sure to add, "He insulted our honor. It's the way of Khitan warriors that shame must be repaid." The man affirmed, "We need Goguryeo help." Namsang was also aware of the situation. The Khitan forces had turned their backs on the Tang dynasty. Without the help of the Khitans, who know every corner of Liaodong, the Tang army will never be able to return to the southern Tang. He gave a direct order. "General Gao Ju, General Tianmen, Yuan General Yilian Bo, each of you will command 3,000 soldiers and march out. This is the perfect chance to destroy the enemy's supplies, since they're barely surviving on one meal a day." Dubi was a bit hesitant. "My lord, are you really sure you want to fight in the rain?" He replied resolutely, "Because of the emperor's foolishness, the Khitan forces who know the Liaodong terrain have abandoned him, and Dahe Gusi, who is besieging Jua fortress, has now deserted. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for us. They say the enemy of my enemy is my ally." However, Dubi was still wary. "I don't think that's your only reason. You must have another trick up your sleeve." He decided to reveal his plan. "You're right. When news that Zhang Jian's siege on Jua fortress was ambushed reaches the Tang, the nearest garrison at Mount Yu will certainly be dispatched. We will charge in right after them. The emperor will be forced into a dilemma of whether to fight or retreat. If Zhang Jian's army is annihilated, the force attacking Pyongyang from Biza fortress and the emperor's main army at Ansi fortress will be cut off from each other. Besides, I've already sent someone to the main camp. This tedious war, it's time to put an end to it." The scene changes to another location where a messenger appears. "General, a report." The words in the letter made Yuan Shin's heart clench. "Dahe Gusi and Jia Daozi are forming an alliance with our country." Geisamun heard a nearby general remark, "Zhang Jian will surely be isolated. We must seize this opportunity." He didn't reply, busy contemplating the situation. Meanwhile, Yuan Shin's hand holding the report trembled. "Carrying out this plan is a desperate last resort. It could cause our forces to suffer great harm." Geisamun leaned down, waiting for his subordinate to continue. However, the sound of the letter being snapped shut was decisive. Yuan Shin spoke urgently. "If this plan succeeds, we can end this war quickly. If this battle drags on and affects the spring harvest, our country will lose control over its territory. Instead, shouldn't we consider taking a gamble and assassinating the emperor?" His words hung in the air, but no one answered. From beginning to end, Geisamun's expression remained unreadable. Then his gaze shot directly toward Yuan Shin. Startled by the sudden stare, he felt a bit flustered, but courage urged him to speak. Hasn't our country been invaded every time a new dynasty takes power in the Central Plains?" His hands clenched into fists. From the invasions of Emperor Wen and Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty to the Tang dynasty now, 5 times in total, enemy armies tens of thousands strong have sown misery, leaving the land of Liaodong barren and exhausted. If we assassinate the emperor just like that, everything will change. We have to break these chains. Is there a law that says we can't seize our own destiny? Although Yuan Geisamun said nothing, he seemed to be swayed. Something was slowly blooming deep within his expression. A moment later, his hand gripped the weapon beside him. Yuan Geisamun's heroic figure shot up from his seat. The polished axe blade gleamed, reflecting its master's brilliant will. Yuan Geisamun's voice boomed like thunder. "In the name of the Grand Prime Minister and Great Magniji, I hereby issue a military order." This event has since been recorded in the annals of history. Around August of the year 645, the armies of the Tang dynasty and Goguryeo faced off at Ansi fortress, beginning a large-scale war. Although every great king of Goguryeo tried to resolve relations with the Central Plains through diplomacy, the other side always demanded submission from the Han dynasty through the Sui, and now the Tang. They didn't just want formal tributes. They wanted the northern grasslands and borders to be completely absorbed into the order of the Central Plains. For the people of Goguryeo, who had formed their own cultural sphere over hundreds of years, this was nothing short of a humiliation. Yuan Geisamun had now decided to break free from this nuisance and rise against the chains of fate. 3 days later, on the main road to Kayan City, the captain urged them on. "Hurry up, Commander Zhang Jian's troops are under attack." One of his subordinates replied wearily, "It's hard to speed up in this rain." Still, he encouraged his men, "Be patient and endure it. The longer we delay, the greater the losses for the Third Army advancing on Liaodong." Just then, the soldiers heard the sound of hurried footsteps. A man asked worriedly, "Isn't it dangerous to march in the rain? What if the enemy ambushes us?" However, the captain reassured him, "This rain makes it safer. Would the Goguryeo army dare to make a move on a rainy day?" Just like Yeon Gaesamun, who holds the real power, they always avoid a major battle on a day like this. They're probably lighting fires and resting. The young soldier was still afraid, but if they find out, won't Nam Sang's army at Ansi Fortress notice and send a pursuit squad? The captain couldn't help but shout, "Nam Sang's army is locked in a stalemate with His Majesty, the Emperor's forces, and can't be moved." If they had troops to spare for Kayan City, they would have already attacked Mount Yuk. In the pouring night rain, the only light was gradually obscured. The whoosh of an arrow suddenly tore through the wind. The arrow struck a soldier perfectly in the arm. After 2 seconds of shock, a soldier yelled, "It's an ambush!" The captain could hardly believe his ears. What? Several men fell to the ground in a panic. At that moment, Nam Sang appeared with his troops. The soldiers' morale was as fierce as that of savage beasts. He raised his voice and commanded them, "Attack!" Immediately after, more men emerged from the deep forest. The enemy soldiers were still in a state of panic. They asked each other blankly, "How did the Goguryeo army get here? We have to fight on empty stomachs." Meanwhile, 2 sentries were being scolded. "What are you doing? Draw your swords and fight back." However, one of them responded furiously, "Isn't that the same as telling us to choose between dying in battle or starving to death?" The soldiers began to break formation and scatter. At that moment, the blades on the opposing side went to work. Their merciless faces showed their determination to annihilate the enemy. The ground was soaked with fresh blood mixed with rainwater. In an instant, the red liquid formed large puddles. Ruthless footsteps trampled through them without a second thought. The area had turned into a gruesome graveyard. Dolbal, mounted on his war horse, coldly cut down his enemies. The golden glint of his sword flashed in the night. At the same time, the others were also displaying their martial arts. They became one with their swords cutting down the enemy together. Just then, a question arose. Should we give them a chance to surrender? Nam Sang waved his hand dismissively. Why give the enemy any time? He completed the command by lowering his hand. Countless archers received the order and loosed their arrows in unison. A rain of arrows descended, seeking to claim the lives of the enemy. The soldiers on the other side raised their wooden shields in defense, but another cavalry unit quickly appeared before them. This soldier's face was completely frozen. A desperate, despairing cry rang out, "This battle is lost." A few seconds later, the cavalry charged, devastating the enemy's formation. The Khitan forces also charged forward with great enthusiasm. Severed body parts were scattered across the ground. Gang Mojam spoke up, "Young master, your pincer strategy has begun to break through the enemy ranks." The young man calmly ordered, "Tell them to kill anyone who refuses to surrender. If this battle drags on, the emperor stationed at Mount Yu will notice." But Gang Mojam reassured him, "Don't worry, we'll send out thousands of scout teams to make sure no one escapes." While they talked, the cavalry had already started to engage a new enemy formation. Duba approached and said, "I see Ai Lujun charging over there, recklessly trying to earn military honors. Ai Lujun's troops seem to be in trouble. What should we do?" He replied grimly, "The name on that flag is New Jinda." The young man's gaze fixed on the 3 large characters over there. Next, he gave an order. He must be a tough opponent. "Chisi Biu and Gyolsa Biu, commanders of the Tang. I'm giving you each 500 men for a total of 1,000. Go and help Ai Lujun's troops." As soon as they were given permission, they set off aggressively. "Let's go." Duba was somewhat envious. "I could have gone as well." The young man quickly reassured him, "Please save your strength for the main force. The final battle is approaching." In the original history, after Wu Zetian ennobled Chisi Biu with the title Duke of Shu, she tried to win him over, and also ennobled Gyolsa Biu as the Duke of Jen to prevent the Goguryeo revival movement. However, not everyone can achieve success. Thinking about that made the young man's expression darken slightly. Over on the battlefield, Gyolsa Biu was making a suggestion. "Brother Chisi Biu, let's see who can capture the enemy general first." The young man's heart grew heavier. He was curious about the skill of the 2 Mohe generals who had made the Tang dynasty so wary. A moment later, Gyolsa Biu had already cut through the enemy soldiers with a few sweeps of his sword. Chisi Biu praised him with amusement. "Not bad, but the young master's best guard is still me. I am Chisi Biu, and today all of you will die." The enemy soldiers were instantly terrified. "Stop that guy!" Hong Ji gritted his teeth in fury. "You lowly Goguryeo scum!" Then he stomped down hard with the foot that was on the horse's back. The pain made the war horse move more ferociously. Chisibiu radiated a terrifying killing intent. His hand quickly gripped the hilt of his sword. In the middle of the battle, a duel of soul-shaking proportions unfolded. Despite this, Chisibiu still provoked his enemy. Turns out the Tang dynasty does have some decent generals. Hong Ji boldly retorted, "How could you possibly be my equal?" As soon as the words left his mouth, their swirling blades enveloped them both once again. After defeating his foe, Chisibiu said smugly, "You should have paid attention to the weapon in my other hand." However, he quickly realized that something was not right. The enemy's soldiers had closed in on his horse at some point. Their spears were attacking his warhorse and him. The faces of the enemy were filled with the determination to drag Chisibiu down to hell. However, thanks to his agile body, Chisibiu leaped off his horse. While in midair, he struck an enemy soldier directly. However, the enemy kept charging forward in ever-increasing numbers. Chisibiu casually found a weapon on the ground. A sharp slash blocked the enemy's path. Gyeolsabu's mighty roar echoed with every move he made. Then 2 consecutive sword flashes lit up the air. However, the aura radiating from just one man terrified the soldiers. In the heat of the fierce battle, a triumphant smile played on his face. Next, Gyeolsabu continued to thrust forward repeatedly. With every swing of his hand, a guard was cut down. Meanwhile, the captain was still giving orders. There aren't many enemies left. Regroup and form an attack formation to wipe them out. Cavalry crushed the enemy's assault. However, he quickly realized the subordinate right behind him had just been hit by an arrow. He roared in fury, "You bastards!" Then Jiji Zhongxiang suddenly closed in on him. He declared boldly, "Your head is mine." The man faced him without fear, "You insolent fool!" On the rear front, the beat of war drums began to sound. Below the city walls, the soldiers' formations were holding steady. A report quickly came in. "My lord, the Second Army reports they are ready with 45,000 soldiers, led by Northern Minister Go Yeon-su, Southern Minister Go Hye-jin, and Great Minister Go Jeong-wi." Then came news that the Third Army was ready with 35,000 soldiers, commanded by Minister Hai-ru of Seongjin. The soldiers shouted in unison, "We await your command." So-mun's robes fluttered amidst the might of the Grand Army, his entire being exuding the solemn dignity of a commander. Then his voice rang out, "Great generals of Goguryeo, soldiers of Goguryeo, let them see the strength of Goguryeo's men. Those greedy fools from the Central Plains are never satisfied even after conquering the world." Blades scraped against each other in the air. So-mun also raised his sword, showing his military pride. All forces charge. Rows of soldiers advanced in sequence as the sound of horns boosted the army's morale. It was accompanied by the thundering hooves of the tightly packed cavalry. At this moment, Ji Gong could no longer hold back. "Those beastly Goguryeo bastards! I'll wipe out their entire bloodline." And so the battle began, with the archers raising their bows. A whistling sound filled the air as arrows flew from the bowstrings. On his side, Ji Gong immediately gave the order, "Deploy the 6 harmonies formation. Use the wagons as shields to block the rear." The infantry under his command moved at once. The sturdy shields formed a protective wall for them. This was a powerful strategy. The 6 harmonies formation was created by the unparalleled Tang strategist Li Jing, and it had been victorious ever since its inception. But So-mun knew something else. The Tang army had just made 2 mistakes. The infantrymen were still urging each other on, "Move faster." A glint of metal suddenly appeared from behind. The first mistake was the true nature of the 6 harmonies formation, which was originally a defensive tactic against nomadic empires. If we aren't drawn in by the Tang army and instead attack the openings in their defensive formation from a distance, our chances of victory are high. The archers fired their arrows relentlessly. Just as expected, the enemy infantry began to cry out in distress. So-mun continued his thoughts. The second mistake is that they are unaware of their own soldiers' condition. They are forcing their exhausted and starving soldiers to use the 6 harmonies formation, which is incredibly draining. Openings will naturally appear at their weakest points, and I will not miss them. He quickly gave the order, "Iron Cavalry Charge Model." The iron-clad war horses immediately charged forward. A ferocious wave of destruction quickly swept across the battlefield. The enemies were immediately struck down. The armored cavalry repeatedly shouted their slogan, "Kill all the invaders of the Central Plains. Only your white bones will be left here." On his side, Namsang was secretly pleased. The enemy commander-in-chief seemed easier to defeat than expected. Yeon Gaisamun explained, "My son has stolen the enemy's provisions. If we can't defeat a foe already weakened by hunger, then we deserve to be cursed." Back on the other side, Chichie Zhongxiang was still locked in combat with his opponent. "Your head is mine." The two blades struggled for every ounce of strength, neither giving an inch. Finally, they pushed their swords away at the same time and retreated. The enemy captain slid back into a defensive stance. But Chichi Zhongxiang, filled with rage, commanded charge. The two blades, like fire and water, clashed once more, but this time the enemy's will had weakened. It was because arrows were aimed at his back, and his horsemen had already fallen. Chichie Zhongxiang drew his bow again. A continuous rain of arrows pinned them down as if they were targets. The glint of the arrowheads grazed the enemy's skin. In just a moment, news arrived Niu Jinda had been utterly defeated, and the great general Chichie Zhongxiang was victorious. Nam Sang was a little surprised. Niu Jinda was defeated in the blink of an eye. The combat strength of the Mohe warriors is truly formidable, just as the rumor said. He then spoke up. "I never expected Chichie Zhongxiang and the Mohe cavalry to be so skilled with the Parthian shot." Dubal replied, "In my village and the neighboring regions, that's a basic skill for a warrior. Whether or not you can hit the target is another matter entirely. More importantly, some of the elders have grown jealous of your achievements, my lord. They're spreading rumors that your actions could cause discord and that you should learn to restrain yourself." Hearing that Nam Sang wanted to know who was behind it, Dubal answered truthfully, "One of them is a central minister named Bu Giwan, the man who helped the commander-in-chief seize power. The other is Sion Dohai, known to be a loyal subject of the late emperor." Those two names made him cautious. Bu Giwan, Sion Dohai. Names I've heard before. Bu Giwan is definitely a corrupt official and a profiteer. Sion Dohai is a depraved minister who took a bribe to help Kim Chunchu escape. King Bojang and Yeon Gaisaman may rely on each other, but their subordinates do not. For some reason, they've grown jealous of me. Nam Sang thought to himself, when Kim Chunchu visited Goguryeo used deception to seize land. Kim Chunchu bribed Sion Dohai and received a book detailing the return of the borrowed land. Kim Chunchu returned to Silla and convinced the queen with fabrications about returning the land, then escaped. If Kim Chunchu hadn't listened to Sion Dohai's story, he would have kept his mouth shut and fled, and Goguryeo would have lost its pretext for attacking Silla. Perhaps Sion Dohai wasn't a corrupt official to begin with. A hand slowly unfastened the cloak. From there, the hidden truth became clear. He was an official favored by King Bojang. He was gradually delving deeper into internal affairs. Dubal reminded him, "They say they don't want to see a child who isn't even of age openly building up his power base. Those two are clearly afraid you will gain power, my lord." Nam Sang thought with certainty, "At this rate, everything will come to light." Then he asked, "Did you just sit there quietly when you heard that?" Dobal replied angrily, "I was about to tear them to shreds with my axe, but Yu Rin stopped me, so I had no choice but to listen." Nam Sang suddenly sighed. "Let them do as they please. The final battle is approaching anyway. The high-ranking ministers are watching me very closely. Even though I don't like it now, is the time for cooperation. An open challenge before attacking the Tang dynasty won't benefit Goguryeo, but I can't just sit back and do nothing. I need a contingency plan." Then Nam Sang asked Gang Mojam, "Have you set aside the studded armor and the special weapons crafted at the Ansi workshop?" He confirmed, "I have done as you ordered, my lord." And then he continued to give orders. "Also prepare merchant caravans to enter the territory of the Hoiksu Mohe. Once the war is over, the nobles in Pyongyang will be scrambling to trace our every move." Dubal immediately reassured him, "Our men will trust and obey you, my lord, so you can rest assured they will keep quiet." Nam Sang cautiously expressed his reasoning. "They are subtly pressuring us perhaps because they fear the Yan clan will hold power for generations. I think the best course of action is to wipe them all out before the time is right."